The story began when Shin Sang-hyun, aged 55, slumped to the ground, his face weary and etched with exhaustion. He muttered to himself, his voice tinged with self-mockery, questioning what he was even doing at his age. While others his age were contemplating retirement, his life felt like nothing but a failure. At that very moment, outside the cave where he sat, 3 wyverns prowled closer, their ferocious eyes locking onto him. Their fangs bared and claws ready, they charged forward with deadly intent. Shin let out a weary sigh, forcing himself to his feet while gripping his sword tightly. A faint, bitter smile tugged at his lips as he muttered, "Damn it! Can't you even give me a moment to breathe?" Before he could react further, the wyverns dove straight into the cave. Their massive jaws tore through the narrow space, reducing it to rubble in an instant. Yet Shin wasn't afraid of them. In fact, he wasn't afraid of anything. Gathering strength in his legs, he surged forward like an arrow, heading straight for the monsters. Even as he prepared to face these deadly creatures, his mind drifted to his past. He reflected on his failures, wondering why he had fallen so far behind. The players of his generation had become legends, sword saints, sword gods, while he had become nothing more than an old man swinging a sword. At best, he was a forgetful swordsman, a title that offered little recognition. He thought to himself, "Isn't that reason enough? I had no family. I grew up in an orphanage. But even the caretaker and the other kids people I considered family were wiped out when Skyfall happened." Skyfall had been a cataclysmic event. The sky itself had split open, and monsters rained down like a storm, taking everything from him. Yet Shin had not despaired. At the brink of death, a miracle had occurred. A silver-armored warrior had streaked through the air, his sword flashing as he cleaved the wyvern, restraining Shin into countless pieces. Then, as if it were nothing, the warrior turned slightly, his voice warm and steady, asking, "Hey kid, you okay?" That childhood memory remained etched in Shin's mind even to this day. He had been saved by that symbol of power, and because of that, he had wanted to become just like them. I really gave it my all, Shin thought. So why? No matter how many monsters I cut down, I never got any stronger. I could never avenge anything. The helplessness of watching his comrades fall one by one had been burned into his soul. Back in the present, Shin had just finished taking down the 3 wyverns that had planned to turn him into their next meal. But as he had admitted earlier, his body had long reached the age of retirement. After dealing with just a few monsters, he was already gasping for air, using his sword as a crutch just to keep himself from collapsing. "Damn it, my body's really giving out on me. This is bad," he muttered, his voice trembling with exhaustion. His body shook, but this was far from over. Those 3 wyverns were just the appetizer. Suddenly the ground quaked. A deep, thunderous tremor signaled the arrival of something far worse. Shin's eyes narrowed as he slowly turned his gaze forward. Standing before him was a massive dragon, its entire body clad in gleaming crimson scales that shimmered like molten metal. The moment the dragon locked eyes with Shin, it wasted no time. It let out a deafening roar, then opened its jaws wide, gathering a blistering inferno within its mouth. The heat waves radiated outward, distorting the very air around them. Shin could only respond with a strained, bitter smile. "I have no family. My life has been one endless failure, filled with nothing but regrets. Damn it, I'm screwed. To hell with this, I want a regression," he cursed internally. But time did not wait for him. The battle raged on fiercely, and by the time it concluded, the once vibrant landscape had been transformed into a desolate wasteland, ravaged beyond recognition. The battlefield was littered with the lifeless bodies of countless dragons, a grim testament to the ferocity of the conflict. Miraculously, amidst the devastation, the protagonist, Shin, remained alive. His sword was deeply embedded in the skull of an unfamiliar dragon, marking his final victory. At that moment, a system notification appeared before him. "Congratulations! You have conquered the ancient dragon nest dungeon." However, Shin ignored it entirely. Instead, he threw his head back and let out a loud, frustrated yell toward the sky. "For God's sake, why the hell am I pushing myself this hard when I'm almost 60? He shouted. Shin Sang-yun, the nameless swordsman, was 55 years old. He had dedicated 30 years of his life to being a swordsman, yet his greatest achievement was merely ranking within the top 100 in his homeland. Considering the vast number of players worldwide, this accomplishment rendered him little more than a nameless nobody. Shifting back to Shin's perspective, after leaping off the massive dragon's corpse, he unexpectedly discovered a glowing skill book lying nearby. Surprised, he muttered to himself, "Oh, so my reward this time is a skill book? I've devoured artifacts before. Can I eat this too?" But before he could act, a sudden flash of light appeared beside him, instantly drawing his attention. Turning his gaze toward the source, he saw a spatial gate materialize before him. From within the swirling portal, a young man with golden hair, glasses, and a book in hand gracefully leaped out. Simultaneously, a system notification popped up in front of Shin. The constellation "Diligent Student Who Found Success Late" has entered. Diligent student who found success late kindly blesses you for your hard work. Additionally, he praises your flawless finishing move. Seeing this newcomer, Shin wasn't particularly surprised. After all, this person was none other than his contracted constellation, Diligent Student Who Found Success Late. "Ha ha, thanks," Shin replied, genuinely grateful that this constellation had chosen to form a contract with a mere third-rate swordsman like him. The perks of this contract were significant. If a player reached level 850, all artifact effects and title stats would be doubled. Upon reaching level 900, all stats would be tripled. However, with his current level sitting at 650, Shin had yet to reap any benefits from this arrangement. Unaware of Shin's inner thoughts, the blonde constellation suddenly transformed into a chibi version of himself, floating closer and urging Shin to hurry up and consume the skill book. Hearing this, Shin let out an awkward chuckle. "Ha ha ha, I was planning to eat it anyway. All right, here goes." With that, he stretched out his palm toward the skill book and activated his unique ability, Artifact Devourer. This is the only skill I've had since my awakening. To understand how it works, I tried cooking and eating artifacts. I even fried them, but there was no difference. By the time I finished my useless experiments, 30 years had passed. It was only when I attempted to synchronize my mana with an artifact of the right rank that I realized it activated my Artifact Devourer skill. But by then, it was already too late. Others had grown powerful the moment they awakened. Shin reflected. Before him, the skill book glowed brilliantly as his ability took effect. However, just a few seconds later, the light suddenly flickered out, snuffed out like a flame doused in water. "That's it? Nothing happened?" Shin muttered in disbelief. Silence followed, and then frustration surged within him. In one swift motion, he grabbed the book and hurled it forward. "Shouldn't this thing come with some kind of instructions? There's no way this is an actual skill book," he exclaimed. Beside him, his constellation companion scratched his head in confusion. "There's not much information available about pre-existing skills. Sorry, I can't be of much help," he admitted apologetically. He reassured Shin, saying there was still time, and suggested he try again, perhaps by synchronizing his mana once more. But instead of comforting him, those words seemed to ignite a fire within Shin. His teeth clenched, and the corners of his eyes stung as a sudden wave of emotion crashed over him. Time? Who told you I still have time? I'm almost 60. If I had a kid at 30, they'd be nearly 30 by now. And if I had them even earlier, I'd probably have grandkids already. You might not understand this because you're a constellation, but humans don't live that long. Shin snapped. Across from him, the blonde constellation paled, cold sweat beading on his forehead. I'm sorry if I said something wrong," he stammered. Back to Shin's perspective. Seeing himself lash out at his closest companion over nothing, he realized it wasn't right. His face softened, and he let out a weary sigh, shaking his head. "No, you didn't say anything wrong. It's just, my life is full of regrets. I can't forget that person's silhouette. I tried so hard to become like him, but now I'm exhausted. I'm too old." His voice trailed off, his words left hanging in the air. Hearing Shin's lament, the young constellation fell silent, deep in thought. Then, as if reaching a decision, he broke into a smile. Shin, oblivious to this, scratched his head and said, "Anyway, I was planning to retire. Take note. I'm canceling our contract. You should find someone else to play with." Before he could finish his sentence, Shin suddenly noticed the space around him distorting. The world itself seemed to bend and melt away. At that moment, a system notification flashed before his eyes. Constellation diligent student who succeeded late is maximizing the essence. You have been exposed to regression. Initiated scene transition. The scene shifted to an outdoor interview under the bright sun. A handsome reporter with brown hair turned to the person beside him. Dungeons and gates. They're the basic environments for awakened individuals, or in other words, where players work, right? The person he was speaking to was a striking woman with red hair and neatly tied back hair, Han Hyan Zhong, CEO of Hyan Zhong Group. "That's right," she confirmed. "You can think of dungeons as stepping stones for players. As for gates, they lead to different dimensions, unknown territories that players must pioneer and explore." Back to the main character's perspective, Shin watched the interview on TV and finally confirmed his current situation. As he wiped down the short sword in his hands, he flashed a grin. "I really did regress. It's been ages since I last saw this broadcast. Now I get it. But 4 days have already passed. That means I've returned to 30 years ago, the moment my constellation activated his ability." Shin had lost consciousness when the constellation activated his ability. When he woke up, he found himself in the apartment he had lived in 30 years ago, no longer in his 55-year-old body. Now he was 25, armed with all the memories of his past life. No matter how I think about it, my regression was definitely caused by the constellation's magic. There's no other explanation. But still, I can't help but feel a little overwhelmed, he exhaled. "Oh well, no big deal. I should head out and get to work, right?" With that, Shin tightened his grip around the short sword in his hand. As expected, information about the weapon immediately appeared before him. The Venomous Dagger. Artifact rank, Bronze. Weapon type, one-handed dagger. Attack power, +17. Speed, bonus, +10. Description. A self-defense dagger that does not dull easily. Looking at the dagger, a nostalgic glint appeared in Shin's eyes. "This is the bronze-ranked dagger I was lucky enough to get at this point in time. It's ranked low, but I know its hidden skill." Without hesitation, Shin activated Devour artifact, causing the dagger to emit a brilliant flash of light. A system window appeared before him. Absorption rate calculated. Base absorption rate for bronze artifacts, 10%. Past usage evaluation applied. Absorption rate increased to 20%. Since I didn't use it for long, the absorption rate is low. But what really matters is its hidden skill, Shin thought. Mana synchronization with Venomous Dagger initiated. Entering the unconscious realm. As the notification rang out, Shin's consciousness was pulled into a pitch-black space void of any light. The unconscious realm. This is the place I need to pass through in order to devour an artifact. I always get nervous coming here. I never know what kind of food will appear, he muttered. Despite his words, he smiled in anticipation. Sure enough, before he could wait any longer, something suddenly emerged in front of him. A roast chicken glowing with a gentle light. "This is barbecue roast chicken with olive oil," Shin observed. Seeing the dish's appetizing appearance, he let out a sigh of relief. "I'm glad it's something normal. I was worried it might be something disgusting like a swamp centipede, but if it's a meal like this, I can eat it easily." Smirking, he reached out, tore off a drumstick, and took a bite. As each mouthful was swallowed, the system notifications continued. "The Venomous Dagger is being absorbed. Speed +2 acquired. New skill obtained. Phantom Step. Venomous Dagger. The absorbed artifact has been permanently erased." Just like that, after finishing the roast chicken, Shin's consciousness was forcefully ejected from the unconscious realm. He rubbed his stomach, let out a deep sigh, and nodded as he reviewed the system confirmation screen. It's a shame the dagger got destroyed. Well, I wasn't using it anyway. At least I absorbed a useful skill as planned. Now then, time to move on. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a bustling city street where a massive blue portal stood tall in the center. Surrounding it were numerous awakened individuals, all preparing for the upcoming dungeon expedition. This was dungeon number 85. The awakened individuals gathered here belonged to Yoon Daek-young's team. Just then, a man dressed in work attire came rushing toward Yoon Daek-young, visibly panicked. "Captain! Captain Yoon Daek-young!" Hearing someone call his name, Yoon Daek-young paused his paperwork and looked up. "Huh? What's got the gatekeeping team leader so worked up?" The blue-uniformed man scratched his head awkwardly before replying. "Well, one of my team members got pulled out. He's a newbie who joined just 4 days ago. His name is Shin Sang-hyun." "Ah, don't worry about it," Yoon Daek-young replied nonchalantly. "Shin Sang-hyun has already been transferred to the player team." But instead of calming down, the gatekeeping team leader was stunned. His expression turned alarmed as he blurted out, "What? He joined the player team instead of the gatekeeping team? I approved the transfer myself. Is there a problem?" Yoon Daek-young admitted without hesitation. The blue-uniformed man immediately raised his voice in protest. "Of course there's a problem. He just awakened recently, and he hasn't even graduated from the player academy yet. You can't throw a kid like him into your team. If you do that, the whole squad will be unbalanced. How am I supposed to—" Before he could finish his rant, Yoon Daek-young let out a sigh and took a step forward, standing right in front of him. His piercing gaze locked onto the gatekeeping team leader. "The gatekeeping team handles all logistical matters, don't they?" Yoon Daek-young muttered. "That includes my team and the system's contribution distribution, right?" His eyes narrowed sharply, radiating an oppressive aura. The gatekeeping team leader gulped nervously, realizing the intimidating pressure exuding from Yoon Daek-young. Awkwardly scratching his head, he forced out a weak chuckle. "Ha ha, oh, of course, my apologies." With that, the man quickly scurried away. Watching the man's retreating figure, Yoon Daek-young scoffed and muttered with disdain, "Seriously, if you give those damn gatekeepers a chance to talk, this is exactly what happens. Balance? What a load of crap." Beside him, a young blonde awakened looked slightly surprised and asked, "But sir, why did you let him in? I didn't expect that at all." Hearing this, Yoon Daek-young smirked mockingly. "What, you two? Ha ha. If someone has to die, it'll be him, not us. He needs to cause trouble and die. That way, those damn gatekeepers will finally shut up, and just like that, we'll maintain our own value. Besides, what can a clueless rookie do?" Understanding the implication, the blonde subordinate burst out laughing. "Oh, ha ha! I had no idea that was your plan." At that exact moment, while they were still laughing among themselves, a voice suddenly interrupted them. "Hello. Starting today, I'll be working as a player. My name is Shin Sang-hyun." The moment he introduced himself, every pair of eyes in the area locked onto him, none of them particularly friendly. The gatekeeper team members glared at Shin, their eyes filled with resentment, while the awakened players eyed him with cunning amusement. Being stared at so intensely by so many people made Shin's scalp tingle slightly. "I expected this, but they're not even trying to hide their emotions." From Yoon Daek-young's perspective, he quickly masked his true expression and put on a bright smile. "Finally, our new recruit has arrived. Shin, right? Nice to meet you. I figured you'd be late for your first day as a player." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to the weapon Shin was carrying, and he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Oh, your weapon. Is that a longsword?" Opposite him, Shin put on a polite smile and explained, "Yes, that's right. I've learned from watching a lot of YouTube videos." Yoon Daek-young raised an eyebrow and gave a pointed reminder. "You do know that the longsword is one of the hardest weapons to wield, right?" Shin clenched his fist and responded, his voice filled with determination. "I'll do my best to protect myself. Trust me." Shin's response seemed to amuse the captain. With a wide grin, Yoon Daek-young threw an arm around his shoulder and spoke enthusiastically. "Ha ha, good spirit. That's what I like to see. A real man should have that kind of drive, just like me." After saying that, he turned to address the rest of the team. "All right, let's get this dungeon run started. Time to fight." Hearing his command, the other team members cheered loudly, raising their fists into the air. With Shin now in the group, everyone quickly checked their equipment before stepping into the massive portal one by one. Meanwhile, Yoon Dik-young stood off to the side, making sure the entire team entered in an orderly manner. As he watched Shin's back, his expression remained neutral, but inside, he was full of scorn. He learned from YouTube? What a joke! Does he think dungeons are some kind of game? Just because he awakened and became a player, he's already getting cocky. Looks like he's asking for death. A cold smirk formed in his mind as he continued. Given the conquest strategy I have in place, this orc dungeon is known as the Wailing Wall for rookies. He'll learn his place soon enough. Stupid brat. That was what Yoon Dik-young firmly believed. But just moments after stepping inside, his face turned deathly pale. Sweat began to pour down his forehead as he took in the shocking sight in front of him. Lying all across the dungeon floor in a horrifying mess were the corpses of countless orcs, completely obliterated. And the cause of this carnage? None other than Shin himself. In that instant, Yoon Dik-young's mind screamed in disbelief. This is insane! Who the hell is this guy? Orcs were creatures that almost exclusively appeared in games, novels, and fantasy films. Because they were so frequently depicted, it was easy to assume they were weak compared to other monsters like dragons. They were often portrayed as dumb, violent, and little else. This misconception led many new players, filled with arrogance, to rush into battles with orcs without a second thought. In reality, their attributes were anything but weak. On average, an orc stood around 250 centimeters tall and weighed roughly 180 kilograms. Their sheer size alone granted them overwhelming strength compared to humans, earning them the infamous nickname, the Wailing Wall. The scene shifted to the inside of a dungeon, which resembled the long corridors of an ancient fortress. As the group moved forward, a dark-haired man glanced back and reminded the protagonist, Shin Sang-yun, not to expect any special treatment just because he was new. He sternly told Shin that from that moment on, he would be on his own. Shin's eyes flickered with mild surprise, but before he could respond, the captain of the porter squad spat on the ground and scoffed from behind. The captain mocked Shin, calling him an arrogant little brat who had just awakened and was already acting like a seasoned player. For most, such words would have been deeply insulting. But Shin, having lived to the age of 55, had endured countless hardships, beatings, and the cruelties of society. He wasn't the type to take offense easily. Instead, he simply scratched his head and chuckled, saying he would do his best. Internally, he noted that no one there seemed particularly kind to rookies. Despite Shin's lighthearted response, the dark-haired man in armor remained irritable. He snapped at Shin, emphasizing that it wasn't about doing his best, but about doing things right. Trying his best, he said, was useless. Shin's expression remained calm, and after a brief pause, he asked if he would be allowed to fight on the front lines if they encountered monsters. The armored man scowled and asked if Shin was out of his mind. Before he could continue berating Shin, his expression suddenly shifted to one of alarm. He urgently warned the group that an orc was approaching. Upon hearing this, Shin and the leader of the porters immediately turned around. Sure enough, a green-skinned orc with bulging muscles was closing in on them from behind, gripping a massive axe. Instead of feeling fear, Shin felt a surge of excitement. He thought to himself that this would be his first battle since his regression and decided to take it on. Before Shin could even finish his thought, the armored man rushed forward, shield in hand, slamming directly into the orc's body and temporarily stopping its movement. Seeing this, the black-haired man's face twisted in shock as he yelled at Shin, calling him an idiot for moving so slowly and questioning his ability to wield a great sword properly. Shin calmly reminded him that he didn't have to help. The black-haired man, now even more frustrated, shouted at Shin to prove his skills. In his flustered state, he failed to notice that the orc had already raised its axe high, preparing to strike. Shin quickly pointed this out, but the black-haired man scoffed and turned back, only to realize too late that the orc's axe was inches from his face. He could even smell the rusty metal and the dried blood clinging to its surface. For a split second, he thought he was done for. Just before the deadly blow could land, Yoon Daik-young, the leader of the team, barreled in like a human tank. With sheer brute force, he slammed his shield directly into the orc's face, sending the massive creature flying backward and crashing into the ground, leaving a small crater upon impact. Seeing that the orc was temporarily incapacitated, Yoon Daik-young turned and bellowed at the two of them, demanding they focus and stop treating the situation like a playground. The black-haired man stammered an apology, while the others looked on, amazed by Yoon Daik-young's quick reflexes. Yoon Daik-young drew his sword and took a battle-ready stance, ordering the others to fall back as he would handle the orc. At the same time, the orc had already recovered, letting out a terrifying roar before charging forward in a blind frenzy. Its axe came crashing down against Yoon Daik-young's shield, creating a deafening clang that echoed through the air. However, Yoon Daik-young lived up to his title as the team leader. His strength was extraordinary, and the moment he blocked the orc's attack, he drove his sword straight into the left side of the monster's chest. Thick streams of green blood poured out as the orc staggered. Behind him, the rest of the team clenched their fists, their faces lit up with excitement. They murmured in awe, believing the captain had pierced the orc's heart and defeated it. However, things didn't go as expected. Despite having a sword embedded deep in its chest, the orc suddenly grinned, its expression wild and exhilarated, as if the injury were nothing more than a minor inconvenience. Letting out another deafening roar, it gripped its axe tightly and swung it forward with tremendous force. The sheer power of the strike shattered the ground beneath them, leaving a small crater in its wake. Fortunately, Yoon Daik-young had sensed the danger just in time and leapt backward to create distance. From Shin's perspective, as he watched the two muscular figures clash, his experience told him there was a problem. Yoon Daik-young was likely the highest-leveled fighter there, but at best, he was only around level 50, nowhere near strong enough to land a fatal strike on the orc. Shifting back to the battlefield, Yoon Daik-young let out a fierce battle cry, tightening his grip on his sword before launching himself forward. Seizing the opportunity while the orc was still reacting to its previous attack, he drove his blade deep into its body once more. This time, it was a perfectly executed critical strike. No matter how resilient the orc was, there was no surviving such a blow. As the massive creature finally collapsed to the ground, lifeless, the lower-ranked hunters erupted into cheers, praising Yoon Daik-young for taking down an orc by himself. Yoon Daik-young let out a small breath of relief before turning back to check on his team. He asked if everyone was all right, and the older awakened ones responded with cheerful grins, calling him seriously reliable. Just as Yoon Daik-young ordered the group to move out, eerie, blood-curdling screams rang out from the distance, immediately drawing their attention. They turned around to see an intimidating sight, a group of red-skinned orcs marching toward them, their expressions full of aggression as if they were actively seeking a fight. The orcs were well equipped, their sharp weapons glinting menacingly. Cold sweat began to trickle down the faces of the older awakened ones as they realized the severity of the situation. One of them nervously asked Yoon Daik-young what they should do now, referring to the approaching armored orcs. Taking in the enemy's numbers and their well-equipped state, Yoon Daik-young immediately began reconsidering his options. He cleared his throat and suggested that it would be best for them to retreat and ensure the team's safety. He admitted that deep down, he felt a pang of regret. Just as they had finally taken down one enemy, an entire squad of orcs appeared. Unlike the others, who were paralyzed by fear, Shin's eyes lit up at the sight of the approaching monsters. Without hesitation, he made a bold suggestion, asking if he could give it a shot. His words instantly earned him a series of outraged glares from the weaker hunters around him. They exclaimed in disbelief, questioning whether Shin Sang-hyun had lost his mind. On the side, Yoon Dek-young, the captain, apologized, admitting that he should have trained Shin properly before bringing him to the battlefield. He let out a deep sigh and tried to reason with Shin, acknowledging his excitement about awakening. However, before Yoon could finish his sentence, Shin had already gripped his greatsword and launched himself forward like a gust of wind. The entire group stood frozen in shock. Yoon Dek-young called after him, warning that he was going to get himself killed. Contrary to everyone's expectations, the moment Shin closed the distance, he swung his greatsword with a single devastating strike, effortlessly slicing a young red-skinned orc clean in half. For a brief moment, an eerie silence blanketed the battlefield. Only Shin's voice broke through as he remarked how amazing greatswords were. Behind him, after several seconds of stunned silence, the so-called weaker hunters began sweating profusely. Their eyes filled with disbelief, as if they had just witnessed a prehistoric beast come back to life. They muttered among themselves, questioning what had just happened. An elite orc had been cut in half, and even with a greatsword it seemed absurd. Ignoring their murmurs, Shin casually rested his greatsword on his shoulder and chuckled, wondering if he was still level 1. He commented that his swing hadn't been as smooth as he wanted. A display of his player information appeared. Name, Shin Sang-hyun, level 1, title, none, constellation, none, unique skill, artifact absorption, artifacts consumed, 1, health 25, energy 20, experience 40. On the other side, the remaining orcs clenched their teeth, veins bulging across their furious faces as they watched their comrade get effortlessly cut down. Then, as if some unspoken command had passed between them, they all roared in unison and charged at Shin like rabid dogs lunging for a bite. Seeing this, Shin tightened his grip around his sword, his voice cold and unwavering. He stated that his level might be low, but he had experience to spare. In a blur, both sides dashed past each other. With a single, almost effortless swing of his great sword, Shin sliced through the orcs with ease, their bodies cleaving apart like fragile dolls. However, at that very moment, an orc wearing a bone mask lunged at him, its sharp axe arcing through the air, aiming straight for Shin. Without breaking a sweat, Shin twisted his body slightly, sidestepping the strike with minimal movement. Then, in one swift motion, he swung his sword upward, severing the orc's arm and splitting its face in two. He scoffed, his voice dripping with amusement, asking if the orc had any idea how many monsters like it he had killed in his younger days. Meanwhile, the awakened hunters in the back could only stare in utter disbelief. Someone muttered in shock, questioning if that was really Shin Sang-hyun. They speculated that he might just wipe out all of them at this rate, calling the situation insane. Back on the battlefield, Shin now stood face to face with the leader of the orc squad. He declared that only the orc warlord remained, his eyes locked onto his final opponent. Unlike the others, this orc was a towering figure, dwarfing even the already massive members of its species. But it wasn't just its size that made it dangerous. It was clad in full armor, heavily equipped for battle. The warlord scanned the battlefield, its bloodshot eyes taking in the remains of its fallen kin. Rage swelled within its chest, and with a deafening roar, it lifted its massive spiked club and swung it downward with overwhelming force, aiming to crush Shin in a single blow. Seeing this, Shin wasted no time and leapt to the side, dodging the attack in a blink. The unfortunate wall behind him, however, wasn't so lucky. It exploded into rubble under the sheer force of the orc's strike. But Shin didn't even glance at the destruction. Mid-air, he twisted his body and swung his greatsword in a clean, decisive arc, slicing straight through the warlord's thick neck. However, the wound Shin had just inflicted was too shallow, not nearly enough to take down the monstrous orc. Seeing this, the squad leader, clearly worried, shouted that the orc's skin was too thick and that their attacks were useless. He concluded that they were screwed. Before the orc leader's words could fully settle in the air, it seized the moment Shin landed, letting out a fierce roar. It swung its massive arm backward, bringing its colossal war club down toward Shin's much smaller frame. Yet, Shin showed no sign of concern whatsoever. "Calm down, will you?" he said casually, his voice steady. At the same time, he activated his skill, Demon Breaker. A system notification appeared. Hidden skill activated. Status abnormality blocked. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Skill level, 1. Effect. When attacking a target, be it human or monster, the target will be immobilized for 2 seconds. Success rate and duration depend on the target's resistance level. The moment the skill took effect, the orc leader's entire body froze in place. Its weapon, which had been mid-swing, halted abruptly, and its massive frame trembled violently as it struggled against the invisible force restraining it. Seeing this, Shin grinned, his eyes narrowing in amusement. "Yeah, just stay put like that," he chuckled. Across from him, the orc leader let out a panicked howl, but before it could even comprehend what was happening, Shin's razor-sharp blade had already sliced clean through its thick neck, sending its head flying. The orc's massive body collapsed to the ground with a heavy thud, while its severed head rolled to a stop at the feet of Yoon Daek-young, who stood watching from a short distance away. The sheer brutality of the scene left everyone in stunned silence. "What the hell did I just witness?" someone muttered. "Didn't he just awaken 3 days ago?" another stammered. "And that disruption skill he used, isn't that supposed to be an advanced ability? I thought even high-ranked players could only stun an enemy for like 1.5 seconds at most, and he's wielding a great sword like he's been doing it his whole life. Should we ask him what kind of YouTube videos he's been watching?" A chorus of whispers and murmurs of admiration spread through the group. Meanwhile, Yoon Daek-young stood frozen, his mind racing. Watching Shin display such overwhelming strength was nothing short of baffling. Did he really just use a high-level skill? And against an armored orc, no less. He's only been awakened for a few days, hasn't he? Where the hell did he even get a skill like that? The more he thought about it, the more intrigued he became. A system notification appeared. "Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have met the requirements to receive a title. You have obtained the title, Fearless Immature Puppy. Title rank, F effect +5 evasion." Seeing the unexpected reward from the system, Shin felt both surprised and excited. "I wasn't really paying much attention to leveling up, but I didn't expect to get a title and a bonus effect on top of that. This is amazing." The system then continued with another notification. "You have unallocated stat points. Please choose a stat to enhance." Available points, 1. At the same time, the system interface shifted to his attribute screen. Seeing this, Shin reached his hand forward to allocate his points. "I already know which stat I want to increase. In my past life, I learned this lesson far too late. Luck directly affects skill accuracy and item drop rates. And right now, I need it more than anything." Without hesitation, he immediately allocated his newly earned free stat point into luck. However, before he could take a moment to analyze things further, Yoon Daek-young suddenly stepped forward from behind and started questioning him. "Are you really Shin Sang-hyun? That skill you just used, disruption, where did you get it from?" Shin found himself slightly caught off guard by the question. "I just regressed, and I've only been using my skills for good, but even so, I can't exactly tell him the truth." With that in mind, he quickly made something up. "Ah, I had it the moment I awakened," he replied casually. Of course, Yoon Daek-young wasn't going to accept such a vague answer. He immediately pointed a finger at Shin and pressed further. "Do you even hear yourself? That doesn't make any sense. Stop trying to dodge the question. Are you absolutely sure? Did you just get lucky and stumble upon a diamond-tier artifact or something even higher?" His gaze then shifted toward the greatsword in Shin's hands, clearly assuming that all of Shin's strength came from the weapon. Noticing the suspicion in Yoon Daek-young's eyes, Shin simply extended his sword toward him and smirked. "Would you like to check it out for yourself?" On this side, Captain Yoon Daek-young was slightly taken aback by how casually Shin handed over his weapon. However, he still accepted the greatsword to inspect it. Yeah, all right. If you're offering..." With that, he focused on examining the weapon, and in an instant, all of its details were displayed clearly before his eyes. Faded greatsword. Type: two-handed weapon. Weapon class: greatsword. Attack power: 50. Effect: none. Description: a standard greatsword with a simple design, offering no special abilities. As soon as he saw the information provided by the system, Yoon Daek-young practically screamed like his house was on fire. "What the hell? This is seriously just a normal greatsword? That means that skill was really yours?" His jaw clenched, and veins started to pop on his forehead as he silently cursed in his head. "Son of a... I've been raiding dungeons for 2 damn years, grinding my way up to level 50, and my skills still aren't as good as his. If this keeps up, then the reward distribution today..." Before he could spiral any further, a teammate suddenly shouted, "Captain, the sub-boss just showed up." Hearing that, the rest of the team turned their eyes toward Yoon Daek-young, waiting for his command. His face darkened slightly, but he quickly gave out orders. "All right, let's move then." He turned to Shin and said, "Thanks to you, we had an easier time clearing out those small fry. But don't get cocky and end up dead. A flashy skill like yours won't do jack against the demonic orc we're about to face." Shin tilted his head slightly, finding Yoon Daek-young's attitude a little strange. However, as if remembering something, a smirk slowly formed on his lips. I almost forgot why I joined this team right after regressing. This team distributes rewards based on contribution." With that, he suddenly called out, "Hey, Captain!" Yoon Daek-young turned back with a frown. Shin flashed a bright grin and asked, "If I kill the demonic orc myself, can I take the artifact as my reward?" The red crystal was a rare loot that could only be obtained by defeating the demonic orc. Even then, it was known to be incredibly difficult to acquire. No, rather, the drop rate was absurdly low. However, in his past life, after his team had failed to take down the demonic orc, Shin had witnessed another team successfully obtaining the red crystal. He still remembered that moment vividly, the sight of the victorious party standing over the slain demonic orc, holding the precious crystal in their hands. One of the team members had exclaimed in amazement, congratulating their captain and asking how he had managed to get such a valuable item. The crystal was worth a fortune at the market and was known to be the only artifact possessing the delay skill. As they stared at it with eyes full of greed, their captain, looking slightly uncomfortable, had waved them off and told them to calm down, complaining that they were practically spitting all over him. The delay skill was precisely what Shin desperately needed at that moment. Brushing aside the memories, he returned to the present and repeated his request. His words left the entire team momentarily stunned. Noticing their reaction, he quickly elaborated on his reasoning. He reminded them that their team distributed rewards based on contribution. So, if he managed to kill the boss himself, there should be no issue. At this, Yoon Daek-young fell silent. The pause in conversation made a drop of sweat trickle down Shin's face. He knew he needed the delay skill as soon as possible. It was crucial for the events that were about to unfold. But to the others, he must have seemed like an arrogant rookie, trying to take on more than he could handle. There was no way they would take him seriously. As expected, 2 of the weaker team members, oblivious to their own lack of strength, glared at him with contempt. They accused him of being out of his mind and demanded to know who he thought he was. Killing a few orcs had clearly made him overconfident, and now he was talking about loot distribution as if he had already earned a right to it. Before they could continue, Yoon Daek-young calmly raised a hand, silencing them. He then turned to Shin with a sharp gaze and stated his terms. If they failed to defeat the boss, then, and only then, would Shin be allowed to enter the dungeon and take it on himself. His warning was clear: but just the fact that Yoon Daek-young agreed to distribute loot based on contribution was enough to make Shin feel relieved. It had been easier than he expected. To confirm, Shin asked again if that meant he would be sitting out of this fight. Yoon Daek-young, clearly irritated, snapped at him to do whatever he wanted before turning away and marching ahead. Deep down, he despised Shin's attitude. To him, Shin was just an arrogant upstart acting high and mighty simply because he had one overpowered skill. Yoon Daek-young was determined to clear the dungeon himself and prove that experience was what truly mattered on the battlefield. Fueled by that resolve, Yoon Daek-young raised his hand and pushed open the massive door in front of them. Inside the dimly lit chamber, a towering orc wielding an enormous battle axe awaited them. At that moment, a system notification appeared for the party. You have entered the mid-boss's chamber. The demonic orc berserker was unlike any of the orcs they had fought before. It stood massive and muscular, its purple skin rippling with sheer brute strength. Curved, goat-like horns jutted out from its skull, and embedded deep within its chest was a gleaming red crystal. Heavy iron chains wrapped around its body, clinking ominously as it moved. This was the mid-boss, the bloodthirsty demonic orc. Seeing the beast's menacing form, Yoon Daek-young's expression turned serious. He gripped his sword tightly and barked out commands, instructing the team to prepare for battle and surround the creature, attacking from behind. Though the monster was intimidating, Yoon Daek-young wasn't particularly worried. Yoon Daek-young had heard rumors about the boss they were about to face. It looked formidable, but word had it that it was actually easy to bring down. He found it amusing that Shin Sang-yeon wouldn't even get the chance to fight it solo. Just picturing Shin's shocked and helpless face as they took down the boss brought a smirk to Yoon Daek-young's lips. However, fantasies remained just that. Fantasies. Reality hit hard and fast. Snapping back to his senses, Yoon Daek-young shouted that he would take the lead. At his command, the entire team charged forward, using him as the spearhead against the bloodthirsty demonic orc. Moments later, all of Yoon Daek-young's hopes of victory had crumbled. As he slowly regained consciousness from his dazed state, he mumbled in disbelief, struggling to process what had just happened. Nearby, Shin stood casually against the dungeon wall. Seeing Yoon Daek-young wake up, he merely clicked his tongue and shook his head, remarking that he had been slightly worried when the team rushed in like that, but he never expected them to charge straight at the boss like idiots. He muttered to himself that this was exactly why they had failed in his past life as well. Meanwhile, the other surviving party members hurried to their fallen leader, scrambling to help him up. Panic filled their voices as they anxiously asked what they should do next, fearing that if things continued like this, they would all be dead. Yoon Daek-young, however, remained silent, his gaze locked onto the demonic orc ahead. His brow furrowed in confusion. Why were not just this boss but even the previous orcs so unbelievably strong? Cursing under his breath, he admitted to himself that he never should have trusted the market intel. Gritting his teeth, he made a bitter decision. They needed to retreat. There was no way they could win today. But just as he prepared to issue the order, something caught his attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Shin still standing there, arms crossed, a relaxed smile on his face. A sick feeling churned in Yoon Daek-young's stomach. That look, that attitude, Shin still wanted to fight. Unlike Shin's unshaken demeanor, a blonde-haired party member was visibly seething, grinding his teeth in frustration, as if Shin owed him money. He exploded in anger, demanding to know if Shin was insane and questioning what was wrong with him. Before the blonde-haired man could continue his rant, Yoon Daek-young abruptly swung out an arm, silencing him. With a firm voice, he ordered everyone to fall back, explaining that the boss had terrible peripheral vision and that they could slip past its blind spot. The rest of the party exhaled in relief. Someone even muttered a quiet thanks to the heavens. As Yoon Dek-young turned away, blood dripping down his face, he cast one last glance at Shin. He warned him that if he died, he had only himself to blame. In response, Shin let out a faint chuckle. Slowly drawing the sword from his back, his voice remained steady, filled with confidence. He reassured Yoon Dek-young that there was no need to worry. He had no intention of dying that day. Facing the bloodthirsty, demonic orc across from him, Shin steadied himself. As if sensing the killing intent radiating from him, the monstrous orc boss clenched its massive battle axe tightly, its eyes burning with fury. Without hesitation, it charged forward like a raging tank, exuding an overwhelming aura of aggression. Seeing this, Shin took a deep breath, his grip on the sword instinctively tightening. A thought flashed through his mind. If this fight were purely about stats, he wouldn't stand a chance. But with all the experience he had accumulated, that was no longer an issue. With that realization, he swiftly swung his sword to the right, deflecting the orc's battle axe to the side. In an instant, a piercing metallic crash rang through the air as steel collided with steel. The demon orc let out a low, guttural growl, clearly startled by the unexpected resistance. Meanwhile, the awakened fighters who had been preparing to retreat suddenly halted in their tracks upon hearing a loud metallic clash. They turned to one another, exchanging puzzled looks. One of them muttered in disbelief, wondering aloud if they had truly heard a loud clang. Another asked if Shin had just knocked the orc's axe away. Back on the battlefield, Shin flexed his now numb wrist and let out a casual complaint, remarking that his hand had gone numb. He noted that he could only deflect strikes, not counter them. Then, as if spotting something fascinating, his gaze locked onto the glowing red gemstone embedded in the demon orc's chest. A smirk spread across his face as he muttered that it had been a long time since he had seen that gemstone. He referred to it as the ultimate combo, his interest in it evident. Shin's obsession with the red gemstone was not without reason. It possessed a special effect that, when combined with his delay skill and the title skill Demon Crusher, could create something truly terrifying. At present, Demon Crusher's stun effect lasted for only 2 seconds, which was already useful but difficult to improve. However, with his core skill, Artifact Devourer, he had the ability to merge the effects of different abilities. This gave him an idea. What if he could stack the stun effect from Demon Crusher? He realized that this could lead to the perfect skill combination, an infinite stun lock. If he could obtain delay, this possibility would become a reality. The mere thought of paralyzing enemies endlessly while they remained completely helpless sent waves of excitement surging through him. His smirk widened as he confidently raised his sword and taunted the monster, asking what it was waiting for. As if understanding his provocation, thick veins pulsed across the demon orc's forehead like writhing worms. With an ear-splitting roar, it launched itself straight at Shin, its monstrous energy surging as it prepared to strike with devastating force. However, this was exactly what Shin had been hoping for. He thought to himself that it was perfect, just what he wanted. If the monster charged at him recklessly, he would have the perfect chance to uncover its weaknesses. With that thought, Shin charged forward without hesitation. His sword sliced cleanly across the orc's side, leaving behind a deep wound. Thick streams of dark purple blood spurted from the gash, spilling onto the battlefield. At the same time, he activated his Demon Crusher skill. The demonic orc froze in place, stunned for 2 whole seconds. Its trembling hands could no longer grip its battle axe, and the massive weapon slipped from its grasp, crashing into the ground and forming a small crater upon impact. The other awakened fighters watching from behind stared in shock, their eyes practically popping out of their heads. One of them muttered that it felt like watching a scene from a fantasy movie, struggling to comprehend what they were witnessing. Another expressed disbelief that the Demon Crusher's stun had actually worked on a mid-tier boss, calling it overpowered. Yoon Daek-young, unable to process the situation, mumbled under his breath in astonishment. Meanwhile, Shin let out a smug chuckle. He acknowledged that orcs were simple-minded, but pointed out that this was a demon orc. However, before he could finish his sentence, his voice suddenly cut off. Against all odds, the demon orc had already shaken off the stun effect and launched a vicious kick straight at him. Reacting on instinct, Shin raised his greatsword just in time, using it as a shield to absorb the blow. Even so, the sheer force of the impact sent his body flying backward. His sword dragged across the ground, carving a deep groove into the battlefield. As he steadied himself, his brows furrowed in frustration. He cursed under his breath, realizing that he had forgotten about the orc's regeneration ability. His gaze locked onto the wound he had inflicted, only to find that it was no longer there. A faint green glow pulsed across the demon orc's body, and within seconds, the deep gash had completely healed. The worst part was that this very same regeneration ability had allowed the demon orc to break free from the stun effect far earlier than expected. Shin clenched his jaw, acknowledging that the battle was going to be far tougher than he had initially thought. He needed 15 seconds before he could stun the monster again. That was why he had needed delay. However, if he could not keep the orc stunned, he resolved to take it down the old-fashioned way. The battle raged on. Across from Shin, the demonic orc tightened its grip on its battle axe once more, its bloodlust burning hotter than ever. The wounds Shin had inflicted only served to enrage the beast further. Now, the monster had only one thought in its mind: to crush him. A swift and decisive victory was all it desired. Yet again, the demon orc swung its mighty axe, but Shin deflected the attack effortlessly. He barely twitched a muscle as he guided the attack downward, burying the axe into the ground with a casual flick of his sword. With a grin, he remarked that this was easier than he had expected. And so, their clash continued, sword against axe. Each attack sent shockwaves rippling through the air, shaking the battlefield. Meanwhile, among the spectators, doubt was beginning to take hold. A blonde awakener stood off to the side, seemingly uninterested in the fight. Instead, he turned toward his commander and urged him to leave, insisting that even that bastard's skill was proving useless. Yoon Daek-young, the commander, appeared stunned, his voice laced with confusion. He questioned why the stun skill wasn't working, noting that the level gap was barely noticeable. He couldn't understand why Shin looked so confident. Was he really just a newbie? The thought gnawed at him. Something wasn't adding up. Back on the battlefield, Shin was growing bored. Deciding it was time to finish the fight, he acknowledged that he had been in situations like this before. If he wasn't strong enough, he simply had to put everything into a single decisive strike. Forget slashing the enemy apart. He would use their own power against them. Gripping his sword tightly, he waited, his eyes sharp as they tracked the demon orc's movements. Then, the perfect opening presented itself. With a flash of movement, Shin lunged forward. The orc charged at full speed, completely unaware that it was running straight into its own demise. Shin's blade pierced cleanly through its chest, striking straight through the heart. The orc let out a final gurgling gasp, coughing up a mouthful of blood before collapsing lifelessly. At the same time, a system notification appeared before Shin's eyes. "Congratulations! You have defeated the mid-boss, Demon Orc. You have leveled up. You have earned the title, Demon Hunter, rank E. Title effect: when facing mid-bosses or higher, your healing ability increases by 5x. Reading through the effect, Shin couldn't stop himself from grinning. 2 titles already. Was this what it felt like to play solo? Just as he was about to revel in his victory, his eyes caught movement. Commander Yoon Daek-young was slowly approaching, his wide eyes still filled with disbelief. Even now, he struggled to accept the reality before him. The very same mid-boss that had wiped out his entire team had just been crushed effortlessly by this so-called newbie. Seeing the stunned expressions of those around him, Shin quickly forced out a crooked smile. There was only one way to avoid unnecessary trouble. Activating his amateur acting skills, he raised his voice in a dramatic wail, lamenting how he had almost died and how he couldn't have managed without the commander dealing damage. The perfect bluff. The blonde awakener, completely unaware of the situation, immediately turned to his commander with admiration. He eagerly asked when the commander had even landed a hit on the monster. Yoon Dae-kyung, however, wasn't fooled. He knew very well that he hadn't even scratched the mid-boss. His gaze shifted toward Shin, filled with confusion. Meanwhile, Shin smirked internally. Surely the commander wasn't that dumb, right? He was throwing him a bone. He just had to take it. Yoon Dae-kyung's gaze drifted to the red crystal on the ground, and he instantly understood Shin's intention. Keep your promise. That's what he's saying. Letting out a defeated sigh, Yoon Dae-kyung mumbled to himself, admitting his complete loss. However, the moment of hesitation vanished as he straightened his posture. With renewed confidence, he turned toward his team and barked out orders. Announcing that the mid-boss was down, he commanded them to prepare for the final boss. "Yes, sir," the squad responded in unison before moving forward. As they ascended the stairs to the next floor, a few of them couldn't resist sneering at Shin. Some muttered how there was no way that kid had taken it down alone. Others wished they had the stun skill, though they admitted it hadn't even worked on the mid-boss. Shin ignored the chatter. His focus was elsewhere, on the true prize. His gaze locked onto the red crystal, the very thing he had been waiting for. Once the audience was gone, he smirked. Time to eat this thing. Item: red crystal. Rarity: silver. Type: special equipment. Accessory. Special effect: delays attribute decay, stat bonuses, +10 vitality, +10 strength. Description: a rare item obtainable only by defeating the demon orc. It contains condensed resilience and endurance. A smirk formed on Shin's lips as he picked up the crystal. Let's see what this thing can really do. A strange feast. The moment Shin absorbed the red crystal, his consciousness was pulled into a subconscious void. Before him sat a steaming dish, spicy cold noodles with jellied meat prepared by the super chef. Just looking at the dish, an uncontrollable hunger surged through him. Without hesitation, Shin grabbed the bowl, lifted his chopsticks, and began eating. As he devoured each strand of noodles, a series of system notifications appeared. You are now ready to absorb the red crystal. Absorbing red crystal. Based on the base absorption rate of 20% for silver tier items, your strength and vitality have increased by +2. You have obtained the special effect. Delay. You can now embed this effect into one of your skills. A bead of sweat rolled down Shin's temple. Why do I feel so uneasy about this? Which skill would you like to combine with delay? Add it to Demon Smash, Shin replied immediately. The system confirmed the combination. The delay effect has been added to Demon Smash. If you use Demon Smash before the first stun expires, the effect duration will extend as follows. Second and third hit, 90% success rate. Fourth hit, 60% success rate. Fifth hit, 30% success rate. The moment the message ended, Shin was thrown out of the subconscious space. He stared at the system screen in disbelief, eyes wide in shock. A guaranteed 4-second stun? I only thought it was theoretically possible, but it actually works. To confirm, he rubbed his eyes and double-checked the system logs. An unexpected proposal. Just then, a voice from behind interrupted his thoughts. Can we talk for a moment? Turning around, Shin saw Yoon Dae-kyung standing behind him. What now? Sure, what's up? Shin asked. Yoon Dae-kyung's tone was hesitant, but he spoke clearly. Right ahead is the final boss room. Shin raised an eyebrow. You want me to stay behind? But what the captain said next shocked him. No, I'd be a failure of a leader if I didn't know how to use a talent like you. Let's work together, Shin Sang-hyun. As he spoke, he extended his hand. It seemed that after Shin helped him save face, Yoon Dae-kyung had fully regained his composure and was now leading like a proper commander. Shin had no reason to refuse. Ha ha. but my conditions stay the same. He grinned, clasping Yoon Daek-young's hand. Yeah, I know. The captain chuckled in response. The final boss room. At that moment, the blonde awakener approached, arms crossed. Are we finally heading in? Yoon Daek-young nodded firmly. Yeah. From this point on, everyone needs to stay alert. But as they moved forward, the blonde suddenly clicked his tongue, shooting a glaring look at Shin. This left the protagonist utterly confused. The hell's his problem? Did he eat expired food or something? Meanwhile, Yoon Daek-young didn't seem to notice the blonde's sour attitude. With a bright grin, he patted Shin's shoulder. Let's finish this up. Drinks are on me after. Time flew by quickly as Shin's team finally stepped into the last boss room of dungeon number 85. Their opponent this time was a monstrous orc with ash-gray skin covered in strange, spiral-shaped runes that pulsed faintly. In its grip was a blood-stained spiked mace, still dripping from its last victim. An overwhelming savage aura radiated from the creature. This was the final boss, the frenzied orc, a captain's resolve. From Yoon Daek-young's perspective, after witnessing the sheer power of the previous boss, the demonic orc, he no longer underestimated this dungeon. A cold sweat dripped down his face as he took a determined step forward, looking at Shin. I'll go first. However, before the captain could recklessly charge in and get himself obliterated, Shin unsheathed his sword and shook his head. Stay close to me. Yoon Daek-young hesitated. Right now, you shouldn't. But before he could finish, Shin exhaled deeply, lost in thought. The frenzied orc has lower skill resistance than the demonic orc, which means it's easier to stun. As long as I stay calm and attack properly, this shouldn't be a problem. But stay close to me. Since when did I start saying things like that with such confidence? Back then, I was always scared. Even when I grew older, I barely managed to survive. I can't live like that again. I have to change my weak past and my future. And to do that, I'll show everyone here my overwhelming strength. An overwhelming display. With that resolve burning in his heart, Shin swung his sword down, slashing deep into the frenzied orc's torso. The wound tore from its abdomen to its shoulder, causing the beast to howl in agony. Without hesitation, Shin activated his skill. Demon Smash! A shockwave of force crashed into the orc, leaving it staggered and unable to move. It's stunned for 4 seconds, he shouted. Without missing a beat, Yoon Daek-young rushed forward, leading the charge. Now get him! With the boss completely immobilized, the entire team unleashed a relentless barrage of attacks, overwhelming the beast before it could even showcase its strength. And just like that, before the orc could land a single devastating strike, it collapsed. Dead. Dungeon complete. The moment its massive body hit the ground, a system notification rang out. Congratulations! You have defeated the final boss, the frenzied orc. Congratulations! You have completed the dungeon of the Red Orc Altar. Recognition and a glimpse of the future. As the lifeless body of the frenzied orc lay in a pool of its own blood, some members of the party couldn't help but remark, wasn't this dungeon way too easy? I didn't even have to use a single potion. Another adventurer chimed in, grinning. See? I told you that stun skill was amazing! Meanwhile, a group of porters huddled together, whispering among themselves while stealing glances at Shin. Do you think he has his own gate? Should I ask him? Huh? I was about to ask first. So what? I need to make a living too. Another porter scoffed. Their team captain retorted, shaking his head. A fast-changing world. Observing how quickly people's attitudes shifted, Shin couldn't help but feel a little dizzy. These guys flipped sides so fast, I wasn't even planning to do anything for them. Just as he finished that thought, a series of system notifications appeared before his eyes. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have obtained the rank D title, Overwhelming Power. Effect: status effect durations are increased by 10%. Reading the title description, Shin nodded in satisfaction. Not bad. A 4.4-second stun? That's crazy. In my past life, I never earned a single title. But as he thought about that, his expression darkened slightly. Even so, this is nothing compared to him, Dugansu, the demon sword, the title collector, the perfect blade, the greatest swordsman in South Korea, a legendary player with countless titles. Only 2 years after the player era began, he had already surpassed level 500. Long before Shin's regression, he had always looked up to him, a warrior he deeply respected. But now, maybe I won't fall behind this time. If I start pushing myself now, maybe, just maybe, I'll have a chance. As his determination blazed within him, Shin's nostrils flared slightly, releasing a faint puff of white steam. The sudden sight startled the porters behind him. Even Yoon Daek-young couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and ask, "What are you doing?" Snapping out of it, Shin coughed awkwardly. "Ah, nothing. Just stretching." Yoon Daek-young didn't press further. Instead, he reached into his inventory and pulled out a small ring, tossing it to Shin. "Here, you did great. Take it." Catching the ring, Shin was genuinely surprised. "Wow, did someone possess you?" Yoon Daek-young gave a sheepish smile. "Hey, give me some credit. You really carried the team this time. Still, isn't this a bit much?" Daek-young shrugged nonchalantly. "It's just a bronze tier item. I can afford to be generous." Shin smirked. "You're a little too honest for your own good, you know." Yoon Daek-young waved him off with a laugh. "Hey, if it were expensive, I wouldn't have given it to you." But even as he spoke, a silent thought lingered in his mind. "I gave this to you because from now on, we'll probably never cross paths again. Like it or not, even I have to admit it, you live in a completely different world from the rest of us now." As Shin and Yoon Daek-young continued to laugh and chat, neither of them noticed the blonde-haired man standing behind them, biting his lip in silent fury. His eyes burned with resentment as he glared at them. "He cares more about that bastard just because he showed off his skills a few times? I've served him for so long, and yet this is how he repays me? This is unfair, completely unfair." A cold, murderous thought crept into his mind. Screw this. They should both just die. Without hesitation, he pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Time quickly passed, and the scene transitioned to Shin's apartment in Jamsil-dong, Sampa district. Sitting in front of his desk, Shin grinned from ear to ear as he checked his bank account. "This is insane. Now, this is why I became a player." A notification flashed on the screen. "Transaction complete. 200 coins received. The main exchange gate alone gives me 200 coins per day?" Shin chuckled, rubbing his chin. "Looks like he gave me twice the amount compared to the others, plus an extra bonus. Damn, I hit the jackpot." He put his phone down and turned his gaze toward the ring resting on the table. Frenzy ring. Rank, bronze, type, accessory, special effect, lightweight, attributes, strength, +10, description. A ring that can only be obtained from the frenzied orc. It causes the wearer to enter a state of rage. Special effect, lightweight. Consumes 1 mana per second to reduce the perceived weight of all equipped artifacts to 1 gram. Reading through its stats and effects, Shin couldn't help but admire its potential. Even though it's just a bronze tier item, I can't believe I got a free artifact with lightweight. His eyes glinted with understanding. Now I see why it's normally classified as silver. Most players exhaust their mana after just a few swings of their sword, but using 1 mana per second just to lighten their equipment? That's ridiculous. Who the hell would waste their mana on something like that? The thought made him chuckle to himself, but then his expression shifted, his grin turning sharper. Then again, none of that matters to me. Shin leaned back in his chair, deep in thought. In my past life, I only discovered my ability when I was already over 50 years old, but that's exactly why I trained so damn hard to master it. He recalled a crucial memory, a time when he consumed an artifact that required mana defunction, and the result, the penalty effect, disappeared. Artifacts that drained mana always had a drawback, a side effect that made them difficult to use. But for Shin, when I absorbed them, the penalties vanished completely. Who cares about the drawbacks? The more abilities I collect, the better. With that thought in mind, he reached forward and placed his hand on the ring. A faint blue light began to swirl around his fingertips. Then, without hesitation, he started the absorption process. Meanwhile, at the H-Soul nightclub in Gangnam, the atmosphere was thick with smoke, alcohol, and the heavy beat of music. Amidst the neon glow, the blonde-haired man from Yoon Daek-young's party lounged in a private booth, his arm draped around a beautiful woman. but he wasn't enjoying the moment. He was ranting. "I'm telling you, it's true! That bastard has a stun skill that lasts for 4 whole seconds!" His voice was loud, too loud. Across from him, a thuggish-looking man narrowed his eyes in irritation. "Oi, who the hell do you think you're raising your voice at?" The blond man immediately shrank back, bowing his head. No, I'm sorry," the thug scoffed, his expression full of disdain. Then he leaned forward, eyes gliding dangerously. "So what? You want me to take revenge for you?" The blond man shook his head violently. "No, but I swear he's cheating. He even used multiple stun items." Before he could continue, the thug suddenly slammed the table. "Then what the hell do you want from me, you idiot?" His voice boomed through the room, making the surrounding clubgoers flinch. "I'm in the middle of business here, and you're wasting my time with your whining." The blond man gulped, but then he added, voice trembling, "But Yoon Dae-kyung seems to like him a lot." That got the thug's attention. His lips curled into a smirk. "Oh, so you do want revenge after all?" Meanwhile, not far from the booth, a blonde-haired woman leaned in close to a man with an eye patch, whispering seductively into his ear. "You're not close to that guy, are you? He looks like a total loser." "Ha ha ha ha, Tilda," the one-eyed man chuckled, then straightened up. He wanted to impress the woman, so without hesitation he called out, "Hey!" The blond man turned toward him, but before he could even react, schlick! A cold flash of steel, then pain. His left ear hit the table with a wet thud. Blood spurted from the side of his head as he screamed, clutching his wound, his entire body convulsing in agony. But the one-eyed man simply smiled. "Who do you think we are, huh?" He leaned down, lightly slapping the blond man's tear-streaked face. Then, in a voice as cold as ice, "You thought we were your personal errand boys?" The blond man trembled, his eyes wide with fear. The one-eyed man sneered. "Then you better pay the price." He grabbed a glass of alcohol from the table and poured it over the fresh bleeding wound. The blond man howled in pure agony, writhing as the liquor burned through his exposed flesh. But the one-eyed man just laughed, thoroughly enjoying the sight. Then, with a casual tilt of his head, he asked, "Now, tell me, where the hell is this bastard you're talking about?" Time passed quickly, returning to Shin's current situation. He was still completely unaware that the blonde-haired guy and a group of thugs had set their sights on him. So, for now, he remained relaxed, strolling leisurely without a care in the world. Taking a seat near the staircase, Shin let out a weary sigh. Just remembering the taste of the food he had eaten earlier was enough to make his stomach churn. The mere thought of it made him feel nauseous, like he was about to throw up any second. Who the hell would have guessed that cold cucumber soup could come out of the Ring of Frenzy? Cold Eastern cucumber soup, the ultimate killer of anyone who dares to eat it. My stomach is turning inside out right now. But as they say, there's always light at the end of the tunnel. At that thought, he casually twirled the massive greatsword in his hand, effortlessly spinning it like a windmill despite its insane weight. All of this was thanks to the lightweight effect he had obtained from the Ring of Frenzy. Lightweight, a special passive effect with no cooldown, and due to his artifact devourer skill, the original mana consumption penalty of the ability had been completely removed as a side effect. However, the lightweight effect had been nerfed. Now, instead of completely negating weight, it simply set the weight of all artifacts to a fixed 100 grams. Well, I guess I'll be using this greatsword for now. But what if I accidentally drop it? That would be a disaster. All right, next up. As he spoke, Shin quickly pulled up his status window. Gazing at his current stats, Shin reminded himself of his next step. I need to start drawing the attention of the constellations. A player could only have one constellation, so he had to choose carefully. If possible, I want a constellation that matches my strongest stat. That means luck. But then he let out a small sigh. Well, at the moment, I don't have any outstanding stats that would attract them. I guess all I can do for now is train. With that thought, Shin slowly stood up, his eyes locking onto the countless training dummies lined up ahead. Time to get to work. Days later, at this moment, Shin had just arrived at an unfamiliar location, having driven there himself. The moment he stepped out of the car, his face was completely pale, as if he was about to drop dead at any second. I seriously thought I was going to die back there. I guess 3 days of non-stop training plus a long road trip was way too much. Well, at least I got a new skill out of it, so I guess it was worth it. As he spoke, Shin twisted his torso left and right, stretching his body a little to shake off the fatigue. The new skill he had acquired was ambidextrous sword mastery, basic passive ability for swordsman. Skill level 1. Description: increases adaptability with all types of swords, excluding short swords and one-handed long swords. Now, as for the place Shin had come to, this was none other than Dungeon Number 1, a solo-player exclusive dungeon. Looking at the glowing blue portal before him, a faint smile appeared on his lips. Today, I get to go all out by myself. No more worrying about people staring at me like I'm some kind of freak. Not only that, but getting access to a solo dungeon like this usually meant waiting in line for months. I should be glad I managed to slip in through the cracks. Just as he was about to step forward, he suddenly paused. His gaze shifted toward the distance behind him, and his expression darkened. A black car sat idly in the distance, parked in complete silence. It had been following him for quite some time now, and at this point, Shin was sure of it. I can't believe they actually followed me all the way into the damn forest. I don't know what they want, but whatever it is, I'll settle it inside the dungeon. His voice turned cold, and his eyes gleamed with a dangerous edge. Inside the dungeon entrance, the entrance to Dungeon 101 resembled a massive cave, its dark, ominous passage stretching deep inside. Emerging from the blue portal, a group of thugs stepped forward calmly, their expressions unreadable. It seemed that the blonde-haired traitor had somehow convinced them to take the job. But before they could take another step, Shin's voice rang out, cutting through the air. "This is a solo-player dungeon, isn't it? You guys couldn't have gotten lost. That means you're trespassing in my playground." Hearing that voice, the leader of the rat gang raised an eyebrow in slight surprise. His eyes swept over Shin, taking in his posture. The guy looked like he had been waiting for them this whole time, but that moment of curiosity quickly turned into mocking laughter. "Are you stupid or something?" Turning back to Sang-un, the whole gang erupted into laughter, their expressions full of amusement at his supposed foolishness. Shin, however, remained calm. The moment he got a good look at them, he immediately realized something was off. These guys weren't a normal dungeon raid team. Thinking it over, he decided to give them one last chance to avoid unnecessary bloodshed. "I won't report this, so get lost." His eyes narrowed slightly as he spoke. At the same time, he silently analyzed the entire group, scanning them carefully before coming to a quick conclusion. No healers, no mages. They gave up stability, the one thing every dungeon party needs, to form an all-swordsman and archer team. These guys aren't dungeon hunters. They're awakened hunters, a pack of hyenas. Just as he suspected, this was a group that specialized in hunting other awakened players. And judging by their attitudes, they weren't even trying to hide it anymore. Ha! This dumbass actually thinks he's something special. The huge thug let out a loud laugh. Meanwhile, the small blonde-haired guy next to him sneered. "That's your fate, dumbass. If you die here, not even your corpse will be found." For some reason, Shin felt a strange sense of familiarity with this group. Digging through his memories, he remembered something from the past. This exact group had been completely wiped out by the Player Association's strict surveillance. It's been a while, huh? Against groups like this, the archers are always the biggest problem. "Yeah, I already figured that out," Shin responded lightly, his gaze locking onto the archer, a cold, emotionless man who showed no reaction whatsoever to the idea of killing someone. Not wanting to waste any more time, the archer casually drew his bow, speaking in a bored tone. All right, let's wrap this up and move on." But just as he finished, Shin spoke up again, and his words left the entire gang stunned. "That's exactly why I was waiting for you. If I had to get rid of 4 corpses, what better place to do it than here?" A sharp, mocking smile tugged at his lips. The massive thug's face twisted in rage. "You little shit!" With a furious roar, he lunged forward, ready to attack. However, before he could charge, the one-eyed man swiftly blocked him with his sword. "Let's do this the easy way." His voice was cold and composed. The huge thug's eyes widened in frustration. "This is the easy way. I'm going to rip his throat out. Ahead of them, Shin smirked, his words dripping with provocation. Good boy. Listen to your master. Ha! Stop wasting time and just come at me all at once. A thug like the big guy, who was used to throwing his weight around, had no tolerance for this kind of mockery. You better shut your damn mouth. With a furious roar, he planted his foot down, exploded forward like a raging bull, and swung his massive greatsword straight for Shin's torso without hesitation. Survival of the fittest. Is there a better phrase to describe a dungeon? Inside a dungeon, monsters always aim for your life. And in those same dungeons, the artifacts you and everyone else seek exist on the razor's edge of life and death. If you're weak, you die. There are no rules inside the dungeon. So if you want to live, you had to kill. That was the karma from my past life. And it still applies even now. In the end, everything that happens here is just self-defense. The entire gang of thugs stood frozen in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief as they locked onto the scene before them. Just seconds ago, the big guy had charged forward, radiating overwhelming aggression, but now he had been sliced clean in half. Not a single scream escaped him. One sword strike. That was all it took. Shin coldly swept his gaze over the remaining three. What are you standing around for? Come on, all of you, no hesitation. The remaining three immediately backed away, instinctively increasing their distance. After seeing that level of strength, they all understood one thing. If Shin got close, they were dead. Relying on their experience hunting other awakened players, they quickly adjusted their strategy while running. The blue-haired guy barked out orders. Cover us while we reposition. Got it, the archer responded. But internally, his mind was spiraling in confusion. He killed Sanho? Even if the guy was an idiot, Sanho was still level 100, and that kid had only awakened recently. What the hell is going on? The archer couldn't make sense of it. Meanwhile, on Shin's side, he had started spinning his greatsword, its heavy blade whirling through the air like the blades of a helicopter. The sharp winds it generated howled ominously, sending shivers down the spines of those who heard it. Hey now, where are you running off to? Shin teased, his smirk widening. Motherfucker! What kind of monster is this? The archer cursed. Even as he spoke, his hands moved instinctively, drawing his bow and letting loose 2 arrows at blinding speed. But to Shin, it was child's play. With one effortless swing, he sliced both arrows in half before they could even get close. And then, before the archer could react, Shin spun around and hurled his greatsword straight at him. Thud. The sword struck its target. The archer barely had time to scream before collapsing lifeless. The dying scream made the 2 remaining thugs freeze in place. They turned their heads in shock, their faces going pale. Who the hell is this guy? The small, orange-haired thug shouted in disbelief. Unlike him, however, the blue-haired one had a completely different thought process. His sharp gaze locked onto Shin, and more specifically, the fact that he was now unarmed. He threw away his great sword. That means he's got no weapon right now. This is the perfect chance to strike. Attack! At his command, both of them charged at the same time. Shin also dashed forward, heading straight for his great sword, which was still lodged in the archer's corpse. The race was on. But just as his fingers brushed the hilt of his weapon, the 2 thugs' blades came slashing toward him. Slash! The sound of steel cutting flesh echoed through the air. A spray of fresh blood splattered onto the ground, but it didn't come from Shin. It came from the archer's corpse. Because in the moment just before the blades reached him, Shin had used his sword as a pivot point, launching himself into the air with an acrobatic flip. You're insane. The orange-haired thug gritted his teeth, stunned that Shin managed to dodge even in that tight window of time. But Shin wasn't interested in conversation. Still midair, he reached down and ripped his great sword out. At that moment, the blue-haired thug, Juntae, suddenly reached out, grabbing the orange-haired one's head from behind. The smaller thug flinched in confusion. Juntae, what the hell are you doing? Before he could react, Juntae shoved him forward like a human meat shield. Slash! The orange-haired thug barely had time to scream before Shin's greatsword cut through him like paper. Just like that, he was gone. Damn. That's some real brotherly love right there. Selling out your own teammate the second things go south, Shin said, mocking. After that, he paused his assault for a moment and casually added, "You guys were selling organs, right?" Juntae's eyes narrowed. Shin smirked. "Yeah. No way in hell people like you would trust each other just out of goodwill. So let me guess. Your real goal was awakening mana stones through organ transplants, right?" For a brief second, Juntae's expression shifted. Shin immediately caught it. Bullseye. Still, Juntae let out a cold chuckle. "So what if you figured it out, huh? You little shit!" As soon as the words left his mouth, Juntae lunged, his sword aimed straight at Shin's chest, and on his lips, a victorious grin. But just when the blade was barely 5 centimeters away from Shin's face, it stopped, frozen in place, unable to move forward even a single inch. Because Crushing Kneel has been activated. A debilitating shock surged through Juntae's body. For the next 4.4 seconds, he was completely paralyzed. Like a statue. Shin took a step forward, looked him in the eye, and spoke. "Let me ask you something." A cold chill crawled up Juntae's spine. He tried to move. Nothing. Tried to speak. Nothing. All he could do was stand there, feeling sweat drip down his face. "What the hell? I'm paralyzed? But how? Those wounds from earlier? No way! Just from those tiny cuts? There's no skill that broken. And what is he talking about? I'm the one who kills. That's how it's always been. I take lives, not the other way around." Yet now, for the first time in his life, he saw the end. And as death loomed closer, his mind flashed back to the past. Back to when he tricked a fresh, new, awakened rookie. "Give it your all this time, okay?" He had smiled, placing an arm over the young, freckled boy's shoulder. "With you here, we can do anything. I'd trust you, bro." The rookie grinned back, completely unaware. Scene transition. A different memory. A young rookie, his face covered in blood, trembled in fear. Tears mixed with red streaks as he stared at Juntae. Why are you doing this?" His voice cracked. "Please don't. I'll do anything you say." Back to the present. Juntae's entire body shook uncontrollably. Shin watched him, then smirked. "What's wrong? Didn't you already go through this yourself? Oh, or are you scared now because it's finally your turn?" Time passed. Now, Shin sat beside a small stream, carefully wiping his sword clean. Juntae was gone, sent to reunite with his comrades. And even though this wasn't the first time, even though he had witnessed this kind of thing countless times before, a part of him still felt off. I shouldn't get used to this. I haven't even been regressed for that long. At this rate, there's no way I'll ever form a contract with a constellation. Shin exhaled, his gaze drifting toward the pile of discarded weapons nearby. System. Notify. You have obtained 8 artifacts from this dungeon. Shin raised a brow, then grinned. Well, if it's self-defense, then I guess all of this belongs to me now. Time passed quickly. At this moment, Shin was putting his jacket back on. During the fight earlier, he had taken it off to avoid getting blood on it. At the same time, he checked his current status. Right now, he had reached level 10, and his consumed artifacts had totaled up to 11. His life points were at 400, energy at 50, and experience at 12. Looking at his status window, Shin's expression grew a bit complicated. I wish I could have avoided that situation, but considering the results, it was worth it. At least I'm glad I didn't get fat from consuming artifacts. But still, just looking at my stats alone, doesn't this mean I'm already as strong as level 50 players? How long has it even been since I came back? My growth rate is actually insane. And on top of that, as he muttered to himself, Shin reached into his coat pocket and pulled out a ring. It was the recovery ring, a silver-tier artifact classified as support equipment. Equipment type: ring, special effect, recovery, usage effect. Consumes 10 mana to instantly remove any abnormal status. If used again within the next minute, the mana consumption doubles. Seeing this item, Shin couldn't help but be a little surprised. That guy who charged at me right from the start, who would have thought he actually had an artifact that nullifies debuffs? Wait, so if I had blindly relied on my stun skill, I would have been screwed. Looks like I need to be more careful next time. With that thought, he began synchronizing his mana with the recovery ring. Scene transitioned. Deep inside dungeon number 101. Internal access path. Deeper inside the dungeon, there appeared to be a mining site where a group of goblins was working. Some of them carried small sacks on their backs, seemingly used for collecting minerals. However, after just a few steps, one of the creatures suddenly stopped in its tracks and turned around, sensing something. Following its gaze, the goblin spotted Shin, gasping for breath. He gripped his sword tightly in one hand, but the strangest part was that his eyes were covered with a black cloth. Even Shin himself felt that what he was doing was absolutely insane, but he had no choice. The requirement to obtain the Lucky Day title is as follows. This is crazy. It wants the player to kill 500 monsters while keeping their eyes closed. On the other side, the goblins hesitated for a brief moment upon witnessing Shin's strange behavior. They didn't immediately charge into attack. Come on. When are these monsters going to make a move? Shin muttered in frustration. Once they confirmed that Shin was truly unable to see, the goblins let out amused chuckles. Drool dripped from their mouths as their excitement grew. Back to Shin's perspective, he suddenly lifted his head slightly, sensing something in the air. I can feel them. I had to sense the airflow and listen carefully to everything around me. Focus. I need to maintain this heightened state of awareness. Inside his mental world, it was as if he were standing on the surface of a still body of water. Then, from behind him, countless sounds and ripples began spreading rapidly toward him. The sounds and ripples became increasingly clear and intense, surrounding Shin from all directions, appearing and disappearing unpredictably instead of following a linear path. I can do this, he reminded himself. At that very moment, one of the goblins let out a roar, gripping its axe tightly. It swung straight at Shin. However, what it didn't know was that Shin's heightened perception had already detected its movement well in advance. Without a moment of hesitation, he swung his sword in a sweeping arc, slicing through the air with breakneck speed. In an instant, 4 goblins were cleaved in half simultaneously. A rain of blood erupted, and the area was instantly suffused with the thick stench of fresh blood. And yet, rather than feeling repulsed, Shin seemed almost exhilarated. This feels damn good, he let out a low chuckle. Just then, a blinding streak of light shot toward him at breakneck speed, aiming straight for his head. For an ordinary person, there would be no time to react. But Shin? Not a chance. The moment it entered his range of perception, Shin's hand snapped up, effortlessly catching the arrow mid-flight before crushing it into pieces in a single motion. The goblin archer in the distance broke into a cold sweat, letting out an unintelligible noise. Back to Shin's perspective. His perception was expanding in all directions, allowing him to sense countless pairs of eyes watching him from within the darkness. And yet, he felt no fear whatsoever. Just moments ago, I was in a terrible situation, but because of it, I got to relive my past. Maybe that's why my senses have been sharpened, huh? Well, either way, come at me, you bastards! He taunted them outright. And how could these green-skinned creatures possibly hold back after hearing that? With their overwhelming numbers, the goblins charged forward like moths to a flame, but the only thing awaiting them was death. Shin's sword whipped through the air at lightning speed, slashing and cutting down the goblins before they could even get close. His attacks were so relentless and precise that the goblins collapsed into pieces mid-charge, never even realizing how they had died. Rather than slowing down, Shin grinned in exhilaration. He lunged forward aggressively, cutting down everything in his path without the slightest hesitation. Only one goblin, lagging behind, had the misfortune of witnessing everything. It stood frozen, watching its comrades get obliterated in an instant. Terror was etched all over its face, but before it could even think about running, it soon joined its fallen brethren in the afterlife. Having temporarily wiped out the group of monsters ahead, Shin finally stopped for a moment. The tip of his sword still smoldered with heat, drenched in the blood of the fallen goblins. The scene around him was even more gruesome than a slaughterhouse. Every single monster's sacrifice had become fuel for Shin's growth. Suddenly, a notification popped up before his eyes. Congratulations! You have leveled up. You have obtained the title, Lucky Day, rank D. Hearing the announcement, Shin ripped off his blindfold in one swift motion. There was no need for it anymore. Doesn't even feel like I did much, he shrugged, taking a moment to check out his newly acquired title. Lucky Day, rank D. Primary effect, luck plus 20. Secondary effect. Each time you defeat a monster of the same type, your luck stat increases by 0.1. Maximum increase, plus 10. Reading the description of his new title, Shin couldn't hold back a chuckle. Ha ha! I'm finally gathering all the titles I need. Meanwhile, a new group of goblins had been drawn to the area by all the commotion. But the moment they arrived, their eyes landed on the horrifying sight before them. Limbs and body parts of their fallen kin scattered all over the place. Every hair on their bodies stood on end. But before they could even think about retreating, Shin was already standing right in front of them, flashing a deranged smile. Ha ha ha! Can't let this opportunity go to waste. More stats for me, and they even walked right into my lap, drenched in blood, his face twisted into that of a bloodthirsty executioner. Even goblins who lived for slaughter couldn't suppress their terror. They screamed at the top of their lungs, as if their village had just caught fire. Time passed quickly. The unfortunate goblins that had arrived late had now joined their fallen comrades in the afterlife. And as for Shin, he was so thrilled that his whole body was trembling, as if he were having a seizure. Ha! My luck stat went up by 30 just from this one title. This is even better than most platinum-ranked titles. This has to be worth 500 million. No, maybe even 1 billion yuan. In this lifetime, I can finally afford a house, he shouted in pure exhilaration. But then, at that exact moment, a crimson spatial crack suddenly appeared behind him, crackling with violent lightning. At the same time, a notification popped up before his eyes. The space around you begins to fade. Shin didn't even need the warning. He could already feel the disturbance in the space behind him. His expression instantly stiffened as he whipped around to see what was happening. Cold sweat dripped down his face, and that grin he had just moments ago, it vanished completely. A series of notifications began to appear in front of him. 3 constellations have taken an interest in you. The constellation Dimensional Ruin Cleaner asks, "Are you interested in bringing misfortune to others?" The constellation Grand Voyager of the Void is intrigued by your mysterious nature and wishes to converse. The constellation Goddess of Luck smiles at you while extending her hand. At this moment, the physical manifestations of the 3 constellations stood before Shin. First was the Dimensional Ruin Cleaner, a grotesque entity resembling a giant insect, yet it had a pair of wings and an unnervingly long tail. Next was the Grand Voyager of the Void, shrouded in mystery, draped in a flowing white robe. An enigmatic and unfathomable aura emanated from his presence. Lastly, there was the Goddess of Luck, an overwhelmingly beautiful figure capable of captivating one's very soul. Switching to Shin's perspective, he couldn't help but feel a mix of excitement and nervousness upon witnessing all 3 of his close friends being noticed by the 3 Grand Elders at the same time. That was fast, and all 3 of them too, he thought to himself, a bit overwhelmed. Then, in an attempt to draw some attention to himself, he spoke up half-jokingly, "Ha ha, did you guys see my performance?" To his surprise, the Goddess of Luck suddenly floated right in front of him. Rather than being mesmerized by her beauty, Shin felt a creeping sense of unease. Had I done something to offend them? Wait, was my tone too arrogant? I've never been in this kind of situation before, not even in my past life. No, the more pressure I feel, the more confident I need to act, he reminded himself. Fortunately for him, the Goddess of Luck showed no signs of displeasure. Instead, she flashed a radiant smile and seemed to regard him with favor. She then spoke in a voice filled with curiosity. "This is the first time I've ever seen such a lucky swordsman. How unusual." Hearing that, Shin scratched the back of his head awkwardly and chuckled. "Oh, luck. Yeah, I guess I really am insanely lucky. Ha. Even he was a little taken aback by just how ridiculously fortunate he had been. Phew, just as I expected. This constellation seems interested in forming a contract. That means I can take my time and examine things properly now, he thought to himself. Meanwhile, the star of the collapsing void cleaner openly praised Shin's potential for cruelty. This particular constellation had the personality of a classic bloodthirsty executioner, and Shin couldn't help but wonder, did I catch his attention just because I massacred a bunch of goblins in such a short time? On the other hand, the Grand Wanderer of Space seemed more intrigued by the hidden depths of Shin's psyche. This left him puzzled. Why was this constellation here? I've heard that the Grand Wanderer of Space only appears before players who possess the aura of a saint. So does that mean they're actually here because of her? He murmured, his gaze shifting forward with a hint of doubt. At that moment, the goddess of luck was happily chatting with the other two constellations. She even reached out and ruffled the Grand Wanderer's hair, causing his face to flush a deep red. Seeing this, a rumor from Shin's past life suddenly resurfaced in his mind. The goddess of luck. Even in the world of constellations, there were rumors that she had incredibly vast connections. Across from him, the beautiful goddess caught his skeptical gaze, noticing how he was staring at her intently. In response, she turned to face him and casually reassured him, "I'm not possessive. Even if you choose me, you're still free to form contracts with other constellations." Reading this system message, Shin was momentarily stunned. This offer was almost too good to be true. "Wait, seriously?" He blurted out before thinking to himself, "This is a massive advantage. A sharpshooter can hit their mark even when firing into the air under the blessings of the world. They never run out of arrows." The miracle archer, among all archers, Hashimoto Yugi, was the one who had defeated countless top swordsmen. Not only did he have an absurdly high luck stat, but his destructive power was overwhelming. People suspected he was cheating or exploiting a loophole, but in reality, it was simply because he had contracts with two constellations, and it was the goddess of luck who made that impossible feat a reality. With that thought in mind, Shin knew better than to offend these three constellations, so he could only force a smile and chuckle awkwardly. Ha ha ha. Having three constellations appear at once sure makes it hard to choose. Across from him, the emotional state of the three constellations shifted instantly. They urged him to cast aside the petty concerns of a mere mortal and make a decision of fate. One of them even began to question whether they had chosen the wrong person. From Shin's perspective, however, it wasn't that he was playing mind games to raise the value of his contract. He was genuinely struggling to make the right choice. The goddess of luck is definitely a good constellation. But if choosing her means no other constellations will appear in the future, then this decision is practically locking in my entire fate as a player. Over the 10 years I spent as a player, only one constellation ever approached me, the model student who succeeded late in life. When he appeared, it was like a beacon of salvation. I was overwhelmed with joy. No matter how much I struggled, I believed that the future would be bright. But nothing ever changed. Not until I turned 55. That's right. I never got any real benefit from my constellation. The activation condition was absurd. The ability required me to reach level 850 before it would double all stat effects from artifacts and titles for my entire life. I couldn't use the constellation's most important power. No, more than that, I didn't even dare to dream of using it. But in the end, maybe that constellation was the reason I got to turn back time. So, for that, I'm grateful. Which is why, this time, I had to be more careful than ever. From now on, I had to accept that there won't be another chance to rewind time. As he thought this, he carefully studied the three constellations before him. Should I choose divine power, destructive power, or luck? And just like that, after a brief moment of contemplation, Shin made his decision. Without hesitation, he pressed the confirmation button on the system screen. Immediately, a notification popped up. You have signed a contract with the constellation, Goddess of Luck. Once the contract is established, even if the player dies, it will remain in effect for 30 years without disappearing. In another realm, an entity was closely monitoring the contract between the reincarnated player and the Goddess of Luck. Shin, friendly constellations sincerely congratulate your contract and wish for your victory. Hostile constellations have decided to use their players to hinder your growth. A series of notifications flooded the screen, causing Shin to glance nervously at the bright red warning messages before him. Haha, what the hell is this? Why am I suddenly attracting so much attention? Well, whatever happens, I'll be counting on you from now on, Goddess of Luck. As he spoke, he reached out his hand. Seeing this, the Goddess of Luck gently extended hers, placing it against his. The Goddess of Luck blesses your wise choice. Just as Shin was about to say something, the system suddenly issued another set of notifications. Goddess of Luck, contract effects and blessings. Trait 1. All offensive actions guarantee critical damage against enemies. Trait 2. When obtaining a unique grade artifact or higher, you will automatically unlock and inherit its hidden effect. Trait 3. When defeating a mid-tier boss or a main boss, if the boss's level is higher than yours, you will receive an artifact with a 100% drop rate. At that moment, the goddess of luck transformed into a chibi version of herself. She tilted her head back arrogantly, her expression smug and full of pride. Meanwhile, Shin's reaction was, "Wow, what the hell is this? Why are these abilities so overpowered? Wait, there's more!" His eyes widened as yet another notification appeared. Trait 4. When investing level-up points into luck, each point will double the stat value. This effect is retroactively applied to all previously allocated points. Shin's jaw dropped. Looking at the 4 contract traits granted by the goddess of luck, Shin was so overjoyed that he cried like a baby. Guaranteed critical hits and artifact drops? You've really had it rough, Shin. As he spoke, he felt like his life was only now truly beginning. Then, out of nowhere, the goddess of luck turned to him and asked, "The goddess of luck inquires, what will you do about the offers from the other constellations?" To Shin, after witnessing firsthand what he had gained from the goddess of luck, why would he even care about the other two? He turned around and dismissively waved his hand. "Ah, it's fine. You two can leave now. I need to focus on the goddess." Hearing this, the other two constellations immediately bristled with irritation. The Grand Voyager of Space. Take a number. See you next time. The Spatial Collapse. Janitor. Warning. One day, I will take something from you. Be prepared. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck clapped her hands in delight, amused by his unwavering determination. With this effect, you don't need to be greedy, for now, she thought. Shin nodded in agreement, reminding himself, no need to rush. Better opportunities will come. Time flew by in an instant, and the scene shifted. Now, in the boss room of dungeon number 101, Shin was locked in combat with the dungeon's final boss, a green-skinned monster. The clash of their weapons rang through the air, each impact creating ear-splitting echoes and unleashing shockwaves across the battlefield. Off to the side, the goddess of luck watched, completely dazed. Meanwhile, Shin only grew more exhilarated the longer he fought. Is this really all the final boss has to offer? Come on, give me more, you weakling! With a mighty swing, he slashed his sword forward, forcing the green-skinned monster to raise its twin battle axes in a desperate attempt to block the attack. This was the final boss of the dungeon, the greedy Goblin Warlord. Next, the Goblin Warlord channeled all its strength into its arms and shoved Shin backward. Reacting quickly, Shin drove his sword into the ground, using it to halt his movement before he could be knocked too far back. A deep trench was left in the earth where his blade had dug in. Then, the Goblin Warlord suddenly threw its head back and let out a deafening shriek. Its eyes blazed a furious red as a system notification appeared before Shin. The Goblin Warlord has inflicted weakness and oppression on you. You have been paralyzed. From Shin's perspective, however, this was nothing new. Thanks to his experiences from his previous life, he had long anticipated this move. It's trying to break my will to fight. Muttering under his breath, he activated his recovery skill. Recover. At the same time, the Goblin Warlord refused to give him any breathing room. With a ferocious charge, it swung its battle axe downward in a crushing blow. The sheer force of the attack shattered the ground beneath them, sending sharp shards of rock flying in all directions. However, as the Goblin Warlord surveyed the aftermath, a flicker of confusion crossed its face. It hadn't felt the sensation of hitting anything solid, and sure enough, Shin's voice rang out, completely unfazed. This skill has a clear limit. It can't completely lock down movement. Guess it's only good for dealing with small fry, huh? At that moment, Shin had already braced his sword against the Goblin Warlord's axe, stopping it from being retracted. The reason he could move despite the paralysis? His recovery ring. This was the same ring he had obtained after dealing with those thugs earlier. Thanks to its anti-CC effect, the moment he was paralyzed, the status ailment was immediately lifted. All right, let's test my luck, Shin murmured as he steadied his grip on his sword. Meanwhile, the Goblin Warlord's face drained of all color. Panicking, it attempted to inflict weakness on him again. However, this time, Shin simply smirked coldly. You think that trick will work twice? With a lightning-fast dash forward, Shin slashed his blade across its chest, carving a deep wound into its left side. The goblin warlord let out a blood-curdling scream as pain surged through its body. Without wasting a second, Shin activated his skill, Demon Breaker. The effect was immediate. The goblin warlord was paralyzed for 2 whole seconds. Seeing the opportunity, Shin lunged forward. His sword became a blur, striking with machine-like precision and speed, as if it were a high-powered milling cutter tearing through steel. Only 2 seconds, then let's make it 4. With that, he applied a delay effect, extending the paralysis for another 2 seconds. The goblin warlord's face froze in sheer disbelief. It couldn't move a muscle, but that wasn't the end. Shin immediately picked up speed, darting around the stunned goblin and launching a flurry of attacks from every possible angle. Secondary delay effect activated. 90% chance of prolonging paralysis. Success! Ha! Got it again, Shin smirked. Time passed swiftly, and in the end, the goblin warlord could no longer withstand Shin's relentless assault. It fell with a final pitiful groan, departing for its next reincarnation. The moment its body hit the ground, a system notification flashed before Shin's eyes. Congratulations! You have cleared the Dark Swamp Goblin Dungeon. You have leveled up. You have received the D rank title. Don't touch me. Title description: Luck plus 30, Evasion plus 10. Additional effect: you may enhance one chosen skill once. The enhancement level is based on the system's designated scaling for players. Shin collapsed onto the ground, completely exhausted from the constant battles since the start of the dungeon. They say youth should be spent working hard, but at this rate I'm pushing my body to the limit, he groaned, complaining to himself. Standing beside him, the lucky goddess clapped her hands and cheerfully encouraged him. The lucky goddess says that as long as you try, fortune will follow. Shin rolled his eyes. At this point, I should just call this an ability of mine. In response, the lucky goddess puffed up with pride. The lucky goddess says that luck is a skill, and she is delighted to see it following you. In fact, she firmly believes it's all thanks to her. Shin sighed but didn't argue. Instead, he quickly opened his stats window. First things first, let's dump my points into luck. As he allocated the points, his luck stat finally surpassed 100. Once a stat exceeds 100, an adjustment occurs, amplifying its effects by an extra 10%. For most stats like evasion, this meant a higher chance to dodge attacks. But for luck, it directly influenced drop rates. And as if the system wanted to prove his point, a faint glow suddenly radiated from the goblin warlord's massive shield, an item it hadn't even gotten the chance to use during the fight. Shin glanced at it, and instantly, a window popped up, revealing the item's details. Cudness Shield. Silver Artifact. Type: Secondary Equipment. Shield. Special Effect: Sacrifice. Defense: plus 20. Description: a shield left behind by a goblin warrior named Cudness. It fortifies itself using mana and converts received damage into healing. However, the entire process consumes an equivalent amount of mana. Shin whistled in admiration. Now this is one hell of a shield. It seemed like this item was specifically designed for tank-type players. However, Shin had no complaints about obtaining it. After all, it's a guaranteed drop, thanks to the goddess. So that means luck affects the drop rate of artifacts, right? One thing's for sure, this is even more troublesome than when I was contracted with the constellation of the late-blooming model student. With that thought in mind, he activated his skill, Devour, to absorb the shield's attributes. Meanwhile, the goddess of luck suddenly lunged forward, hugging him tightly and rubbing her cheek against his. Time quickly passed, and the scene transitioned to the interior of the Q area building. At this moment, Shin was there, trying to explain something. However, he was immediately rejected by a female employee, her eyes heavy with exhaustion. "No way," she said, shaking her head. Standing across from her, Shin persisted. "I understand what you're trying to say, but look, I have my reasons." Before he could finish, the woman cut him off. "I'm sorry, but can you reconsider? I'm about to lose my mind. I don't even know how many corpses I've seen this week." Hearing that, cold sweat dripped down Shin's face. He muttered to himself, "I can't let things go off track from here. To understand how things got to this point, we need to rewind to 2 hours earlier, on the Hanam Expressway. Seated inside a car, Shin was reminiscing about the ordinary moment when he devoured the shield. I was worried since it was a goblin's shield, but a simple meal of kimchi and white rice, a classic peninsula-style dish. At least there was kimchi with the rice. Thinking about this, Shin's car suddenly came to a halt, shaking violently. A moment later, the control panel lit up with a flood of crimson warning icons, startling him into shouting, "What the hell? Why are all these warning lights on?" "Is it finally time to get a new car?" he muttered to himself, but quickly shook his head. No. Moving to a new area is more important than getting a replacement. The lower a player's level, the more criminals will have their eyes on them. I can't live in a constant state of paranoia. Moving to well-guarded places like Player Street will be more convenient. And if I factor in artifacts, I should buy used ones, so they're easier to consume and absorb. Money. I need a ton of money, and I need it fast. There's only one place I can get that kind of cash. The system appeared when the player era began, bringing with it a slew of quests. The organization overseeing all of these missions was none other than the Player Association. If it's a system managed by the association, I can make it work. Here I come. Quest Zone. With that thought, Shin floored the gas pedal, racing toward the Player Association. Back in the present, being rejected right at the entrance crushed his dreams of quick riches. Across from him, the dark-eyed employee desperately tried to knock some sense into him. "So, please, enter a dungeon appropriate for your level. Why on earth would you go into a level 100 zone? Besides, you're not even ranked yet." In response, Shin pulled out his best pleading face. "I won't cause any trouble. I swear. Please trust me. Maybe I'm only level 17, but with my current skills, going into a low-level area would be a complete waste of time." From the employee's perspective, she was practically on the verge of tears. Her entire body trembled as she weakly pointed to the side, her voice quivering. "Yesterday someone said the exact same thing. Guess what happened to them? So please, just go somewhere appropriate for your level." Seeing her like this, Shin could somewhat understand her reasoning. I get why she's acting this way. Too many players overestimate themselves and end up dying like idiots. But in moments like these, you just have to grow a thick skin. With that in mind, he put on a face so convincingly trustworthy, it could rival a shady multi-level marketer's. Then, with absolute certainty, he declared, "No, absolutely not." At that moment, a purple-haired girl overheard the commotion and approached. "What's going on here?" she asked. Hearing this, the black-haired employee quickly turned to her, shaking her head. "Hello! It's nothing, really." This purple-haired girl was Miso, a member of the Eden Guild, a level 100 player, and an A+ ranker. When Shin recognized her face, his eyes flickered with shock for a brief moment as he realized who she was. She's called the Slaughter God Archer, Kim Miso, the first level 100 player to reach A+ rank and earn the title Divine Archer, a rising star. But more than her skill, what truly makes her stand out is the fact that she's the daughter of Kim Yun-cho, the chairman of Holy Biotech. That means she's also known by another alias, Shadow Reaper, alongside Shinty Rei, the country's top assassin player, and Do Jinho, one of South Korea's best swordsmen. Her family holds the most shares in the Eden Guild. You could say she's the most privileged player in history. Miso, noticing Shin staring at her, turned to him and asked, "This is our first time meeting, isn't it? I've been watching for a while. Why are you insisting on taking a level 100 quest?" Without hesitation, Shin replied, "Because it pays well." At that moment, he caught the murmurs of nearby players. "Whoa, Kim Miso is the one who started the conversation? But what's with that guy's attitude? Is he insane?" "Hey, just drop it. She's about to say something to that level 17 trash," a guy in a cap muttered, holding his friend back. Hearing their words, Shin simply closed his eyes in silence, though in his mind he was cursing them all. "I can hear you, you bastards." Unaware of his inner thoughts, Miso warned him, "That zone is going to be difficult for you." Shin sighed and shrugged. "Of course I know that, but the greater the risk, the greater the reward." He paused for a moment, thinking to himself, "I'm definitely not doing this out of personal feelings. Even though in my past life, I applied to join Kim Misa's party and got rejected, I'm absolutely not doing this out of spite." Unaware of Shin's petty inner thoughts, Miso remained enthusiastic as she continued speaking. But you do know that completing a mission alone is against the association's regulations, right? Her words immediately snapped Shin back to reality. He quickly realized the problem. Now that I think about it, solo missions won't have their restrictions lifted for another 4 years. Knowing that he wouldn't be able to go at it alone here, he scratched his head awkwardly and said, "I guess I didn't read the details carefully. Well then, I'll be on my way." With that, he quickened his pace. However, he failed to notice that his odd behavior had caught Misa's attention. Out of nowhere, she suddenly made an unexpected offer. "Then, do you want to form a party with me?" Around them, the nearby players who overheard her words widened their eyes in disbelief, as if they couldn't trust what they had just heard. "Whoa, is she crazy? Why the hell would she pick that bastard? I could go too, damn it. This is so unfair, I'm so jealous." From Shin's perspective, he wasn't naive enough to believe that a golden opportunity had simply fallen into his lap without reason. Suspicious of Misa's true intentions, he immediately asked, "What's the catch?" Hearing that, Miso gave him a look of approval and smirked. "Oh, so you don't believe this is just a simple favor, huh? Haha, I tend to trust circumstances more than people," Shin replied with a grin. Meanwhile, Miso revealed her true motive. "Hey, interesting, but there's no catch. If anything, let's call it a promise instead. If your skills don't match your confidence, you'll have to pay the price. Of course, if it turns out the other way around, I'll give you a sincere apology." Her voice was ice cold. Hearing that, Shin smirked. He had already figured out Misa's angle. "So this is a test, huh?" Kim Misa's influence extends far beyond just being a famous player. The brand value of any outfit she wears skyrockets instantly. With just a few words, she can flood the news. The moment she labels someone as an arrogant player, their career is as good as over. This is going to be interesting. With his usual, "if I like it, I fight" attitude, Shin accepted without hesitation. "Then let's head out right now." From Miso's perspective, just a few minutes earlier, as Miso stepped out of her car, the driver had reminded her, "I'll be waiting here, miss." In response, Miso waved her hand dismissively. "Do whatever you want. This might take a while." After that, she couldn't help but feel a little frustrated about having to go alone. All the guild members are busy. How annoying. Guess I'll have to find a party member for myself. Just as this thought crossed her mind, she overheard Shin's conversation with the association staff. Coincidentally, Kim Miso had a reason to team up with Shin Sang-hyun. The minimum party requirement for missions was just as much of a hassle for her as it was for him. Among all these circumstances, she suddenly came across a player exuding confidence, someone whose true abilities were unknown to everyone. That in itself was quite an intriguing situation for her. And so, their unexpected partnership was formed. Meanwhile, the staff member caught between the two was sweating profusely. Then, out of curiosity, Miso casually asked, "By the way, what mission was Shin Sang-hyun planning to take?" Hearing a famous player ask about him, the staff member fumbled for a moment before responding, "Ah, yes. Please wait a moment." She quickly checked the system screen in front of her, and then tilted it toward Miso for her to see. The mission details read, "Defense Mission. Eliminate all monsters approaching the Guardian Tower. If the Guardian Tower's core is destroyed, the mission will fail. Monster type: wolf-type creatures. Number of monsters: 300. Recommended: level 100. Mission reward: 500 million yuan." After reading the mission description and its requirements, Miso's gaze shifted slightly. Even for a level 100 player like her, this was not a mission to be taken lightly. What the hell is this? This isn't a simple collection quest or a standard hunting mission. It's a defense mission. That means they have to wipe out every last monster to succeed. One of the most crucial principles of a 4-player team is having at least one ranged damage dealer. And he planned to do this alone? If I weren't here, he'd be dead for sure. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that Shin Sang-hyun was out of his mind for even considering this mission solo. Seeing the slight hesitation in Miso's gaze, Shin smirked and provocatively asked, "What's wrong? Are you scared?" Miso blinked in disbelief for a moment. "Did I hear that right?" Shin grinned and replied casually, "Oh no, it's just that you suddenly went quiet, so I was wondering if you were having second thoughts. If it's too much, we can always recruit more members before heading in. Maybe a tank or a high damage range DPS. As Shin continued listing off suggestions, the staff member beside them broke into a nervous sweat. She noticed that Miso's entire body was trembling, but not from fear. It was pure, unfiltered rage. Feeling her pride taking a serious hit, Miso suddenly grabbed Shin's wrist and hissed through gritted teeth, "No, Shin Sang-hyun, this mission is perfectly fine." Before he could say another word, she slammed the accept button. The moment she did, a system notification appeared before them. Mission accepted. You will now be transported to the designated mission area. As the message flashed on their screens, a dazzling light engulfed both of them. Bolts of energy crackled wildly in all directions as the teleportation process began. Meanwhile, the staff member watching this unfold had gone completely pale. She mumbled anxiously to herself, "Since Kim Miso is going with him, nothing bad should happen, right? Hopefully. I really hope nothing bad happens. No one knows how this is going to turn out." Elsewhere, a black-clad player who had been watching them disappear into the mission zone scratched his head in confusion. "Do you guys think he'll actually pull it off?" Hearing this, the burly player in the iron helmet scoffed and responded with absolute certainty, "No way. He's only level 17. How the hell is he supposed to fight level 100 monsters?" Unlike the others who dismissed Shin outright, the blue-clad player had a different perspective. "Hey, do you really think Kim Miso would just randomly bring him along for no reason? She's currently being praised as the youngest A+ ranked player. Do you think her ability to judge people is that poor?" He crossed his arms and continued, "You guys know about the ranking system that the Player Association recently restructured, right? It was created because evaluating a player's strength purely based on level was inaccurate. There are two criteria for ranking. First, the number of dungeons cleared. Second, an overall assessment of the player's combat sense. And that means Kim Miso reached A+ rank purely based on her combat sense. The two other players listening to him already knew this information, but they still had some lingering doubts. One of them asked, "I get that, but why A+? Why not just A?" At this, the blue-clad player smirked knowingly. "Ah, that's because there are even bigger monsters ranked above her, right? But forget that for now. It doesn't matter. What does matter is that he just went in together with Kim Miso." With that realization sinking in, the single guys among them let out a dramatic sigh of envy. Damn it. So jealous. Some even wiped away imaginary tears, feeling utterly miserable. The mission begins. As the scene shifts to Shin's group, they find themselves in a modern cityscape, the setting for their current mission. Towering high into the sky, the structure they must defend pulses with arcs of lightning, crackling with ominous energy. Atop the tower, Kim Miso stands with her bow in hand, her sharp gaze following Shin as he silently strides across the bridge. Words carry responsibility. If things get too dangerous, of course, I'll step in. But I hope this experience will make him realize the reality of the situation, she mused. Flashback, 30 minutes earlier. Just after their arrival, Shin had made a proposal that left Miso momentarily stunned. "What did you just say?" she asked, narrowing her eyes at him. Still checking his weapons, Shin responded casually, "I meant exactly what I said. Unless I ask for help, don't interfere. If you focus on support, I'll give you 5%. Miso blinked in disbelief. "So, I didn't mishear?" "Nope," Shin replied nonchalantly. "You just sit back and support and you'll still pocket 5%. Sounds like a great deal, doesn't it?" Miso glanced him over from head to toe before shaking her head. "You think I'm hesitating because of that? There's no way you can handle this alone. We're talking about 300 of them, not just one or two. Even someone at level 100 like me would struggle dealing with them solo." Her words faded as she caught the unwavering confidence in Shin's expression. His smirk held an air of mystery as he simply said, "Just watch and see." Somehow, something about that look made Miso reconsider. Letting out a sigh, she finally relented. "Fine, but for every monster you miss, you lose 1% of your share. If you let 95 of them slip through, you walk away with nothing." "Got it." Present moment, returning to the present, Shin now stands face to face with several deep blue-furred wolves. Their glowing purple eyes gleam with malice, their presence exuding a dangerous aura. Snarling, they fix their bloodthirsty gaze on him. Gripping his sword tightly, Shin slams it against the ground with a confident smirk. "Too bad for you," he says, his voice brimming with excitement, "because I don't plan on missing a single one." Without any warning, both sides lunged at each other, exchanging what could only be described as affectionate blows. And true to Miso's expectations, Shin didn't disappoint. With a single fluid dash, his greatsword cleaved through the air at lightning speed, striking the monstrous wolves with pinpoint accuracy. They barely had time to let out a single cry before collapsing in lifeless heaps. After finishing his attack, Shin turned back to admire his handiwork, a slight smirk forming on his lips. For creatures that look this menacing, their death cries are actually kind of cute, huh? Meanwhile, Miso, still perched atop the tower, found herself momentarily speechless at the display. Even she had to admit, he's not just some arrogant rookie. The strike just now was flawless. His stance maximized the greatsword's reach with perfect precision. It was the ideal form. Similar to the elite swordsman in my guild, he always talks about offense and defense as one. And more importantly, he minimizes unnecessary movements, cutting down multiple enemies in a single swing. However, despite his confidence, there were still far too many enemies. A level 17 player going up against an overwhelming number like this, it's just not possible. That was when a creeping realization hit her. Her expression stiffened as she replayed what she had just witnessed. Wait a second, something's off. Her gaze sharpened as her mind raced through the events. Why weren't the monsters moving at all just now? A chilling thought struck her, making her eyes widen in shock. No way. Could it be? Stun? She shouted, her voice echoing in disbelief. The realization hit her so hard that she lost balance, tumbling forward in a panic. Fortunately, at the last second, she managed to grab onto the railing, swiftly pulling herself back up. She clutched her chest, still reeling from the shock. Damn it, that was close. Almost fell right off. But her mind wasn't on her near accident. It was still racing over what she had just witnessed. That was definitely a stun effect, and I counted 4 whole seconds. If that's really the case, then he even surpasses Jinho in that regard. That means he can leisurely apply crowd control and wipe out enemies at his own pace. Her heart pounded as she processed the implications. Just who the hell is this guy? From Shin's perspective, with his stun ability, cutting down the monsters was as effortless as slicing through paper. "Ha, why is this so easy?" he laughed, thoroughly enjoying himself. But as if the heavens decided to spice things up, the difficulty of the mission was suddenly cranked up a notch. Without warning, one of the wolves was sent flying forward, forcing Shin to halt his movements. His eyes flicked toward the source of the disturbance. In the distance, something massive was hurtling toward him at an astonishing speed. Every wolf in its path was being tossed aside like rag dolls. The sight made a bead of sweat roll down Shin's temple as he muttered, "So it's finally here." Black wolf. Standing before him was an enormous black wolf, its sheer size rivaling that of a truck. Its imposing presence filled the air with a terrifying aura, and the moment it locked eyes on Shin, it unleashed a deafening roar. Black wolf. I didn't encounter it too many times in my past life. But is this why it feels so familiar? At that moment, Shin felt his entire body seize up. A system notification flashed before his eyes. Black Wolf has inflicted the negative status, stun. And it wasn't just him. The wolf's powerful stun effect extended all the way to Miso, who had been observing from afar. However, just as the effect should have taken hold, a protective aura shimmered around her due to her artifact's effect. The negative status, stun, has been nullified. Seeing this notification, Miso's eyes snapped open in realization. That's right, the Black Wolf can use stun too. I was too caught up watching him fight that I completely forgot, and to think I was considering teaching him a lesson, that was reckless. Her gaze turned sharp as she swiftly drew her bow, preparing to provide support. I can accept that he somehow has an extended stun duration. Fine. But for him to also have a way to nullify status effects at such a low level? That's practically unheard of. But before she could even let loose an arrow, Shin had already taken action. Using his recovery ring, he instantly dispelled the stun effect. The next second, his body shot forward like a bullet. Miso, still holding her bowstring tight, froze in place, her eyes widening in disbelief. There's no way. A nearly flawless greatsword stance, an abnormally long stun effect, and now the ability to negate status effects. Is he really just a level 17 player? The Black Wolf's downfall, unaware of Miso's internal thoughts, The black wolf, originally charging in to get a bite of Shin, suddenly skidded to a stop, its massive paws carving deep grooves into the ground. Seeing its prey casually shake off the stun effect, the beast's once ferocious eyes now flickered with a hint of panic. Shin, amused by the wolf's dumbfounded expression, let out a chuckle. "Surprised, huh? You thought your prey would be paralyzed, completely defenseless. But here I am, moving freely. That moment of hesitation has already decided the outcome of this battle." Without giving the wolf a chance to recover, Shin shifted his weight backward, lowering his stance before executing a swift slide under its belly. In the same motion, he thrust his great sword upward, slicing deep into the beast's underbelly, leaving behind a long, gruesome wound. The mighty black wolf, without ever getting a proper chance to show its strength, could only let out a regretful whimper before succumbing to the abyss. Standing beneath its massive body, Shin grabbed its tail and gave it a yank before sighing in annoyance. "Damn it, my clothes are covered in blood. Thought I'd make it through clean." He clicked his tongue, glancing down at the crimson-stained fabric. Then, as if a mischievous idea struck him, his lips curled into a grin. "Well, since I'm already messy, should I just go all out for fun?" His gaze lifted toward the remaining monsters, his eyes gleaming with danger. Miso's realization. Meanwhile, from her vantage point, Miso's expression had completely transformed. No longer was she merely observing with mild curiosity. Instead, her eyes sparkled as if she had just discovered a rare diamond hidden within a pile of rubble. Just like that, before long, Shin had nearly wiped out the entire horde of monsters in the mission, slashing through them like a man possessed. Around him lay the corpses of countless green wolves, their blood soaking into the battlefield. A glowing message appeared before his eyes, notifying him. Monster Defense Mission. Enemies eliminated. 299 out of 300. You have leveled up. You have earned a Rank D title. Fearless. Title, Rank D. Fearless. Effect. Grants full resistance to status effects caused by the roars of wolf-type monsters. Even though the effect was limited to a single monster species, Shin didn't mind at all. A new title was a new title, and one more step forward. A small smile crept across his face as he took a moment to breathe, then turned his gaze behind him, where Miso, the archer, was standing watchfully. "They're not looking at me with suspicion anymore," he thought. "Those doubtful stares. They're gone now. They're genuinely watching me, watching to see what I'll do next. And with people watching, a performer like me can't afford to rest." He cracked his knuckles and smirked to himself. "Guess I'd better wrap this up quick, huh? So, are you ready for me, Grey Wolf?" As he muttered those words, he glanced upward, and there it was. The final boss had arrived, the Lord of Werewolves, half human, half wolf. It towered over the battlefield, its entire frame rippling with thick muscle. The moment it laid eyes on him, it let out a thunderous roar, slamming its clawed hand straight toward him. The impact was so powerful that the ground beneath them exploded into fragments. But Shin didn't flinch. Drawing on his combat experience, he instinctively dodged to the side with ease. Not only that, he even had the nerve to taunt the beast. "Your attacks are known for being unpredictable, right? But that was 30 years ago. These days, every move of yours has been analyzed to death. At this point, shouldn't we be calling them predictable instead?" He narrowed his eyes, his tone growing sharper. "Sorry, but I've already got every one of your moves and skills figured out." The words had barely left his lips before he launched himself forward, legs coiled with power, blasting toward the werewolf lord like a bullet cutting through the wind. At that very moment, Shin swung his greatsword with force, slashing it straight into the werewolf's body. The beast barely had time to let out a pained howl before a massive wound split open across its chest. And yet, looking at the result, Shin didn't seem particularly impressed. "Just as I thought," he muttered. "Even with all its movements predicted, a level 100+ boss like this still packs a punch. It's no pushover." Meanwhile, off in the distance, Miso stood watching. As she witnessed Shin handling the quest's final boss with apparent ease, beads of sweat started forming on her forehead. Her voice was almost dazed as she whispered, This is completely insane. There's more than one weird thing going on here. He's not just in a berserker state. He's somehow immune to the fear effects from that wolf, too. And he's carrying that massive sword, moving like it's nothing. It's like he's playing a joke on the entire system. She kept going, struggling to believe what she was seeing. And on top of that, he's predicting the Wolf Lord's moves in advance. He's going toe-to-toe with it and not losing an inch. The longer she watched, the more surreal it felt. Her eyes stayed locked on the battle. By now, the Werewolf Lord had completely lost it. With a feral snarl, it opened its jaws wide and lunged at Shin, aiming to crush him in a single bite. But Shin was already one step ahead. He twisted his body, dodging to the side just in time. However, the beast wasn't done. Letting out a furious roar, it slashed out with one of its razor-sharp claws, aiming straight for Shin's exposed flank. Forced onto the defensive, Shin raised his great sword like a shield and blocked the blow. Even the Wolf Lord seemed stunned. Its eyes widened slightly, not expecting its attack to be stopped. But what it saw next wasn't fear or hesitation. It was the cold, focused gaze of its opponent. "I told you, didn't I?" Shin growled through clenched teeth. "I know everything about you. I spent my whole damn life in my past world learning how to beat you." Then, for a brief moment, his eyes flicked toward Miso, who was still standing at a distance. And somehow, in that fleeting glance, she understood exactly what he was trying to do. The most ridiculous part, the part that made her want to laugh despite the intensity of it all, was the way he was fighting. Not for survival, not even to win, but like he was trying to prove something to her. Watching this, Miso let out an awkward, half-frustrated sigh. What kind of guy is he? Seriously. Back in the heat of battle, the sound of clashing steel echoed relentlessly through the air. As the fight dragged on, Shin started to feel the toll it was taking on his body. His stamina was dropping fast. "This fight's dragging out way longer than I thought it would," he muttered under his breath, frustration building. "I've been showing off trying to look cool in front of Kim Miso, and now it's eating into my time with this boss. If things had gone according to plan, this thing should have been out of gas by now. So why the hell is it still going strong?" Behind him, the Werewolf Lord continued its relentless pursuit. It was like the beast wouldn't be satisfied until it had landed a few solid blows on him. Shin could hear the piercing whoosh of claws slicing through the air at his back. The sound alone was enough to make the hair on his neck stand on end. "This isn't good," he thought, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "If I let my guard down even once, I'm done for. My stamina is already taking a serious hit." At the same time, the boss monster seemed to be losing patience. No longer content with simply chasing him down, it suddenly gathered strength and lunged forward with explosive speed. Shin, sensing the shift, snapped his head around just in time. But then something clicked. "That movement. I know this." His thoughts raced. It's one of the boss's high-tier attacks, designed to bait its opponent into dropping their guard. A powerful fake-out that opens the door for a devastating follow-up. This move has killed so many players before. Though he'd never tested it in live combat, Shin knew what he had to do. Now isn't the time for hesitation. No turning back, he told himself. Sometimes bold moves are the only way forward. With resolve hardening in his eyes, Shin spun on his heel, gripping his sword tighter. He made the split-second decision to meet the boss head-on. In an instant, both combatants hurled themselves at each other. Shin swung his sword in a sweeping arc, slashing clean across the monster's right arm, severing it entirely in a single fluid motion. But the Werewolf Lord didn't even flinch. Taking advantage of Shin's unguarded moment just after his attack, the beast swung its remaining arm with brutal force, its claw raking straight across Shin's chest, digging deep into his flesh. A sharp spray of blood burst into the air, painting the battlefield in red. The metallic tang of it filled the space around them. Off in the distance, Miso fell to her knees in a daze as she witnessed the brutal scene unfold before her eyes. Her vision blurred with tears. "For someone I've barely even known," she whispered shakily. "Shin Sang-hyun, this is so stupid. I should have jumped in to help him right away. Even if he showed unbelievable skill just standing here doing nothing, it's no different from killing him with my own hands. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry, Shin Sang-hyun." The archer could barely contain the guilt in her voice as she berated herself. But of course, there's no way our protagonist would go down that easily, right? Then, at the center of the battlefield, a soft green glow began to emanate from Shin's body. The light was gentle, almost calming. Miso's sobs faded as she lifted her head to watch in stunned silence. To understand what was happening, we need to rewind a bit, back to the time when Shin had cleared out the goblin dungeon and obtained a shield, Cutness's barrier. That item had long since been absorbed and reduced to ashes, but now, its special ability was finally being activated. The effect was called Sacrifice. Sacrifice. Conditional passive skill. Activates under specific circumstances. Fully restores any damaged body part, selected in advance. Converts the damage received into restorative energy. If the incoming damage exceeds the player's max HP, the effect revives the player with full health, using the value of that lethal blow. After reading the effect's description, Shin instantly understood how the skill worked. A conditional healing skill that only triggers in specific moments. It becomes insanely useful after taking fatal damage, so I need to select a body part for it to protect, right? A system screen popped up, displaying a selection of body parts that he could assign to activate the sacrifice effect. Seeing the options laid out before him, Shin couldn't help but swallow hard. What is this? They've broken it down way too specifically. There are 16 sections in total. That's insane. The safest choice would usually be the back, but even the back is split into 4 sections. That's completely inefficient and dangerous. I can't even predict where I'll be hit. He knew that if he wanted to survive, he couldn't just rely on luck. In that case, he thought to himself, eyes narrowing, I'll have to use this ability strategically. Back in the present moment, thanks to the sacrifice ability, all the damage Shin had just taken from the boss's vicious strike was instantly converted into life force. His health bar surged to full in the blink of an eye. Still, even Shin couldn't help but break into a cold sweat from the gamble he had just taken. Phew, it worked. If I had miscalculated even a little, I would have been dead on the spot. That was way too risky, he muttered to himself, but I guess I pulled off a lucky 2-for-1. In front of him, the werewolf lord was now stunned, its body locked in place, frozen by the effect. Seeing this, Shin gave a small shake of his head and chuckled at the monster's misfortune. I can't tell if I got lucky or if you got unlucky, he said aloud. The right arm you used as bait to lure me in. It got chopped off. Who would have thought you'd lower your guard just to land a lethal blow? But now, how about we test your endurance at a whole different level? And with that, the tide of battle was sealed. Missing an arm and stuck in a stunned state, there was no way the bulky boss monster could withstand what came next. In no time at all, it had collapsed before Shin, down on its knees, barely clinging to life. Only the faintest trace of breath remained in its massive body. Shin exhaled deeply, finally allowing himself to relax. That's the end of it. The stun didn't last long, but it was enough to take you down. Just then, he heard footsteps rushing toward him from behind. Turning, he saw Miso sprinting up beside him. He greeted her casually. You made it, Kim Miso. But instead of returning the calm tone, Miso snapped at him in frustration. If you had a healing ability like that, you could have at least told me beforehand. I nearly had a heart attack watching you die. And seriously, what was that just now? Did you resurrect or something? How the hell did you know the werewolf lord's every move and skill so precisely? I've seen a lot of sword wielders before, but none of them have been as mysterious as you, Shin. It's like you're... Before she could finish her sentence, Shin cut in with a cold, almost amused smirk and asked, like I'm what, exactly? As Shin spoke, he suddenly noticed the strange look Miso was giving him. Her eyes were fixed on him with a mix of curiosity and awe, which piqued his interest. What's with that look? He asked. Miso quickly shook her head. Oh, it's nothing. It's just... You really seem like a high-ranking player, that's all. Her comment left Shin mentally spiraling. Wait, that's what she was going to say? I thought she was going to question how I took down the boss so easily. But actually, she's not wrong. No average player could have pulled that off. Brushing the thought aside, Miso turned her attention toward the massive corpse of the werewolf and asked, Anyway, are you going to finish it off or what? Just then, the werewolf let out a faint groan, signaling it was still barely clinging to life. Shin, not in the mood to drag things out, muttered, I'll make this easy for you. I almost forgot you were still breathing. With a final swing of his sword, he sent the beast off to join the rest of its underlings in the afterlife. The reward was definitely not something to scoff at. A system notification popped up in front of him. You have obtained a rank C title, Fight to the Death. Title rank C. Description. When in isolation with no allies within a 5-meter radius, the fight to the death state is activated, temporarily boosting all stats by 20%. The effect ends immediately when isolation ends. Seeing the reward, a grin spread across Shin's face. He couldn't hide his excitement. A special title for one-on-one combat. And it's my first rank C title. Man, this brings back memories. From the side, Miso caught the glint in his eyes and made an educated guess. You got a new title, didn't you? Not bothering to hide it, Shin shot her a look. Wait, you knew that would happen? Miso, you fought this boss before, haven't you? Standing proudly, Miso responded with a smug smile. Well, yeah. Of course, I've soloed it before. As Miso finished her sentence, her voice suddenly trailed off. A hint of embarrassment flashed across her face, and she let out a quiet sigh before admitting, honestly, there's nothing to brag about. I only managed to beat that thing thanks to an artifact. I can't exactly say it was because of skill, like you. Shin waved his hand dismissively. Using an artifact is a skill in itself, so thanks for the compliment. Miso forced a small, awkward smile. Her eyes briefly drifted to the gear Shin was wearing, and she didn't know what to make of it. Internally, she sighed. The artifacts I'm using are worth over 200 billion yuan, and here he is using a mass-produced greatsword. You could probably find in every corner shop. Honestly, it's kind of embarrassing. Of course, she kept that thought to herself. Instead, she quickly changed the subject and offered a suggestion. Anyway, don't you want to test out that new title's effect? Before Shin could even register what she meant, a symbol suddenly appeared above his head. 2 swords, crossing each other, accompanied by a system notification. Title: Fight to the death has been activated. Isolation detected. Player Kim Miso. No allies within a 5-meter radius. Title: Fight to the death has been automatically triggered. Seeing it, Shin raised his hand to swat the notification away from above his head with a chuckle. Haha, as if there are any enemies around here right now. With the mission now completed, Miso waved goodbye. I'm heading out first. You know, I had to contact the dungeon haulers waiting outside. Oh yeah. Thanks. Shin gave a small nod and watched her walk away, her figure growing smaller in the distance. A quiet sense of nostalgia rose within him. The quest reward includes monster-related materials, so calling in a cleanup crew is just the natural next step. That's how I used to handle things in my previous life, too. Taking care of all those annoying details always made me seem more reliable in her eyes. As that thought crossed his mind, Miso suddenly came to a stop ahead. She turned back and called out to him, and I'm giving up the 5% mission reward cut I mentioned earlier. Her words caught Shin completely off guard. Wait, what? But that's not fair to you! He shouted in surprise. Before Shin could get another word in, Miso waved him off from up ahead. For someone as wealthy as her, that 5% cut of the quest reward clearly wasn't even worth worrying about. I'm fine, really. Don't go freaking out like that. We'll be seeing each other again plenty of times, I'm sure. Just think of it as an investment in you, Shin, got it? Anyway, I'm heading out now. With that final remark, she vanished from the dungeon in an instant, leaving Shin no chance to argue even if he wanted to. All he could do was let out an awkward chuckle. She really is something else. I can't ever afford to let my guard down around her, not even at the very end, he muttered to himself. Anyway, let's finally check out the reward I've been waiting for. Turning around, his eyes locked onto a softly glowing blue gem resting in the distance. It was the Blue Moonstone, a platinum-grade item classified as a special accessory. Effect: Wolf's Intimidation. Stats: HP 100, Mana 100, Luck +50. Description: a gemstone forged from the faith of the Silver Wolf tribe, worshippers of the Blue Moon. Just seeing the stats sent an uncontrollable shiver of excitement through Shin's body, like he was having a full-blown seizure of joy. It's finally here. A platinum-grade artifact, he exclaimed, eyes gleaming. Just one of these goes for at least $1 billion. Incredible! This thing's worth as much as a freaking apartment in the capital. Practically sprinting over, he grabbed the gem and pressed it to his face like a long-lost treasure, basking in the sheer bliss of victory. Right on cue, the goddess of luck appeared beside him, smug as ever and ready to take credit. So have you started believing in her influence yet? She teased, flashing a playful smile. Seeing her show up, Shin's grin vanished in an instant. Why would this be your doing? That's all my effort, thank you very much. Before he could even finish his complaint, an unfamiliar divine voice suddenly cut in, crashing their conversation. The deity known as Ripped Lips. Strongly objects to the biased luck you've been receiving. A formal request has been submitted to remove the Goddess of Luck from the player system. In response, the Goddess of Luck took immediate action. With a flicker of mischief in her eyes, she suddenly initiated a vote among the constellations, connected to the player system. A system-wide notification appeared. Vote initiated, proposal to expel the entity known as Ripped Lips from the player system. The vote count began, climbing rapidly, 61, out of 100 and rising. Within moments, the proposal passed unanimously. The deity known as Ripped Lips was stripped of his constellation, status, and forcibly removed from the system, much to the sheer delight of the Goddess of Luck. It all happened so fast, Shin barely had time to blink before it was over. "Wait, that actually got approved?" he muttered in disbelief. "And here I thought she was just some quirky constellation. Turns out she's really popular." Choosing not to dwell on that cosmic drama, Shin turned his attention back to the glowing gemstone in front of him, eyes narrowed with focus. "Since it's platinum grade, I should be able to absorb about 40% of its power," he murmured. He read the item's effect carefully. Special effect, Hour of the Wolf, always active, no cooldown. When the moon is visible within a dungeon, recovery speed increases 5-fold. Regardless of the moon's presence, all wolf type. Monsters are placed under a continuous state of fear when in the vicinity of the blue moonstone's wielder. If the moon is visible, wolf-type monsters will never attack the wielder. Even an idiot could understand how powerful that was, let alone someone like Shin. "Pretty straightforward?" he grinned. "So basically, I'm a walking nightmare for wolves now, even without the moon." With a gleam in his eyes, he began the process of absorbing the artifact's power. Time passed, and the scene shifted to the quest hall. A portal shimmered into existence at the center of the grand lobby, drawing everyone's attention. From within that glowing gateway, Shin stepped out, calm, composed, and faintly glowing with residual power. Instantly, dozens of hunters who had been waiting in the hall turned to stare. The murmurs began immediately. "Wait, is that really Shin Sang-hyun? Did he really clear a level 100 quest solo?" One voice asked aloud. Another responded without hesitation. "I think so." Kim Miso wouldn't lie about something like that. Among the gathering crowd, a young staff member stood nervously, her worried eyes fixed on Shin. Clearly, she had been stressing over the decision to approve his quest assignment. Sensing her concern, Miso quietly approached and gently reassured her. "Don't worry about it," she said warmly. "No one in their right mind would have assigned a level 17 player to a level 100 dungeon. I would have stopped it myself if it was really a mistake. You did a good job." The kind words hit home. The young staffer's eyes welled up with emotion, and before she could stop herself, tears began to stream down her cheeks. As Miso gently patted the young employee on the shoulder, she added with a smile, "You should start remembering Shin Sang-hyun's face. He's going to become one of our regulars very soon." From a distance, Shin watched the emotional scene and chuckled softly. "Thinking about it now, I kind of feel bad for the staff," he thought. "They must be under a ton of pressure." But he didn't get much time to reflect. Before he knew it, a crowd of guild members swarmed him, all trying to recruit him on the spot. "Shin Sang-hyun, I'm Yoon Jun, scout team leader of the Guardian Guild. You seem like an amazing player. How about joining us?" No, don't listen to them. Our guild offers the best support and benefits. Just hear us out." "Wait, we also—" Voices overlapped in a chaotic flurry of guild advertisements. But just as things were getting noisy, Miso stepped forward and cut them off. "Sorry," she said with a cool smile, "but Shin has some matters to settle with us first. We'll be taking our leave." The abrupt statement left the other guild members visibly unsettled. "Wait, what does that mean? Has Eden already recruited him?" someone whispered, trying to make sense of the situation. Miso didn't bother explaining further. Instead, she turned to look at Shin meaningfully and asked, "Right?" Yeah, I guess so." "Sure," Shin replied awkwardly, clearly caught off guard. A faint sense of unease stirred in him as he thought to himself, "She definitely just saved me from a headache. But what exactly is her plan?" Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the inside of a luxury car. Shin stared at his phone screen, eyes wide with disbelief as he watched. 500 million? One get deposited into his account. A huge grin spread across his face. He couldn't stop smiling. Seeing his reaction, Miso laughed. "The quest payout got processed pretty fast, huh?" Snapping back to reality, Shin tried to compose himself and scratch the back of his head. Yeah, that was honestly faster than anything I've experienced before. I'm not complaining, though. Feels great getting a payday like that, Miso responded with a casual wave of her hand. I called in a few A-rank agents. They handled the paperwork and reward processing so things could move along quicker for you. Thanks. Seriously, thank you for helping me with all this, Shin said sincerely. Just as Shin was still basking in the joy of his freshly earned fortune, Miso suddenly spoke in a calm, almost casual tone. Driver, the chauffeur up front seemed to immediately grasp what his lady intended. Without needing further instruction, he responded promptly. Understood, Miss Miso. Activating private mode now. The moment those words left his mouth, a partition slid up from behind Shin's seat, sealing off the front of the car. Startled, Shin turned his head sharply. He quickly realized the situation. Yep, just as I suspected, he thought, narrowing his eyes slightly. What the hell is going on here? Nobody does anything this nice without wanting something in return. Shifting his gaze to Miso, he waited for her to explain herself. Miso didn't bother dancing around the topic or sugarcoating anything. She leaned in slightly with a grin and went straight to the point. Haha, I'm not good at sweet talk, she said. Shin Sang-hyun joined my guild, Eden. Even though Shin had already seen it coming, hearing Miso lay it out so directly still threw him off a bit. You're surprisingly straightforward. I expected more small talk and dancing around the subject, he said, clearly flustered. Miso just smiled, her eyes narrowing with amusement. Well, there's a reason we're called Eden. It's supposed to be a paradise for players. I don't think you'd regret joining us. Shin fell silent, her offer making him pause. I'd be lying if I said I didn't see this coming. Back in my previous life, I joined an average guild after I was reborn. At the time, being part of something gave me a sense of security. It was a small guild full of nobodies with nowhere else to go. But it was fun and comfortable, at least until that accident happened. Now I'm growing so fast that fancy facilities don't matter much. And sure, having a big opportunity like this could give me an edge. But it would also come with restrictions. Right now, fighting solo is helping me grow faster. After sorting through his thoughts, Shin finally made up his mind and opened his mouth to respond. I'm sorry, but before he could finish, Miso cut in, as if she had read his mind. You're planning to start a one-man guild, aren't you? That caught Shin completely off guard. He blinked, stunned. Apparently, the idea of a one-man guild had never even occurred to him. Still, he played it off like it was old news and nodded like a pro. Wow, you really do catch on fast. Not knowing his true thoughts, Miso simply shrugged. Well, I am the daughter of a major conglomerate's chairman. Considering your potential, Shin, it wasn't hard to figure out. And the thing is, I'm the only one who knows that right now. As she said this, she looked at him with clear intrigue in her eyes, like she was thoroughly enjoying the moment. All Shin could do in response was smile awkwardly. Even though she figured out that I'm planning to start a solo guild, she still made her move, showed her interest, and created a connection she can leverage later. Honestly, she's one hell of a negotiator, he thought to himself. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the player district, specifically, Building C near Jamsil Station. As planned, Shin was in the process of securing a place to live in this area for safety reasons. Standing in front of him was a cheerful employee, smiling from ear to ear after closing a contract. As I mentioned earlier, the deposit is 100 million won, and the monthly rent is 5 million won, she said, her expression like a wolf eyeing a sheep. Shin couldn't help but scratch his head, slightly uncomfortable. You say that price with such a big smile that it almost doesn't sound too bad? He joked. She laughed brightly. Haha, well, you're actually getting a pretty sweet deal. Places like this usually have a long wait list. Anyway, I'll get going now. Feel free to reach out if you run into any problems. With that, she turned and walked off. Shin waved at her from behind. Of course. Take care on your way back. Once she was gone, he let out a long sigh. I managed to find a place faster than expected. Everyone else on that wait list probably has to keep grinding it out. Now, I guess I should thank the goddess of luck for this one too, huh? So much had happened in such a short amount of time. His mysterious return to life, the strange new changes. It was all still kind of mind-blowing. For days, he'd been wrapped up in trying to make sense of everything, even if none of the information really helped in the immediate moment. He didn't know what steps to take moving forward, but eventually, that uncertainty began to fade, replaced by a shift in perspective. He felt it now, a pulse. a fire flowing through his body. Youth and potential, both burning bright in the palms of his hands. I'm not just going to sit around anymore. This time I'll live differently, happier, stronger. I swear I won't go back to being a coward. More than anything, opportunities for growth were appearing left and right. That alone felt like a blessing. As that thought passed, he suddenly recalled a memory. When Miso, the archer, had taken a phone call from someone important. Yes, this is her. Oh, Reporter Park Youngmin? Is that you? What brings you here today? Haha, you're always so quick on the scoop. Sitting beside her, Shin's eyes widened the moment he heard the name Park Youngmin. A spark of surprise flickered across his face as he thought to himself, wait, Park Youngmin from Player News? That guy is an S-rank reporter. At the same time, over at the Player News building, Youngmin was smiling brightly. That's right. I heard you, Miso. We're with him during the mission run. Things are going absolutely nuts over here with all the info coming in. Miso gave a slight nod and responded, it's just like you've heard. Out of all the players I've encountered recently, he's definitely... Before she could finish her sentence, Youngmin cut her off, lowering his voice. He could feel the nosy stares of his co-workers bearing down on him. Sorry, but could you speed it up a bit? Everyone's totally eyeing me right now. Time skipped ahead once again. Shin had just gotten out of the car and was politely thanking Miso. Thanks for the ride. But just as he turned to leave, Miso quickly called out, wait, Shin, just a second. We're about to explore an unidentified gate. We're putting together a temporary team, 4 members max, all under level 120. Don't worry, it's not an official guild mission. If you're interested, then... Before she could even finish the invitation, Shin's instincts picked up the sweet scent of a quest opportunity, and he practically shouted, I'm in! The way he reacted, like a dog being offered a bone, left Miso momentarily speechless. You turned down a guild offer without blinking, and now you're this excited over a mission? Ignoring her slightly sarcastic remark, Shin could barely contain the excitement bubbling up inside him. Finally, I've got a shot at entering the gate, he thought to himself. To put it simply, dungeons are fixed locations. Once you're in, the entrance and exit are set, and the traps and monsters all behave in predictable patterns. But a gate is different. It constantly changes. While you're dealing with one situation, the paths in and out can shift in real time. And sometimes even the monsters themselves change based on the nature of the gate. But as always, the greater the risk, the better the reward. That's a rule every player lives by. And if it's an unidentified gate, there's a special reward system in place for the first person to conquer it. Guaranteed. High-grade loot. Kim Miso must have experienced this before. That weapon she has, one that can pierce through the hardened hide of a dark wolf, could only have come from a place like that. As he was lost in thought, Miso pulled out her phone and said, I'll contact you as soon as I get more details. Looks like we'll be talking a lot from now on. Here, punch your number in. She handed her phone to Shin, but something on the screen caught his attention. An event reminder popped up right at the top. Friday, June 20th, Chestwacker 10:30 p.m., meeting with Mr. Gregory. Noticing it too late, Miso quickly snatched the phone back, flustered. I'm so sorry, that was careless of me. What's wrong with me today? She let out a small sigh, clearly rattled, while Shin quietly mumbled over what he saw. Looks like she's got some kind of secret she can't talk about. But then again, who doesn't? Every player has their secrets, even me. I've got things I could never tell anyone. If people ever found out I was reincarnated, who knows what kind of chaos that'd cause. It'd be a serious problem, that's for sure. Thinking about it all, an image of his old companion from his past life suddenly surfaced in Shin's mind. A wave of nostalgia washed over him. I have no idea where he is now or what he's doing, but we spent so many years working side by side. He sighed internally. It's not easy trying to track him down now. Meanwhile, over at Eden Guild's VIP lounge, Miso was sitting across from a tall man dressed in a striking orange outfit. But instead of engaging in conversation, she was completely focused on her phone screen, her eyes fixed on it. Noticing this, the man tilted his head. Curiosity piqued. It's been a while since we grabbed coffee together, hasn't it? He said casually. But are you waiting for someone to call? You've been staring at that phone like it owes you money. Miso looked up and replied with a faint smile. It's Shin Sang-hyun. We're preparing to explore a gate together. Oh, wow, the man said with a teasing grin. You two are already that close. Flustered, Miso quickly waved it off. No, it's not like that. With that, the conversation naturally shifted to Shin. The man leaned back and asked, "Isn't he the one who can maintain combat focus longer than even I can? And he straight up rejected a recruitment offer from Kim Miso herself? I mean, if it were me, I'd probably like the guy too." Across the table, Miso didn't deny it. In fact, she added a subtle warning. "You should probably start getting a little worried, Appa." "Huh? Me? Why would I be worried?" he asked, genuinely puzzled. Miso explained with a steady voice, "His swordsmanship is sharp, really sharp. Almost on par with yours. Maybe even better." Hearing her unusually high praise for Shin, the man couldn't help but burst out laughing. "Haha, you're only saying that because I teased you, right? I'm sure the guy's talented, but comparing him to me, that's a stretch." That man, with his rugged, masculine features and confident demeanor, was none other than Joe Giho, an S-rank player from Eden Guild, currently at level 700. Time passed quickly, and before long, it was already the next morning. At that moment, Shin suddenly received a phone call from Miso the archer. He immediately answered, "Yes, this is Kim Miso, right? I'm listening." On the other end, Miso got straight to the point. "You're picking up? Good. I'm calling to talk about the gate situation." "So soon? I can talk now," Shin replied, clearly surprised. Not wanting to waste time, Miso dove right in. "An unidentified gate has just appeared about 500 meters northwest of the mountain shelter on Route 7. We've already done a preliminary scout of the middle zone, and I'm sending the info over to you now." Hearing that, Shin's eyes lit up. He quickly pulled up the data Miso had just sent. "Ah, okay. Give me a sec while I check it." As he read through the information on his phone, his eyes narrowed slightly. The screen displayed, "Mid-zone boss. Second gate, Hellhound Cerberus. Considered a wolf-type monster. Estimated level 100. Known traits, biting and multiple heads." Gate 3 details followed, along with a stream of additional data. Thanks to his experience, Shin already had a good sense of what kind of opponent he'd be facing. "What the hell? I just got this new skill, and now a monster like this shows up already?" Cerberus. Looks like it fits the conditions for that skill perfectly. Shin possessed the skill, Threshold Between Day and Night, which had a unique effect. It was always active and had no cooldown period. Whenever the moon appeared inside a dungeon, health and wound recovery speed increased 5-fold. Additionally, regardless of whether the moon was visible, any dog or wolf-type monster would fall into a fear state if the player possessed a blue moonstone. Even better, if the moon did appear, these types of monsters would never attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Back to the conversation. Shin smiled and nodded as he replied to Miso, "Yeah, I just finished checking the info. Thanks for sending it over." His polite tone made Miso chuckle on the other end. "Sharing info like this is the least we can do, right? I'll reach out again later, okay?" Nearby, a tall man overheard their cheerful exchange and cut in, clearly curious. "What's with all the loud chatting? Something going on?" Shin quickly turned toward him, a little flustered. "Ah, sorry about that, Captain." Before he could finish, the tall man waved it off with a laugh. "Hey, I'm just messing with you. You're a celebrity now, I totally get it. And hey, I'm not your captain anymore. Just call me Hung from now on." This guy was none other than Captain Yun D. King, the same man who had once led Shin into the Orc Dungeon, a place rookies often referred to as the Wailing Wall. Back to Shin, the compliment from Yun D. King made him a little flustered. He scratched his head awkwardly and said, "Come on, Hung. I'm not that famous. I've still got a long way to go." Hearing that, Yun D. King let out a chuckle and raised an eyebrow. "The way you're talking, I'm guessing you haven't gotten that call yet." "Huh? What call?" Shin asked, clearly puzzled. Without dragging it out, Yun D. King shoved his phone in Shin's face. "See for yourself. You made the front page of Player Weekly. If that's not fame, I don't know what is." On the phone screen was a crystal-clear photo of Shin. Right under a bold headline, "Player Weekly, the legendary rookie has arrived. Shin Sanang-hun blazes onto the scene." Reporter Park Youngmin. The article detailed how a new player had made a surprise appearance in the zone, followed by a stream of additional details. Reading it, Shin realized he hadn't seen this article anywhere before. His eyes widened in shock, and then he practically screamed like his house had just caught fire. "What the hell is this?" His startled reaction made Yun King burst out laughing. "Haha, you might want to turn off your phone now. You're about to get all kinds of calls." Switching to Shin's internal thoughts, he was clearly frustrated. "It's not that I hate this magazine, but do they really just publish stuff? Like this without even interviewing the person first? As if on cue, just like Yoon Di-kwing had predicted, Shin's phone started ringing non-stop. That only gave Yoon more material to tease him with. What's the matter? Don't tell me one of your distant cousins already got to you, Shin replied dryly. I'm only thinking about the close relatives at this point. As he said that, he quickly turned off his phone, stuffed it into his pocket, and let out a long sigh. Great. Another thing to worry about. Hung, did I come prepared today or what? Before Shin could even finish his sentence, Yoon Di-kwing, who already seemed to know where this was headed, held out the bag he'd been carrying and placed it right in front of Shin. That's what you're talking about, right? On Shin's end, the moment he peeked inside the bag and saw what was in there, he lit up and exclaimed, "Yes! Thanks so much." Yoon Di-kwing crossed his arms and quipped, "Thanks? If anyone heard that, they'd think I gave it to you for free. Money-wise, though, this stuff's all old gear covered in my fingerprints. Wouldn't it make more sense for you to just buy new ones?" There was a clear note of curiosity in his voice. After all, Shin was now a well-known player with serious skills. Picking up new gear should have been no problem at all for someone like him. Of course, Shin couldn't exactly tell Yoon Di-kwing that he planned to absorb the old gear to boost his powers, so he gave an awkward, half-hearted excuse instead. "Maybe I'm just trying to inherit your fighting spirit, you know? The way you handle things." The more he spoke, the more Yoon Di-kwing's expression darkened. Eventually, the man couldn't hold back and muttered, "Ha, there you go, talking nonsense again." Shin gave a sheepish grin. "Well, just think of this as a way to shake off some bad luck or something." Meanwhile, Yoon Di-kwing silently shook his head. "Yeah, right. Like that explains why old gear has a higher absorption rate." Just as he was about to press further, a voice suddenly cut in from behind, a woman's voice. "Sorry I'm late. Parking here's a nightmare. Let's get the appraisal started right away." The voice belonged to a strikingly beautiful woman. As she approached, Shin gave her a quick glance, then turned to Yoon Di-kwing and asked, "Huh? Who's that?" "Oh, that's the appraiser I called in to help with our transaction," Di-kwing replied casually. "Brought her along so you don't get ripped off. Gotta look out for my people, you know? Ha." He threw an arm around Shin's shoulder. Wasting no time, the appraiser got straight to work. A soft purple glow shimmered from her lips as she cast a skill that enveloped all the items in a faint light. Moments later, she let out a relaxed breath, nodded, and turned to both of them. "All set. The evaluation's complete. You two can go ahead and trade based on the pre-agreed price. Looks fair." Hearing that, Yoon Di-kwing shot a sideways glance at Shin. "So you were planning to haggle, huh?" "What? Of course not!" Shin shook his head firmly. Then, maybe because his hands were starting to itch for action, Yoon Di-kwing suddenly drew his sword and said with a grin, "All right then. Before we lock in the deal, how about you take a look at my swordsmanship first?" Shin quickly raised his hands in refusal. "No way, Hung! I'm not qualified to judge something like that." But before he could finish, Yoon Di-kwing cut him off, blunt and honest. "Quit pretending to be humble. I'm not dumb. I know full well you're way better than me. And I'm not stupid enough to let my pride get in the way of improving myself. No, really, I mean it," Shin tried to explain, genuinely hating how awkward and complicated this was becoming. But when he saw the serious look on Di-kwing's face, he sighed inwardly. Turning down someone who's that sincere would just be rude. So in the end, he agreed. "All right, just pretend I'm not even here. Do what you usually do." At that, Di-kwing's face instantly brightened. He got into his stance, ready to go. Shin, watching him, turned to the appraiser and gave a quick heads up. "You might want to stand behind me for this." "Oh, right. Got it." The appraiser nodded, quickly stepping aside to give them space. Once she moved to a safe distance, Yoon Di-kwing shouted, "Here I come!" and charged forward. His movements were sharp, and each strike of his sword sliced through the air, stirring up powerful gusts that whipped outward in all directions. Even Shin couldn't help but be impressed, thinking to himself, "Whoa, he's gotten way stronger since the last time we met in that dungeon. Looks like he hasn't stopped training for even a second." But then he noticed something off. "Hold up for a second, Hung," Shin called out. "Huh? Already? I've still got more," Di-kwing said in surprise. But Shin walked over and pointed something out. "Your left arm, is something wrong with it?" That caught Di-kwing off guard. "How'd you know?" Shin explained. "When you swing with your right, your left shoulder opens up too much. It felt like you weren't fully aware of that side of your body." "If I'm right," Di-kwing let out a resigned breath and finally admitted it. "You nailed it. I've had a minor injury on that side. Something from blocking hits with my left shoulder. Guess I couldn't hide it, huh? Most of the damage I've taken during training or in dungeons has ended up on that side. I know it's a problem, but there's not much I can do. As he spoke, he reached up to rub his left shoulder with a frustrated expression. But what Shin said next left Yun King stunned. That injury? It's treatable. It's actually way easier to fix than you think. Don't hide it. Own it. Choose a sword style that flows better with your current form. Make it your strength, from the way you control your movement to the rhythm of your steps. It won't be easy to adjust everything, but trust me, you'll improve a lot. Try gripping like this. Just tighten your fingers a little more. As he spoke, Shin stepped in and physically guided him through the motion. Yun King clicked his tongue. It's not as easy as it sounds. Hey, Shin, that hurts, man. Ha ha. Just hang in there for a bit longer, Shin encouraged him. A few seconds later, a relieved sigh came from King. Hey, it's kind of embarrassing to admit, but wow, that actually feels way better. Shin smirked. Right? It'll keep getting better, I promise. Now twist your hips this way, and just like that, the two of them got caught up in fixing each other's posture, totally focused on the task. Meanwhile, standing off to the side, the appraiser was watching with her face turning completely red. What are these two idiots even doing? She thought, flustered. What exactly am I witnessing right now? Time flew by, and after wrapping up the gear exchange with Captain Yun King, Shin cheerfully drove his beat-up car back home. He was in such a good mood that he started whistling to himself. Sure, this deal cost me over 100 million yuan, but it was still worth it. What I'll gain from this far outweighs what I paid. King seemed satisfied after the little sword training session. But that appraiser girl looked kind of weird toward the end. Was she just tired? Whatever. I can't wait to devour these items and see how much stronger I've gotten. There's no way I can wait until the next gate opens. Maybe I should just call Kim Miso already. As he spoke, Shin gave a quick glance at the gear bag on the passenger seat. But that one moment of distraction nearly cost him. He almost hit two people walking in front of his car. Slamming the brakes just in time, Shin stuck his head out the window, flustered. I'm so sorry. Are you okay? You were right in my blind spot. Before he could finish, one of the men, dressed like a total thug, cut him off, clearly having waited for this moment. Took you long enough. I'm sick of standing around waiting for your sorry ass. What are you staring at? Get out of that piece of junk car now! His tone was more of a command than a request, leaving Shin confused and annoyed. What the hell? Debt collectors or something? Who are these guys? Seeing the look on Shin's face, the scrawny blonde one just shrugged and mocked him with a smirk. Ha ha, you clueless types always react the same way, huh? What, did I hear that right? Then, just to drive the point home, the heavy-set one suddenly activated a skill, summoning a searing fireball right in front of his chest. His voice turned cold and threatening. Cut the small talk. You want to burn up with that crappy car of yours, or are you getting out right now? From Shin's perspective, he finally realized who these two idiots were. Faces from his past life. Oh, right. I remember now. These guys are Choi Yongchol and Choi Sangho from the Unopia Guild. Yongchol, in particular, always preyed on those weaker than him. Sangho was his lackey, the one who filmed all his YouTube videos. Thanks to his toxic, extreme content, he had a handful of loyal followers who always watched his stuff. But after crossing the line one too many times, he ended up with a life sentence and faded into obscurity. So yeah, in other words, both of them are absolute scum. Thinking about all that, Shin let out a deep sigh, not knowing what was going through his mind. Yongchol and Sangho looked at his face and started mocking him. Haha, look at that, Yongchol. This kid's frozen stiff. Yeah, why is he pissing me off so much already? But with just one glance, Shin had already read their stats like an open book. Choi Yongchol, level 100 B-rank player. His lackey, Sangho, level 75 C-rank. Just realizing these two trash bags were targeting him to film. Some kind of video again made Shin feel tired. Seriously? I just wanted to test out my new artifacts and see how much stronger I've gotten. Why does annoying trash like this keep finding me? Huh. These guys aren't even worth using as test dummies. Still, not wanting his car to end up a flaming pile of scrap metal, Shin grabbed his gear, stepped out, and said, All right, so what's your deal? Seeing that Shin didn't look like someone easy to push around, the fat one snapped his fingers, extinguishing the fireball he had conjured earlier. He scoffed and said mockingly, You want to know? Chill out, man. We're just the local peacekeepers around here. Keeping this multiplayer city safe and sound, you know? We've been getting complaints about someone, apparently. There's this jackass driving a piece of junk car all over town. People say they're sick of having to deal with it just being around. Know who I'm talking about? As he spoke, he raised one foot and slammed it into Shin's car. Shin's expression darkened immediately, but Yongchol, clueless as ever, didn't pick up on it. He kept flapping his mouth with a smug grin. Now do you get it? Unless you want this trash heap of yours to rot away right here. Pack your junk and get lost, got it? Meanwhile, the commotion had caught the attention of nearby pedestrians. A few people were already starting to murmur, as they noticed who was causing the disturbance. Hey, what's going on over there? Isn't that Yongchol and Sangho again? Those jerks are picking fights like always. Just then, a guy with reddish-brown hair suddenly recognized someone in the middle of the scuffle. Wait, I know that guy. Isn't he the one who was featured in Player Weekly? He's the one who went into that mission zone with Kim Miso. What was his name again? Shin Sanang-hyun, right? Their voices got loud enough for Yongchol to overhear. His smirk faded a bit, a trace of unease appearing on his face. He turned to his sidekick and muttered, "Wait, is he strong?" Sango quickly pulled up something on his phone, squinted, then rubbed his chin. Yeah, I remember now. This guy entered the mission zone with Kim Miso. There's a rumor he completed a level 100 mission solo. Yongchol clearly didn't buy any of it. He did it solo? No way. That guy looks weak as hell. Sangho just smirked and replied, "Haha, come on. Yongchol, Kim Miso was there too, remember? You really think she'd let some rookie hog all the glory for himself? No chance, I already got the title for our next video." Hearing that, Yongchol instantly caught on to whatever twisted idea. His buddy was cooking up and laughed along. "Haha, can't believe you're this good at milking this stuff." Without wasting another second, Sangho whipped out his phone, turned on the camera, and gave a little cue. Time to teach the rookie that Kim Miso's been babysitting a real lesson. "We're live!" At that, the fat one stepped up and glared coldly at Shin. "Hey Shin Sanang-hyun, I'm going to be generous here. Let's switch to training mode and have ourselves a duel. If I win, you pack up and leave Player Town immediately and, of course, you'll star in our next video. But if you win, we'll back off and stay out of your way. Fair deal?" Switching back to Shin's point of view, he was already livid after they messed with his car, so he didn't even hesitate before spitting out his reply. "Fine by me. But you're adding 500 million wan and your damn wrist into the bet. If you're too scared, get the hell out of my face." His voice was razor sharp, and his eyes burned with a wild, unhinged fire like a rabid dog ready to bite. That did it. Veins popped across Yongchol's neck as his temper flared. Just as he was about to curse Shin out, his partner suddenly called out from behind. "Hey yo, wait a sec." Annoyed, Yongchol snapped back, "What now, dumbass? Can't you see I'm busy?" But Sangho didn't flinch. His face had turned pale and sweat dripped down his temples. "Look, check the chat channel right now." On the public channel, messages were flooding in, all echoing the same thing. 500 mil. Everyone watching was already on board with Shin's raised stakes. Yongchol couldn't hold back a string of curses. Shin, meanwhile, didn't take his eyes off him for a second and added, "What's it going to be? You in or are you scared?" Back on Yongchol's side, a realization finally hit him like a brick. Wait a minute. If we actually go through with this, the video won't even be monetized. Too much violence might even get flagged as adult content. Still, with his pride on the line and rage boiling under the surface, he muttered, "Screw it. Maybe this is just the outlet I need to blow off some steam." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the plaza in front of Building C, deep in Player Town. By now, Shin had arrived with Yongchol and Sangho, drawing the attention of a growing crowd of curious onlookers. A girl with jet black hair spoke up first. "What's going on here? Is that really Shin Sanang-hyun?" Next to her, a guy in a blue jacket looked a bit worried for Shin. "Those guys are just punks. They're always pulling stunts and picking on new players. Hey, do you live around—" Before he could even finish his sentence, the girl cut him off flatly. "I have a boyfriend." Just then, a system announcement echoed across the square. Training mode has been activated. All participating players have received the protective shield buff. Training setup is complete. Players, please begin your combat training. At this point, Yongchol still had no idea just how dangerous the person he was provoking really was. He kept running his mouth, laughing loudly. "Just like you said, 500 mil and our wrists on the line. And don't worry, I keep my promises, so don't chicken out now. If you're smart, you'd turn around and walk away while you still can. Up front, Shin didn't say a word. He just let out a long, slow breath like he was trying to keep himself calm. Meanwhile, Yongchol continued to flap his gums. You hear me? Let's get this started. I don't mess around when it comes to fighting, but before he could even finish his sentence, a panicked voice rang out. Yongchol! Startled, Yongchol looked up and his eyes went wide. Shin was already airborne, leaping down at him from above, sword in hand. His gaze was icy cold, his voice even colder. I'm not playing either. Even if you beg, I'm not going to spare you. And just like that, their fight exploded into action, streamed live on YouTube for everyone to see. By pure chance, someone else happened to be watching. Kim Miso. The moment she saw what was happening, her eyes went wide with shock, completely frozen in place. Miso couldn't help but feel curious, wondering what the hell was going on with Shin. But once she got a better look at his opponent, her expression shifted as she recognized the man. Wait a second, isn't that Choi Young-chol from the Inopia Guild? He's a B-rank player, but super well-known, because his uncle's the guild master. What's he doing messing with Shin? Right then, a voice called out from nearby. Hey, Miso, what's going on? Why the long face? The voice belonged to a woman with short hair and a physique, like a panther, Shintiri, a top-tier S-rank player from the Eden Guild, level 700. Her sharp eyes flicked over to the TV screen, and she immediately caught on. That player? Isn't that the one you've been trying to recruit? Miso turned to her and admitted, yeah, that's Shin, but I have no idea why he's there or what's going on. Tiri took one more glance at the screen and smirked. Whatever the reason, he moves well. Sharp reflexes. Back on the battlefield, Young-chol was caught completely off guard by Shin's sudden charge. You bastard! He cursed, scrambling backward just in time. If he'd hesitated even half a second longer, Shin's blade would have sliced him clean in two. Fuming, Young-chol retaliated by hurling a massive fireball. You've got some nerve, he roared as the blazing orb rocketed toward Shin. But it wasn't enough, not even close. Shin gripped his sword tighter and swung it upward in one fluid motion, cutting clean through the fireball. It split in half before exploding in the distance. One hell of a blast, but still no match for him. The crowd around them was stunned, jaws dropping at the unreal scene. How the hell is he doing that? Sango stammered, eyes wide with disbelief. As for Shin himself, a grin tugged at the corner of his lips. He could feel it, his body finally moving exactly how he wanted. Finally, he thought. Ever since I returned, this is the first time I've felt completely in sync again. Flashback 3 hours earlier. After finishing up the equipment transaction with Captain Yun King, Shin didn't forget to turn to the appraiser girl and express his gratitude. Thanks to you, the deal got done so quickly. Today went really well. Hearing that, the girl in the white outfit quickly waved her hand in modesty. Oh, it wasn't all me. You two were really hard workers, too. Plus, I benefited from it as well, she said, her cheeks slightly flushed, which left Shin completely confused at that moment. Captain Yun King burst out laughing. Ha ha, a day like this we've got to go out for drinks. You should join us. Now that we've got money, we can eat whatever we want, salmon or beef. Despite being very tempted to go, Shin awkwardly declined. Sorry, I have some errands to run. You two go ahead and enjoy yourselves. Immediately, the burly captain asked, taken aback. Hey, what's going on, Shin? Is it because I asked too much of you? Shin quickly explained. No, I'm really sorry. Although Yun King wanted Shin to come along, he reluctantly accepted. Oh, is that so? Well, I guess we can't force it. Looks like it's just the two of us, huh, my friend? Upon hearing that, the girl in the white outfit covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, Oh no, what am I doing? I totally forgot something important I need to do. I have to go! With that, she hurried off, leaving the burly captain standing there completely stunned. Afterwards, Shin headed to an unfamiliar park to start sampling each item he had. He let out a deep sigh, and just as he did, the system notification rang out. Based on the absorption rate, the basic stat absorption rate is at 10%. The previous artifact usage has activated, increasing the absorption rate, finally reaching 90%. Upon hearing this, Shin's eyes widened in disbelief. 90%? He exclaimed. At that moment, the goddess of luck appeared beside him. The goddess of luck believes all this joy you're feeling comes from her good fortune, she said, her voice light and teasing. This time, Shin didn't claim the luck for himself. His face showed a hint of annoyance as he said, "Normally, I only get around 10% due to the absorption limit. As expected, the items used by the appraisers are truly on another level." Then, as if suddenly remembering something, Shin turned to the goddess and asked, "Oh, right. There's something I wanted to ask you, goddess. You're really famous in the constellations, right? Have you heard of the constellation called the Late Blooming Model? Student success?" In response, the goddess of luck looked irritated. She pointed a finger directly at Shin and questioned, "The goddess of luck is angry that you're paying attention to other constellations." Shin quickly raised his hand in a calming gesture. "I only asked out of curiosity. I didn't mean anything by it. It's just that the constellation has some personal meaning to me, but I didn't realize it would upset the goddess like that. I'm sorry, please forget I even mentioned it." Seeing the sincerity on Shin's face, the goddess of luck's anger began to subside. "The goddess of luck grants you her forgiveness. Due to her generosity, she will help you find that constellation." Hearing the goddess's consent, Shin was overjoyed. "Really? Thank you, goddess. All right, now I can finally put my full focus into this." As he spoke, he began using his absorption ability to start feasting. His consciousness was sent into the mental world. A system notification rang out, syncing with 5 artifacts, the top 5 dishes of humanity. Before Shin was a feast of various delicacies, enough to make anyone's mouth water. Just looking at it made Shin do the same. It took him a few seconds to snap back to reality, wiping the drool from his mouth. No matter how surreal the artifacts are, I never thought a banquet of food could be this enticing. "I really love this," he grinned. "With over a 90% absorption rate, when this ends, who knows how strong I'll be. I can't even begin to guess." Back in reality, a symbol of 2 crossed swords appeared above Shin's head, and a system reminder followed. The True Rival title has been activated. Isolating player Choi Young-chol. No allies detected within a 5-meter radius. The True Rival instincts have been triggered. The player information appeared. Name, Shin Sang-hyun. Titles, True Rival, and 6 others. Constellation, Goddess of Luck. Unified skill, eats artifacts. Artifacts consumed, 17. Health, 880. Energy, 124. Experience, 97. Stat window, Strength, 77 plus 40. Stamina, 90 plus 70. Agility, 28. Mana, 60 plus 4. Luck, 167 plus 65. Evasion, 30. Defense, 49 plus 29. Remaining stat points, 0. On the opposite side, young Chol, the burly thug, trembled as his attack was effortlessly sliced in half by Shin. He looked like he was having a seizure. The audience who had been watching couldn't help but tease. "Haha, he's flustered. Is young Chol running out of juice?" Then, like a volcano erupting, young Chol screamed, "You bastard!" As he shouted, he swung his hands wildly forward, unleashing countless fireballs. This made Miso, who was watching, worry for Shin. "Watch out!" In contrast to her younger sister, Tiri remained calm and reassured. "Don't worry, he'll dodge them." Her voice was full of confidence, and sure enough, Shin didn't disappoint her. He seemed to be dancing around the barrage of attacks, easily dodging every single one, and even reminding the big guy across from him. "You haven't forgotten the deal, have you? For 500 million, I'll take that arm." With that, he dashed forward. However, this was exactly what Songho had been waiting for. He muttered to himself, "That's right. Charge in, gotcha now." While no one was paying attention, Songho secretly activated some kind of skill, and suddenly, Shin's steps were bound by a stream of white light. Seeing this, young Chol grinned wickedly, flashing Shin the middle finger. "I win, you idiot!" He laughed with a cunning, malicious look on his face. Back on Shin's side, his entire body was now locked in place by a frosty magic circle beneath his feet. A system notification flashed before him. Condition met, player Shin Sang-hyun. Skill, forced freeze, activated. Right after, jagged pillars of ice erupted from the ground, encasing his body in a prison of frost. Elsewhere, Tiri watched the scene unfold on a monitor and gasped in surprise. "Oh, so he can use magic other than burn? Not bad at all." At her words, Miso burst into a fit of amused giggles. "Sis, don't be too surprised. Shin can even use status effect nullification. You really underestimated my judgment. Just keep watching. You'll understand why I was so eager to test him." As she spoke, she casually glanced back at the screen, only for her expression to freeze. From her perspective, A large hole had just appeared in the block of ice that had been containing Shin, and he himself was nowhere to be seen. Back in the battlefield, young Chal, the bulky one, blinked in disbelief. What the hell? Where'd that bastard go? A flicker of doubt ran through his mind. The skill definitely activated. Unless he has status effect nullification, there's no way he could have escaped. Is he really a rookie? But just then, Shin's figure appeared right above his head. With a fierce grip on his great sword, Shin launched himself downward. His feet slammed into young Chal's back with full force, driving the heavy man straight into the ground. The impact cracked the earth beneath him into a spiderweb of fractures. Yet, despite the clean landing, one thing left Shin visibly displeased. His blade, aimed directly at young Chal, had failed to strike the target as intended. Something had disrupted the finishing blow. All around them, the spectators froze in shock. Sung-ho, the scrawny one, stammered, barely able to form a sentence. Meanwhile, the chat channel exploded. Oh my god. Shin Sang-hyun, did he just use status effect nullification? But more importantly, doesn't he seem different from earlier? The comments jolted Sung-ho out of his daze. He quickly turned to examine Shin again, sensing something strange in the air. Now that I think about it, that guy's entire presence feels completely different from before. What the hell did he do? His gaze sharpened. Shin's eyes, once normal, had turned pitch black. He didn't look like a player anymore. He looked like a demon. Back at S-rank Hunter Tiri's position, it seemed her younger sister Miso was just as curious. The white-haired girl tilted her head slightly and said, "Looks like some kind of awakening skill." Miso glanced at her with wide eyes. Her voice filled with curiosity. An awakening skill? You mean Shin Sang-hyun? Tiri nodded, her tone more thoughtful now. Yeah, it seems to branch from either transcendence or illusion. Judging by those pitch-black pupils, it's probably illusion. From what I know, taking damage while using that kind of skill causes severe exhaustion. Didn't he just say he was going to take them down without getting hit once? Talk about confidence. She let out a sigh, equal parts exasperated and impressed by Shin's sheer nerve. Miso, meanwhile, just broke into a wide, excited grin. Ha ha! No, sis, he never used anything like that when he was with me. And that kind of skill isn't exactly easy to trigger either. Tiri shrugged, casually analyzing the situation. Then it's one of two things. Either he had no reason to activate it around you, or he didn't have it at all. A brief pause. Tiri's face suddenly grew more contemplative. She muttered to herself after a second or two of silence, or maybe he just figured out a way to get it recently. Cut to the appraisal center. The female appraiser who'd handled Shin's gear stared at the report in her hands, stunned. Her lips parted slightly as she mumbled, "Oh no, this could be a problem." The artifact, Shin Sang-hyun, just bought had to go through a potential trade assessment. According to her screen, the chance that the item contained a hidden skill was 0.02%. And the skill in question, psychedelic. She scoffed in disbelief. A hidden skill with odds that low? No way. If he actually pulled that, he must be blessed by Lady Luck herself. Psychedelic. A hidden skill, a high-tier awakening ability. Cooldown, 1 hour. Skill level 1. Effect. Upon activation, it fully restores the user's HP and triggers an awakened state for 100 seconds. In that state, physical and mental capabilities are pushed beyond their limits, borderline berserk. Decision-making and information processing speeds are dramatically increased. Drawback: once the illusion effect ends, the user crashes into extreme exhaustion for 10 minutes, with delayed damage taking its toll. Cut back to Shin, who now looked and sounded like a lunatic on a full-blown adrenaline high. So, what about that bet, huh? Want to run it back? His voice brimmed with manic energy. Across from him, young Chal was pale as a sheet, fear seeping into his bones. He cursed under his breath. Shit, this bastard. I let my guard down thinking he was just some rookie. But if this is what he's really capable of, I'll have to get serious. Thinking quickly, young Chal slammed both palms against the ground, unleashing a surge of mana that caused a minor explosion beneath them. The blast flung both him and Shin in opposite directions, a desperate move to break free from Shin's grip. As he staggered backward, retreating through the smoke and debris, young Chal's mind raced. First, I need to put some distance between us. But wait, will that even work? This is nothing like what that bastard Jo Sung-ho told me. If I'd known he was this strong, I never would have picked this fight. Don't tell me.
Those bastards!
His thoughts spiraled into confusion as he glanced toward his own subordinate. The blonde, scrawny Sung-ho wouldn't even make eye contact anymore. He stood frozen, drenched in sweat, looking like he was about to puke. And in that moment, even young Chol, dense as he could be, finally realized he'd been set up. Hard. But before he could turn his rage toward Sung-ho, Shin was already on him. The younger man rushed forward, grabbed a fistful of young Chol's shirt, and slammed him straight down into the stone floor with brutal force. The impact sent chunks of tile and dirt flying in every direction.
You fat bastard!
Shin growled, his voice low and dangerous. Let's end this. Time for the final round. Young Chol writhed beneath him, now more terrified than ever. Wait. Fine, you win, all right? I'll transfer the 500 million right now. But Shin wasn't here for money anymore. There was no way he'd let this guy off that easily. His eyes narrowed. The bet's done, he said coldly. Now, it's personal. He raised his fist high. Young Chol's eyes widened in disbelief. What? There's nothing personal. Are you insane? But Shin was already seeing red. Oh, there's something personal, all right. You want to know why I started all this? His grip tightened. Flashback, 3 days ago. At a modest auto repair shop, a mechanic handed Shin his keys and offered a solemn nod. We've patched her up, but you're going to have to let her go soon. Shin blinked, caught off guard. Wait, what? Let her go? The mechanic nodded again, more gently this time. Yeah, she's too old now. I know you're attached, but it's time. That car's taken you everywhere, hasn't it? I'm sure she's happy knowing that. As those words left the mechanic's mouth, even he had to fight back tears. But Shin? He didn't stand a chance. His eyes welled up, his throat tightened. His heart ached as if he were losing a lifelong friend. And then, he heard it. The faint, almost ghostly voice of the old car echoed in his mind. That's right, Shin. I've been so happy taking you everywhere all this time. But now, it's your turn. Live a good life, okay? Just picturing his beloved rust bucket being forced into retirement. Like that, unceremoniously and against its will, was enough to make his blood boil. His face twisted with rage. Veins bulging in his forehead as he screamed at young Chol like a man possessed. This is for my scrapped baby, you bastard! On the ground, young Chol was already shaking, eyes wide with fear, tears streaming down his face. I'm sorry, okay? I'm really sorry. But it was too late. And then it happened. A horrifying, wet sound broke through the tension. Squish. A moment of stunned silence followed. People nearby instinctively recoiled, covering their noses, their faces contorting in disgust. The hell is that smell? Someone shouted. Even Shin froze, his fist still raised mid-air, now eyeing young Chol in horrified disbelief. The bastard had literally crapped himself. And the worst part? This was all being streamed live. Every viewer, from casual fans to hardcore PvP junkies, saw it in real time. Gasps, groans, and a tidal wave of secondhand embarrassment flooded the chat. Bro, what did I just watch? Young Chol went full toddler mode. Is this a boss fight or a bathroom emergency? Back on the battlefield, young Chol had completely broken down, a shell of the arrogant man he was minutes ago. He sobbed uncontrollably, curled into a trembling heap. I'm sorry. I swear I'm sorry. All around them, the crowd had erupted into chaos once again. God, that stench, can you smell it? Dude totally crapped himself. Mocking voices flew from every direction, laughter echoing through the air. Off to the side, Sung-ho, the skinny cameraman, was frozen in place, nearly pissing himself from fear. Sweat poured down his face and his hands trembled as he gripped his phone, still recording the aftermath. Shk, he muttered to himself, eyes darting nervously. What do I even do now? Maybe I should just delete the whole damn channel. I've seriously messed with someone I shouldn't have. As he stood there spiraling, a calm but commanding voice suddenly cut through the noise. Mr. Sung-ho, I presume? You've stirred up quite the mess here. Startled, Sung-ho whipped his head around and immediately paled. Manager! The man approaching was Moonbake Yang, the zone administrator for the Gangdong, district under the Utopia Guild. Seeing him, Sung-ho quickly bowed his head in apology, but Bake Yang barely acknowledged the gesture. His attention was focused elsewhere, locked on Shin. So this is the kid, Bake Yang thought, his gaze narrowing slightly. Freshly awakened, yet he took down Choi Yong-chol, a seasoned awakened fighter. Impressive, very impressive. Let's see what kind of player he really is. With that, Baek-yang stepped forward, his expression friendly but analytical. You must be Shin Sang-hyun, yes? I'm here on behalf of Utopia to handle the incident report and, of course, to offer compensation for what you've endured. Do you have a moment to talk? Across from him, Shin raised an eyebrow slightly, his voice firm and unyielding. Before that, could you state your name and guild affiliation? There was nothing rude in his tone, just a quiet strength, calm, controlled, confident. But for some reason, that only made Baek-yang feel uneasy. That attitude, it's not arrogance. No, this is something else. He's calm, too calm. Like someone who's survived hell and come out the other side sharper than ever. His skill and presence are way beyond his rank. Realizing that, Baek-yang quickly nodded, adjusting his tone with newfound respect. Apologies for not introducing myself sooner. I'm Moon Baek-yang, administrator for the Gangdong District Utopia Guild. He offered a slight bow, already thinking ahead. We need to recruit him, whatever it takes. Burn some resources if we have to. As long as we come across as respectful and genuine, we might have a shot at pulling him in. To push his plan forward, Baek-yang suddenly raised his voice with conviction. Utopia Guild will cover all the damages. Shin didn't even hesitate. The moment those words left Baek-yang's mouth, he whipped out his phone and pulled up a banking app. For real? That makes things easy. He held up his phone screen. Go ahead and transfer me 20 billion won. Here's my account number. I'd say that's a fair number, considering the psychological trauma and everything else I've had to put up with. Baek-yang's expression froze, completely blank. That number hit him like a truck. 20 billion? He repeated, stunned. Any chance we can, I don't know, negotiate? I mean, how about I just give you the guy covered in crap and let you do whatever you want with him? Time skip. Shin's apartment. From outside his door, Baek-yang's voice could be heard again, annoyingly persistent. Mr. Shin, are you sure the Utopia Guild's compensation reached your account? Inside, Shin groaned in frustration, shouting back, Dude, are you still here? You seriously haven't heard from Kim Miso yet? Baek-yang fired back another question. You're absolutely sure you're not affiliated with the Eden Guild, right? Shin opened the door, rubbing his temples, utterly fed up. Nope, not even close. Please, for the love of all that's holy, leave me alone. But the moment he tried to shut the door, a swarm of reporters shoved their microphones through the opening, shouting over one another like a chaotic press conference. Mr. Shin, the public has a right to know. Please comment. That's right, speak up. Why are you dodging the question? Are you or aren't you dating Kim Miso? Don't avoid it. Just answer directly. Bombarded from all sides, Shin felt more drained than when he'd cleared that last dungeon. He let out a long sigh. Right. Since when is my love life part of the public's right to know? And with that, he slammed the door shut, shutting out the voices. He trudged back to his room, muttering to himself, Am I not tired enough already? Dating in my situation? Yeah, sure, let's add that to the list. Inside, his eyes fell on the gear he'd laid out earlier. Cleaned, polished, ready. Today was the day of the raid. Kim Miso had invited him to join. Can't believe it's actually happening, he thought. That raid Miso mentioned? It's today. This whole week's been chaos. Time to get focused. He blinked in surprise at the pile of new equipment. Everything I ordered got delivered already? That was fast. And I even leveled up after the last boss fight. My slash-step skill went up 2 ranks. Combined with the overwhelming impact title, I get a full 2.6 seconds of bonus pressure. Stacked with my previous effects, that pushes it past 5 seconds. Depending on who I'm up against, that gives me a massive edge. Okay then, let's see what kind of damage I can do today. Grinning to himself, Shin swiped across his system screen, checking his remaining skills. Superior Swordsmanship, a basic passive skill, level 1. Boosts proficiency with daggers and one-handed swords. Full Acceleration, a movement skill, level 1. Description: concentrate massive power, then dash forward instantly to strike the enemy. The longer the charge up, the greater the damage and distance. However, the user can't move while charging. Looking at the effects of both skills, Shin nodded in satisfaction. With a skill set like this, I've got what I need to conquer that gate. Solid mobility and a backup weapon. Perfect. He reflected briefly on his past. Battles, the weaknesses he'd exposed along the way. I can't make the same mistakes again. When he fought the Alpha Wolf, he had to risk everything. Limited by his offensive approach and the drawbacks of that self-sacrifice skill, barely managing to win. Same with the fight against Choi. Young Chol, he'd walked right into the guy's trap, completely lacking any mobility skills. If Yang Chol had been just a little stronger, it would have been game over. I need to keep my head clear. With the temperature rising like this, I need to keep pushing my training. Otherwise, I'll just repeat my past failures just like the disaster in 2040. This time, he had to make sure the future changed. He wasn't going to lose everything again. This time I had to be strong. I had to become strong, like him. As those words echoed in his mind, an image surfaced. The knight who had once saved him when he was a child. Suddenly, his phone rang, snapping him out of the thought spiral. He reached for it, answering casually. "Hello?" A youthful voice came through the line. "Hi, Mr. Shin Sang-hyun. This is reporter Park Young-min. I'm calling about the interview we scheduled for today. Just wanted to confirm you're still available." The moment he heard that, Shin's face twisted like someone dealing with a serious case of constipation. But he recovered quickly and forced a cheerful tone. "Ah, of course. Still early, right?" Young-min replied. "Exactly. I'll see you at the cafe I messaged you about earlier." Shin had completely forgotten about the interview. Damn, it totally slipped my mind. "The gate raid is at 7 p.m. The interview's at 2, right?" He quickly glanced at the time on his phone and could only offer a crooked, defeated smile. Time flies by. The scene shifted to the hallway outside Shin's apartment. The reporters had practically set up camp. Mats, blankets, and all just to catch him the moment he stepped out. So when Shin finally emerged, the whole crowd lit up like it was Christmas morning. "There he is! Shin, over here! Tell us about your relationship with Kim Miso." But their enthusiasm faltered fast the moment they saw him, fully geared up in battle-ready equipment, a frigid aura radiating from his body. The temperature in the hallway seemed to plummet. Everyone froze. The air was heavy, almost suffocating. Shin barked, "Move, now!" Without waiting for a response, he activated every buff and enhancement skill he had, launching himself forward at breakneck speed. He wasn't just running, he was flying through the streets like a missile. He had one goal: get to the interview, fast. Cut to a quiet cafe. Reporter Park Young-min was calmly waiting when a loud yelp from a startled employee drew his attention. He turned to look and immediately saw the blur that was Shin storming toward him. "Shin, over here!" Young-min waved, smiling. "I already ordered coffee. You can just sit down." But then he paused, his cheerful expression faltering. "You okay? You seem kind of intense." Shin was drenched in sweat, his breathing heavy, eyes sharp. "I'm fine," he said simply. "Were you just in a dungeon?" Young-min asked, half joking. Shin scratched his head and gave an awkward chuckle. "Nah, no way, haha." But internally he was grumbling. Getting here was more exhausting than any dungeon I've ever cleared. He slumped into the seat and gave a quick apology. "Sorry for being late." Young-min waved it off. "No worries." Then, with a bright smile and eyes narrowing in excitement, the reporter leaned forward. "Actually, I was originally going to ask about your recent raid, but something bigger came up. You haven't heard yet, have you? It's blowing up among players all over the world." He paused dramatically, then continued. "Until now, everyone believed player level was the only measure of strength. But you flipped that idea on its head. Low level, high power. You're rewriting the rule book. Shin, people are calling you the legendary rookie." Hearing that, Shin let out an awkward chuckle, rubbing the back of his neck. "Come on now, I'm not that special." Young-min grinned and leaned in a bit. "You do realize it's not just regular players watching you, right? Plenty of guilds have their eyes on you too." From Shin's perspective, he had to admit, "Yeah, I've been getting a lot more friendly calls than usual lately." He laughed again. "Huh, are you talking about the buzz with Utopia? Or are there others I should be worried about?" Young-min shook his head, then dropped the real bomb. "No, I'm talking about foreign guilds. Just this morning, 5 international guilds officially requested your information from the Korean Players Association." Shin blinked, stunned. Normally, overseas guilds only scout high-level awakened players. But someone at your level, a rookie? That's unheard of. You're seriously on their radar now. He paused, then added, "From now on, I'd keep an eye out if I were you. A lot of people are starting to ask, who exactly is this guy?" Time passes quickly. As night fell, Shin made his way to the meeting point for the upcoming raid. While walking, he couldn't help but brood over what he'd just heard. Damn it. I was planning on founding my own guild and going solo, but foreign guilds? That actually sounds kind of tempting. Their level of resources is on another tier completely. now that I think about it. Just how badly was I treated before? God, it still pisses me off just remembering it. He let out a long sigh, but was quickly snapped out of his thoughts by a familiar voice calling out to him. "Hey, Shin! Long time no see! This way!" It was the archer Miso waving him over with a big smile. "We've still got a bit of time before the raid kicks off. You two should take a moment to get to know each other." Shin followed her gaze and noticed another woman standing ahead of them. His brows furrowed slightly. "Who's that?" he thought to himself, eyeing the woman with a mix of curiosity and caution. He didn't know it yet, but he was looking at Tiri. Seeing the curious look on Shin's face, Miso smiled and stepped in to explain. "My sister's been bugging me nonstop to meet you, Shin, so I brought her along before you head into the gate. Hope you don't mind. This is my sister, Shin Tiri. She's also a member of the Eden Guild, same as me. If you want to chill for a bit, there's a cafe nearby just behind her." The S-rank hunter, Shin Tiri, stood silently, her eyes fixed on Shin with a calm, unreadable expression. After a moment, she stepped forward and extended her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Shin Tiri." Shin quickly reached out to shake her hand, responding politely, "Oh, I'm Shin Sang-hyun. Nice to meet you too." Despite his composed exterior, he couldn't help feeling a bit pressured. Even without Miso's introduction, there wasn't a single player in Korea who didn't know who Shin Tiri was. Her fame extended far beyond the country. After all, she was one of Eden's top-ranking leaders. Just her presence could shift a guild's overall power ranking. "Ever since I regressed, I've been running into some serious heavyweights," he thought with a sigh. "Man, the last timeline was pure suffering." Tiri then spoke, breaking his train of thought. "Hey, Shin, I was wondering if I could ask you for a small favor." That caught him off guard. "Huh? A favor? Wait, why would she need anything from me?" Confused but willing, he nodded. "Sure, if it's something I can help with." But before he could even finish his sentence, she cut in calmly. "It's nothing major. I was just wondering, would you be willing to have a quick sparring match with me?" Shin hadn't even gotten a word out before Miso let out an exasperated groan. "Seriously, sis? You just met him," Tiri shrugged. "What's the big deal? I told you on the way here." Apparently, in Tiri's mind, she had already voiced her desire to test Shin's strength, but judging from Miso's blank expression, that conversation may have only happened in her head. Flustered, Miso gently pushed her sister aside and turned back to Shin with an apologetic smile. "Haha, sorry about that, Shin. My sister has a quirky sense of humor sometimes." Hearing this, Shin, with his fiery spirit, immediately agreed. "Sure, no problem. How about we start right here, right now?" Almost unable to wait, he even reached for his sword. Seeing this, Miso looked a bit flustered, wanting to stop him, but Shin shook his head and explained, "It's not like every day the top players in Korea agree to spar with me. No matter how you look at it, this is an honor." Hearing that, Tiri seemed to see Shin in a new light. "Looks like you've got a good eye, Shin. Sorry if I came on a bit rough earlier. Let's keep this to 5 moves. Just tell me when you're ready." As she said this, she drew her weapons, putting some pressure on Shin. Sweat started to drip down his face. Inside, he thought, "I barely stand a chance, but this is an opportunity. An opportunity to see how far I've come and what I'm still missing. Just her drawing her weapons already changes everything. No joking around this time. I'll give it everything I've got from the start." With that, Shin activated his illusion skill, ready to go all out. Meanwhile, Miso was completely overwhelmed, unable to keep up with what was happening. "What? No way, I can't follow this at all." Ignoring Miso's bewildered face, Tiri nodded and said, "All right then, here comes the first move." Suddenly, her form twisted, spinning like a vortex. Watching this, Shin's face went blank. In his mind, he scolded himself, "Damn it, I'm so stupid. With my current body level, I forgot this. I saw it too late to react properly." He forced himself to swing his sword backward and managed to block Tiri's twin sword attack just in time. The clash was so powerful it sent out a shockwave into the surroundings. Shin reminded himself, "I need to predict and react before her moves." Tiri, surprised that Shin had managed to block her sudden strike, showed a hint of admiration on her face. Then Shin swung his sword fiercely, knocking Tiri's body into the air. Even in midair, she praised him. "Your moves are pretty good. So, should I raise the intensity for the next one? You've got 4 moves left." Without hesitation, Tiri's body flashed like a streak of lightning, moving faster than a blink. Her form shifted rapidly, leaving Shin swallowing hard in fear. As expected, her moves are monstrous, and now she's even faster. Moments like this remind me of when all my sight-based abilities were blocked. I have to rely entirely on my sense of perception. Of course, this time the difficulty is at least 10 times higher. From Miso's perspective, seeing Shin suddenly close his eyes left her dumbfounded. He's closing his eyes in a situation like this? Even if it's Shin Sang-hyun, that's reckless. Unaware of Miso's worries, Shin was fully immersing himself in the most focused state, sensing every movement in the space around him. At that very moment, Tyree's attack came rushing right toward him, but Shin had already felt it coming and twisted, his body just in time to dodge. Tyree's surprise showed again. Your concentration is impressive. I didn't expect you to block a follow-up strike like that. Most swordsmen can't reach that level of focus. It's not just talent, it's mostly experience. You're like a seasoned veteran player. She said this while leaping backward to maintain some distance. Shin replied awkwardly, "You're flattering me too much." Tyree continued, "All right then, 3 moves left." Before she could launch her next strike, Shin interrupted. "Can I ask something before we continue? Instead of 3 separate moves, can you just go all out in one go?" Tyree blinked, puzzled. "What did you just say?" With firm resolve, Shin answered, "I know it sounds arrogant, but I don't want to waste this chance. Please, just once, go full force." Inside, he felt a flicker of anxiety. "If I say this, and she doesn't give it her all, I won't grow from this." Nearby, Miso wanted to stop her sister, but Tyree agreed immediately, driving Miso crazy. "Fine," Tyree said, "but I can't be 100% serious since we haven't even activated training mode. I can only show you a simple maximum speed charge. The skill itself is too hard to control properly and can't be used fully on others." Shin nodded, satisfied. "That's more than enough," he thought to himself. "If this is Shin Tyree's maximum speed charge, the fact that she's serious with me already feels like a win. I'll treat this like real combat, because if I fail, I'm done for." On the opposite side, Tyree assumed her starting stance. "All right, here I come." With that, her body surged forward at a wind-tearing speed. Seeing this, Shin quickly raised his sword high into the air, silently reminding himself, "I don't even have time to sense her movements. I had to go all out." Instead of swinging his sword before she arrived, he had to move as if he were already there first. He swung his sword wildly forward because neither his sensing ability nor his eyesight could keep up with Tyree's speed. At that very moment, whether by luck or fate, Shin's sword nearly grazed the hunter's face, making her eyes widen in surprise. With no other option, she activated her skill, Phantom Shadow, and twisted behind Shin to evade the strike. Seeing this, Shin immediately turned to look behind, but at that exact moment, his face collided with the hilt of his sword, producing a sharp, painful sound. Witnessing this, both beautiful girls anxiously asked, "Are you okay?" Though Shin was in immense pain, he forced a confident reply, "I'm fine," but inside he silently scolded himself. She said she wouldn't use skills. Shin sat on the ground, wincing in pain as he clutched his forehead. Above my head? Did my forehead crack open or something? Suddenly, a hand reached out in front of him, catching him slightly off guard. When he looked up, he saw Tyree standing. "There." Her expression filled with concern as she spoke quickly. Sorry. I promised I wouldn't use my skill, but it just triggered on reflex. Are you okay?" Without hesitation, Shin grabbed her outstretched hand. He slowly got to his feet as he responded, "I'm fine. Honestly, it's an honor to see you this serious." Tyree chuckled mischievously. "Well, it's an honor for me, too. And next time," Shin added, "I hope we get a chance to have a proper conversation." She finished, looking straight at him with a charming smile curling on her lips. Shin let out a hearty laugh. "I'd love that." Tyree raised an eyebrow, surprised. "Really? Well, then maybe someday." The two of them shook hands enthusiastically as they chatted, but nearby, Miso was clearly not thrilled about it. She quickly walked over and gently pried their hands apart, smiling as she reminded them, Excuse me? The raid at the gates is about to start." Hearing that, Tyree finally snapped back to reality. "Ah, right." But Miso's irritation wasn't over yet. She scowled and muttered through gritted teeth, "And don't forget, we still have to submit a report to the guild about what happened today. Do you even realize how reckless you were?" Faced with Miso's sharp tone, Tyree could only let out a helpless sigh. I know, I'm sorry." With that, the hunter gave them a casual wave goodbye. "All right, Miso. Good luck with the raid, and let me know how it goes." "Okay," Miso responded dryly. Yeah. Be safe." "All right." Shin, however, kept his eyes fixed on Tiri's retreating figure, letting out a small sigh of disappointment. "Still, this is my first real defeat since returning. If Tiri had been serious from the start, I wouldn't have lasted a single move. This encounter was unexpected, but now I found another mountain to climb." A little while later, after she'd walked some distance away, Tiri glanced back over her shoulder. There was a playful, mysterious smile on her lips, and Shin saw it. A knowing smirk formed on his face. Is she saying, "Let's see if you can surpass me"? Later that day, at the still unidentified gate number 727 in Jirjo Kinui, several people had already gathered. Clapping her hands together brightly, Miso beamed. "All right, let's start with introductions. These are the folks who will be joining us today," she added cheerfully. As soon as she finished, Taisio Juhi stepped forward with friendly greetings. Shin responded enthusiastically. "I'm Shin Shanghyun. It's an honor to work with such talented people like all of you." Taisio politely waved it off. "Oh, don't mention it. I actually just read an article about you, Shin." "Super impressive, really?" He then introduced himself properly. "Ah, I'm Park Taisio. I'm a mage-type player specializing in the blaze skill." His current level was 120, rank A. The moment Shin heard the name of his skill, he looked curious. "Blaze? That's a fire-type skill, right?" Taisio nodded with a grin. "Exactly. Same kind of skill Choi Yong-chol used in that recent incident." But his voice trailed off a bit as he raised both arms, and an enormous blue flame erupted in front of them. "I've poured almost all my playtime into developing my fire magic, so my firepower should be way stronger than his." Everyone's eyes widened at the overwhelming pressure radiating from the flame. After a few seconds of showing off, Taisio quickly extinguished it. "But I've only reached the blue flame tier so far. Still got a long way to go." Shin chuckled. "Trust me, you already seem plenty reliable." Internally, he was thinking, smart move. Focusing on one thing until your skills stabilize is definitely the better approach. The only reason I handled Choi Yong-chol so easily was because instead of specializing, that guy spread himself thin across multiple elements. Classic jack-of-all-trades, master-of-none player. Suddenly, Miso spoke up, snapping him out of his thoughts. She gestured to the girl with greenish-blue hair standing next to Taisio. "And this here is Kang Juhi. She's a mage-type player specializing in spatial magic. Her main skill is Special Link." Juhi shyly chimed in. "Yes, just like Miso said. Since Taisio already showed off his skill, I'll show you mine too." But before she could start, Miso frantically tried to stop her. "Juhi, wait!" Her warning fell on deaf ears. Juhi's spell had already been activated. A gust of wind whipped up, sending things flying everywhere. Shin let out a heavy sigh, already exhausted by the scene unfolding. Miso couldn't hold back her frustration anymore and yelled, "Juhi, how many times have I told you not to do that?" Looking embarrassed, Juhi quickly apologized. But Shin's focus was elsewhere now, on the strange wind swirling around him. "What is this wind?" didn't she say? "She's a spatial magic user?" The wind intensified, growing stronger, until finally, a circular portal resembling a giant mirror materialized in front of him. Inside, the image of a distant city flickered to life, leaving Shin stunned. Juhi spoke up timidly. "Anyway, that's my ability. Please take care of me, everyone." She gave a deep, clumsy bow. Faced with her overflowing enthusiasm, Shin was caught off guard. No, I should be the one saying that to you." At that moment, Shin couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Kim Miso really pulled together a perfectly balanced team. I handle close combat, Kim Miso covers long range, Park Taisio fills the firepower gap, and Kang Juhi adds the strategic flexibility with her spatial magic. Aside from not having a dedicated healer, this squad is pretty much flawless. But the most important thing is our teamwork clicks naturally. It's obvious they've practiced together more than a few times. Honestly, in survival situations, that kind of chemistry is more valuable than any elaborate strategy. I used to have that too. His eyes lingered on the group, and memories of his old teammates came flooding back. A faint smile curled at the corner of his lips. Suddenly, Miso appeared in front of him, snapping him out of his thoughts. She asked with genuine concern, "Shin, you good? Did you get hurt earlier when you were sparring with Tiri?" The unexpected question caught him off guard for a second, but Shin quickly brushed it off with a cheerful grin. "I'm fine. Just spaced out a little, that's all." He reminded himself silently. Enough dwelling on the past. Stay in the present. Less thinking, more focus. The next moment, he looked toward the looming gate ahead and asked the group, "Shall we head in?" The moment they stepped through that unidentified gate, a frozen hellscape awaited them. Thick snow fell relentlessly, but the four of them strolled forward without hesitation. Suddenly, Shin's voice called out from behind. "Oh, by the way, thanks a ton, Taisio." Hearing that, the fire mage looked a little puzzled. Shin chuckled as he added, "If it wasn't for your buffs, we'd all be popsicles by now." Right now, the entire group was protected by Blessing of the Flame, a spell that wrapped them in comforting warmth and significantly boosted their resistance to the biting cold. Miso, walking behind them, completely agreed with the hunter's words. "Seriously, it wasn't even half this cold on our last expedition? Oh, by the way, Shin, do you carry any other weapons besides that greatsword? Why didn't you use them last time?" Shin glanced over at her and replied casually, "For this raid, I figured we'd need a more flexible approach. That's why I brought this." As he spoke, his hand naturally rested on the sword at his side. Hearing that, Miso let out an impressed, "Oh, so you already know how to use multiple weapons, huh?" Her comment made the hunter stiffen slightly. His gaze drifted away as he muttered, "Yeah, I kind of planned that out beforehand, but deep down..." Shin couldn't help but feel a little fed up. This is probably the only annoying side effect of regression. I've gotten so lazy, I can't even be bothered to come up with excuses anymore. Suddenly, Miso called out from behind to their mage, "Hey, Juhi!" The girl perked up immediately. "Yes, Miso?" Right at that moment, a vicious demon appeared behind Shin and Miso, its menacing presence making the air tense. Miso, ever the quick-thinking archer, barked out orders. "Execute Plan C!" Without hesitation, Jui kicked into action. "On it!" Both her hands began to glow as she concentrated her magic. The demon, spotting its prey, lunged toward them like a starving beast. It raised its weapon and slammed it down with brutal force, sending snow flying in all directions. But Miso and Shin had already anticipated its move, quickly dodging out of harm's way. Now, the two of them hovered just above the demon's head, ready to strike. Miso called out loudly, "You give the order, Shin." With no time to hesitate, Shin responded, "All right then, fire support, now." A confident grin spread across his face as he launched himself toward the demon.
The demon quickly caught sight of his approach, whipping its head around with a snarl. Shin froze for a split second, surprised that he'd been spotted so quickly. But he wasn't alone. Miso had his back. The moment the demon turned, her sharp voice rang out. She raised her bow and drew an arrow, calling out loudly, "Taisio!" The mage didn't need to be told twice. The moment he heard his name, he conjured a large, blazing blue fireball. "Got it!" he shouted, ready to unleash hell. The moment Miso's sharp arrow was released, Taisio's blazing fireball engulfed it, fusing the two into a single, devastating projectile that shot straight toward the demon. At the same time, Shin charged in with his sword drawn, turning their coordinated assault into an unstoppable barrage. The demon froze, unable to react to the perfectly timed attack. With the arrow burying itself into its head, the creature let out an agonized, ear-splitting scream. Before it could regain its senses, Shin was already there, his blade flashing through the air. With a single clean strike, his sword sliced through the demon's body like paper, splitting it into pieces as blood sprayed in every direction. Without wasting a second, Shin called out, "Kang Juhi!" The moment her name was called, Juhi responded sharply to it. She immediately activated her magic circle. The demon, battered and unable to fight back, finally saw a fleeting opportunity to retaliate. In an instant, it twisted its massive body, lunging its arm towards Shin in a desperate attempt to grab him. Its clawed hand slammed into the snowy ground, sending a violent tremor across the area. but all it managed to clutch was snow and stone. Shin was nowhere to be found. Only his greatsword remained, buried upright in the frozen earth. The demon, oblivious to reality, allowed a smug, victorious grin to spread across its face, convinced it had turned the fight around. But its moment of triumph was short-lived. A familiar voice sounded directly behind it, cool and mocking. "What's wrong? Thought you had me, didn't you?" The demon's eyes widened in shock. It whipped its head around, only to find Shin standing right beside it, one hand resting casually on the sword hilt embedded in the ground. Behind them, Taisio readied another crackling fireball, calling out to their mage. "Juhi, be ready to follow up." "Got it," she answered swiftly, preparing her next spell. Sensing the danger closing in, the demon roared with frustration and activated its Tier 2 demonic battle skill, its body trembling with raw, violent energy. But Shin only grinned wider, the thrill of battle lighting up his eyes. Without hesitation, he closed the distance, swinging his blade down in a brutal arc. The strike landed cleanly on the demon's skull, splitting its head and body clean in two. Juhi and Taisio stared upward in stunned silence, unable to process what had just happened. Shin landed gracefully on the snow, casually exhaling. Well, that took a bit of effort. Someone couldn't hold back their curiosity any longer and blurted out, "What the hell was that just now?" Shin casually glanced over at them. Taisio stood frozen, his face plastered with shock as he awkwardly tried to explain. "That wasn't exactly part of our plan. It definitely wasn't supposed to go down in one hit like that." Next to him, Juhi nodded eagerly, clearly agreeing with the flustered mage. Shin scratched the back of his head, a little embarrassed. "Ah, I see. Sorry about that." From behind, Miso stepped up and quickly waved off the apology. No, you don't have to apologize. Didn't I tell everyone already? I reacted the same way the first time I saw him fight. Probably even more over the top, honestly." She suddenly turned her teasing gaze towards Shin. "And that wasn't even all you've got, right, Mr. Hunter?" Caught off guard, Shin stumbled over his words, eventually giving up and just laughing it off awkwardly. But inside, he was silently screaming. Why does she keep setting me up like that? It's like she's forcing me to show off even more. What is she trying to pull? Whatever. Still, for a first-time party run, we're working together surprisingly well. So, this is what experienced players feel like, huh? It's promising. After exchanging a few more jokes and laughs, Shin slung his sword over his shoulder, looking at the group. Well then, ready for round 2? Not long after, they were on the move again, cutting down demons one after another along the way. Taisio couldn't contain his excitement anymore. He let out a thrilled shout. "Seriously, you're insane, man. You're the best swordsman I've ever teamed up with." Being trusted like that, Shin couldn't help but feel grateful. Behind him, Miso chuckled softly, teasing, "Try not to get too flustered, Shin. Taisio hasn't even pulled out his real trump card yet. Thanks to you holding the front so well, he's finally able to cut loose and enjoy himself. So, of course, he's this excited." Hearing that, Shin's expression grew a little sour. Right. For mages, if they don't have a reliable swordsman up front, they usually need to waste resources casting some buff spells on themselves. But this guy, he's putting so much pressure on me with all this praise. As the thought crossed his mind, Shin recalled Taisio's bright, cheerful grin. The more he remembered it, the more it made him shudder. Miso suddenly piped up, curious. "By the way, Shin, what was that skill you used earlier?" But Shin was still caught up chatting with Taisio, completely missing her question. He turned around, looking confused. "Huh?" Seeing his blank look, Miso could only sigh with an exasperated smile. "Seriously, you'd think I'd be used to this by now, but you keep finding ways to surprise me." Suddenly, a loud noise erupted from deep within the forest. Blood splattered into the air higher than the surrounding pine trees. And just like that, Shin's party set off once more to continue their relentless hunt for demons. Suddenly, Miso's eyes widened, as if she had just noticed something. In the distance, a group of demons was charging toward them, snarling and growling like wild beasts. Miso panicked and shouted a warning. "Armored orcs incoming!" The moment they heard that, Taisio's face darkened with concern. "What do we do? This timing couldn't be worse." The archer completely agreed, her expression tense. Exactly. We've got to hit them with everything we've got. First, we need to keep our distance. But before Miso could finish her sentence, someone else's voice cut in. Miss Kang Juhee, can you open a portal that leads directly in front of those things, right in front of me? Shin's reckless suggestion made everyone freeze in shock. Shin, those monsters have insanely high defense. There's no way. But she stopped mid-sentence, stunned by Shin's actions. Huh? What is he planning? But in moments like this, trusting him just this once might not be such a bad idea. Making up her mind, Miso quickly called over to the mage. Juhee, do as Shin says. Juhee hesitated for just a second, then nodded. I'm opening the portal now. The moment the spatial gateway materialized, the armored orc stood right in front of Shin, completely unaware of the ambush waiting for it. Shin planted his foot firmly on the ground and launched himself toward the portal, vanishing through it, at blinding speed as his full-powered movement skill activated. The sheer force of his takeoff kicked up a fierce gust of wind behind him. On the other side of the portal, the armored orc barely had time to register what was happening. Its monstrous face twisted in surprise as Shin came flying out of nowhere. Without hesitation, Shin delivered a devastating sword strike, splitting the creature clean in half before it could even process the situation. Back on the other side, Miso and Taisio were left completely speechless, eyes wide, jaws hanging open. Taisio looked as if he couldn't believe what he'd just seen. Staring at Shin's calm, confident figure, he muttered under his breath, "Is that for real?" After landing gracefully, the group resumed their journey. Miso walked alongside the hunter, still trying to wrap her head around it. "That's a movement skill, right? But I've never seen one with that kind of raw power before," Shin responded, casually. "Well, it's because I trust you all. That's what gives me the confidence to use it." Just then, Juhee's expression shifted dramatically. She suddenly gestured frantically, eyes filled with alarm. "Everyone quiet!" The entire group froze in place, confusion written across their faces. The young mage gathered everyone together, gesturing for them to take a look at what had made her react so suddenly. "Looks like we've arrived." Down below the cliff, resting, motionless, was a large beast covered in thick green fur. Juhee tilted her head in curiosity. "Is it asleep?" This was the mid-tier boss of the frozen hell, the Frostfang Hellhound. Taisio's eyes lit up with excitement as he spotted the creature. "Perfect. Let's start planning." The mage beside him analyzed the situation. "We don't have much backup gear. Maybe I should open a few more portals for support. Or we hit it with fire the moment the fight starts." The entire time, Shin hadn't uttered a word during their strategy talk. He simply sat there grinning with excitement. "Finally, there you are, my personal punching bag." Without wasting another moment, Shin activated Twilight Convergence, a unique dungeon effect with no cooldown. The moment the moon appeared within the dungeon, players' HP and wound recovery rates increased by 5%, but that wasn't all. Regardless of whether the moon physically appeared, K9-type monsters like wolves or dogs would fall into a fierce state if the player carried a blue moonstone. And if the moon did appear, those monsters wouldn't even dare attack the player holding the blue moonstone. Shin locked eyes on the slumbering hellhound below and let out a booming laugh, his confidence filling the air.
Miso turned to the group and suggested, "All right, let's go with Plan F." But before anyone could act, she noticed Shin silently standing up, his expression unreadable. Concern filled her voice. "Shin, what are you doing?" Instead of answering, Shin flashed a mocking, almost arrogant smile that left Miso and the others frozen in surprise. The archer couldn't believe her eyes. That expression, "Shin's doing it again. Should I trust him? No, no matter how I look." At this, Taisio, clearly confused, chimed in. "Shin, you've got a plan already, don't you?" With a casual tone and steady hands drawing his sword, Shin replied, "Yeah, I think you guys can just sit back and watch." His words left them completely stunned. Miso immediately protested, "Shin, I get it, but at least explain what you're—" But before she could finish, an eerie silence fell over the group. Shin's sharp, focused gaze cut toward them, cold and decisive. There's no time to explain everything, no time for strategies. For the twilight convergence effect to work properly, the moon has to be fully visible. Even the slightest cloud cover can cut its effectiveness in half. Sorry, guys. Without another word, Shin dashed forward toward the hellhound, leaving the others behind. Miso's worried voice echoed behind him, calling his name, but he never looked back. The commotion had already stirred the Frostfang hellhound awake. The beast's eyes snapped open, immediately locking onto Shin, who stood right in front of it. For this hunter, asking for forgiveness was quicker than asking for permission. Without hesitation, he charged, fully aware the creature had noticed him. With a playful grin, he greeted it. "Well, hello there. Up close, you're even uglier than I imagined." The hellhound sensed danger radiating from him and leapt to its feet, its entire body tense and on high alert. Meanwhile, Miso scrambled to organize the others. "We need to prepare to support him quickly." Taisio nodded, already readying his magic. But Juhi hesitated, her voice laced with uncertainty. "Wait, hold on. There's something weird going on. Why isn't the hellhound reacting at all?" Her words made Miso and Taisio immediately glance back down toward the battlefield. The archer girl couldn't hide her surprise. "You're right," she murmured, then thought to herself, "Is it just sizing him up? No, last time we encountered it, it went berserk right away." On the other side, the Frostfang hellhound stood facing Shin, growling non-stop. Eventually, it started to move just a little. Taisio's eyes widened. "It's moving!" Juhi quickly chimed in. "I must have seen it wrong earlier. We need to jump in and help." But before the mage could even finish, Miso noticed something. "Wait, that posture, it's not aggressive. It's a submissive stance." Just as she'd suspected, the Frostfang hellhound slowly knelt before Shin, showing no signs of hostility. Then, the system notification rang out loud and clear. The Frostfang hellhound recognizes you as a higher being. It has entered a state of full submission. The message left Shin invisibly stunned. His gaze grew colder as he muttered, "What the hell? You're cuter than I thought. Let's wrap this up quick." A short while later, it didn't take much effort for the hunter to bring down the mid-tier boss, Frostfang hellhound. Standing before its body as it slowly faded into the void, Shin let out a quiet sigh. Putting down something that obedient feels a bit wrong. But if I didn't, the plan couldn't move forward. The system chimed in once again. "You have earned the title, Halver, rank C." A system panel popped up next to Shin, displaying the details. Halver, rank C. Allows the user to designate one skill and reduce its cooldown time by half. Seeing this, the hunter slowly clicked on the screen. This will pair nicely with recovery. The skill recovery instantly clears all abnormal status effects. That moment, the rest of the team hurried over to regroup with him. From a distance, Miso called out, "Shin, hold up!" He turned back, curious. "What's up?" Before he could finish, a glowing orb appeared behind him, emitting a strong blue light that lit up the entire area. Startled, he quickly spun around, heart pounding. "Crap, don't tell me we forgot to talk about how we'd split the loot. I've been soloing for so long that I totally blew it." She probably wants this thing, huh? As panic crept up inside him, Miso's calm voice beside him sent a chill down his spine. "Shin," she said flatly. "No way she's not going to say what I think she's going to say, right?" Contrary to Shin's worries, the archer girl spoke softly. "You handled the Frostfang hellhound all by yourself, so go ahead and take everything." Shin could only let out an awkward chuckle. "That's a relief. I mean, thank you. But are the others okay with that?" Miso glanced back at the two mages and fumbled with her words. "Okay with it? Well, look for yourself. Seems like we all agree, right?" Looking over, Shin immediately noticed the eager expressions on both Juhi and Taisio's faces, practically urging him to take the reward. Faced with their generosity, Shin couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Thanks, everyone. At the same time, a thought crept into his mind. I really need to get better at clarifying loot rules beforehand. Once she was done talking, Miso quickly turned to walk away. All right, we'll give you some space. Just do your thing like always. Her words left Shin a bit confused. Like always? What's that supposed to mean? Seeing how clueless he looked, the archer girl sighed and explained. Huh? You know, every time you get your hands on a relic, you always do that thing. Hearing that, a realization hit Shin like a brick. He hurriedly questioned her. That thing? You mean? Miso smiled knowingly. Yeah, honestly, I've known for a while now. Right after we cleared that quest zone, I was getting ready to leave first, but I turned around curious about what you were doing. And I saw your little secret, Shin. The more Miso spoke, the tighter Shin's brows furrowed, a heavy feeling settling in his chest. So, that day has come. Damn it. A unique skill is as good as a player's life. And now it's been exposed. Hence, Shin called out, Kim Miso, my skill is... But before he could finish, Miso cut him off. You're just doing some kind of player ritual, right? There are players who do that sometimes, so don't stress about it. Just relax. If it were me, I'd keep that kind of thing secret too. It seemed Miso had completely misunderstood him. Every word out of her mouth only left Shin more baffled. After finishing her rant to the hunter, Miso slung an arm around Juhi's shoulders and walked off. Unable to hold back her curiosity, the young mage looked up and asked, Sis, is Shin really that kind of person? Miso answered calmly, Yeah, but it's something we need to keep between us. Watching the two girls walk away, caught up in what was clearly a massive misunderstanding about him, Shin could only stand there completely frozen. This is turning into a pretty major misunderstanding, but honestly, it's still better than the truth getting out. If my unique skill gets exposed, it's going to be a huge mess. Putting that aside, Shin turned his attention back to the Frost Heart, a support item with a special freezing effect. It harbored the brutal cold of the frozen hell, a chill so intense it longed to freeze the entire world. After that, the group of four continued on their journey. Juhi was now in the middle of casting her spatial magic. All right, this should be the last one. Miso stepped up beside her with encouragement. You've done great, Juhi. We wouldn't have made it this far without you. Shin agreed, his tone warm. Yeah, we owe it all to you, Juhi. Hearing that, the mage girl pouted a bit as she glanced at him. Shin, but are you really sure this is going to work? I only tried it because you said so. You really think piling up the corpses of those armored ogres we just killed is going to attract the real boss? Shin let out a quiet breath. Don't worry. The boss we're after this time goes wild for any kind of meat. Juhi raised an eyebrow. How do you even know that? To her question, Shin just gave a half smile and shifted his gaze upward. Suddenly, he pointed toward the sky and shouted, Taisio, light it up! We need that boss to catch the scent! Without missing a beat, Taisio sprang into action. Miso, on the other hand, grumbled from the side. He's ignoring me again. The ogre corpses began to catch fire under Taisio's blue flames. Smoke and the strong scent of roasted meat began to drift deep into the cave. The group remained posted just outside, watching for any signs of movement. Taisio couldn't hide his nerves. It's been 20 minutes. Shin calmly reminded him, it could bite any second now. And just as he finished speaking, a thunderous roar echoed from deep inside the cave. From the shadows, a massive bear began to emerge, low, deliberate, and terrifying. Shin instinctively dropped into a fighting stance, reaching for the great sword, strapped to his back. All right, everyone, get ready. After all their effort and patience, The time had finally come. The final boss, the titanic gray bear, had arrived. Kim Miso shifted into a battle-ready stance, drawing her bow and preparing to strike. With sharp, focused eyes, she thought to herself that it was true. Thanks to Shin's plan, everything had gone smoothly so far. But as she watched Shin struggle against the titanic gray bear, a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Still, in the freezing air, with snowflakes drifting softly around them, the beast let out a thunderous roar, baring its crimson eyes and massive claws. Gror Shin gritted his teeth, trying to endure the crushing pressure of its killing intent. Despite the danger, he remained steadfast in his thoughts, believing that no matter what this situation was, the more he was backed into a corner, the more exhilarated he became. He smirked slightly and muttered to himself, "This whole setup," then immediately followed it with, "is way too damn dangerous." His mind briefly flashed back to just a few minutes ago when the team had been huddled together discussing strategy. With a worried look on her face, Miso had asked, "Huh? What did you just say, Shin?" He responded calmly with exactly what she had just heard. She blinked, clearly shaken, and exclaimed, "You're seriously going to act as bait by yourself?" But Shin remained composed, stating there was no other option, and that if they wanted to clear this stage quickly and safely as a team, this was the best route. In order to help them all understand the nature of the enemy they were facing, he explained patiently that most giant monsters tend to have one thing in common. When they lose a certain amount of health, a special condition is triggered. He paused for emphasis and called it Devour mode. Shin elaborated further that in that state, the monster's physical strength increases significantly and it becomes wildly aggressive and completely unhinged. He pointed to the scene of the creature, tearing into a corpse earlier, noting they start trying to consume everything around them. Then he clarified that was exactly why they piled up the ogre corpses to act as bait. Even though his words sounded simple, the truth was that the tactic carried immense risk, as he thought silently to himself that if they hadn't done that, they would have been the ones that were turned on first. But thinking from another angle, Shin pointed something out with a slightly curious tone, asking what if they did something to that bait pile. Immediately after, Shin, Miso, and Park Taiseo began gathering dry firewood. As they worked, Shin elaborated, building on that idea, that while Kung Ju Hee was stacking the ogre corpses through the teleportation gate, they had secretly mixed in pine wood infused with a powerful sedative effect into the bait pile. That was when a new concern popped up as Park Taiseo furrowed his brows and asked hesitantly, "But there's still a big issue. How are we supposed to drain enough of its health to trigger Devour mode?" he asked, clearly anxious. Miso's expression flickered with surprise, but she stayed quiet and listened. Shin smiled and addressed Taiseo's concern calmly, agreeing that was exactly why they needed to create the right environment so everyone could hit it hard right off the bat. Hearing that only left Park Taiseo more confused, but then Shin beamed and said with excitement that was where he came in. He thumped his chest proudly and declared that just this once, they should trust him. Back to the current moment, Shin was on the defensive, constantly dodging attacks from the giant gray bear, and he found himself worrying over the very decision he had been so confident in earlier, wondering how the hell he was supposed to pull this off. His heart pounded in his chest as he thought he was seriously about to cross over to the next world at this rate. With every close call, he had no choice but to grit his teeth and narrowly avoid getting crushed, and under that relentless pressure, he cursed himself, thinking he hadn't gotten way stronger than he used to be. He thought back to his previous, reasoning that he figured he could take a few hits and hold out long enough. But before he could finish that thought, the bear's grotesque claws came crashing down again, and this time its jaws opened wide in a terrifying lunge. Reacting on instinct, Shin raised his sword and jammed it into the beast's throat to block the bite. The force was immense, so strong that the very ground beneath his feet cracked from the impact, and just that one clash had him groaning in pain inside as he was screaming why the hell this stupid thing was so absurdly strong. He kept questioning himself if his strength stat was still not high enough or something. The ground beneath Shin suddenly cracked and shattered, and gritting his teeth, he thought to himself that if he kept trying to tank this thing head-on, he was really going to die out here. But then, thinking about all the effort he'd gone through, to resurrect, his eyes hardened with determination, vowing that he didn't come back to life just to die again. Resolved, he made up his mind that from now on he would dodge everything. Suddenly, an explosion erupted as the ice shattered into countless shards, scattering everywhere, and a brilliant flash of light burst forth, blindingly bright. The giant, Gray Bear, kept attacking relentlessly, but this time, the fight was different as Shin now weaved through the beast's deadly strikes with ease, his nimble dodges only fueling its rage until the creature roared furiously. "Grrr!" With a sharp glance, the bear quickly caught on to Shin's weak spot, its deep growl rumbling again, and the tide shifted once more. Shin's eyes widened in alarm as it was moving way too fast. Before he could react, the bear lunged forward with its jaws wide open, baring its fangs and roaring, "Grrrs!" There was no time to escape as his heart sank, thinking that maybe jumping was a terrible idea. But right then, sharp arrows whizzed through the air, striking the bear, and with a single precise shot, the beast staggered in agony, roaring in pain. Sensing his chance, Shin dashed forward like the wind, and as he moved, something in the distance caught his eye. It was Kim Miso, perched along the cliffside. Seizing the perfect moment, she shouted with unwavering determination, "Right! Now, Shin!" Seeing his teammates' flawless support, Shin couldn't help but smile, calling her name back, "Kim Miso!" Without hesitation, he launched himself into the air, his sword slicing through the wind with fierce momentum, and returning her support, he yelled that he owed her for saving his life. The giant gray bear recoiled in panic, overwhelmed by the sudden turn of events, its once blood-red, savage eyes now filled with shock and fear. Then, Shin unleashed his full thrust technique, gliding across the beast's massive body like lightning. His strike shattered through its thick ice armor, sending shards flying everywhere, and wherever he moved, frost followed. The deep wounds left by his sword were now jagged with ice, sealing them in a frozen grip. Shin explained his technique aloud, stating the giant gray bear was frozen for 1 second thanks to his full thrust skill. Landing back on the ground, his face lit up with excitement as it had worked, and the next skill was ready. He thought with excitement about the freezing skill he got from the Heart of Frost, that he had already combined it with full thrust. His lips curled into a grin as he honestly thought skill interference would mess it up, but it turned out it works perfectly. Seizing the moment before the beast could even react, he dashed toward its foot and shouted, "In that case!" Thrilled, Shin let out a wild laugh, proclaiming it was his turn now. His blade sliced through the air like a gust of wind, slashing through the beast's thick hide and spraying blood everywhere as the bear howled in pain. And immediately, he activated. His next move? Level 2 Demon Battle Skill activated. High up on the frozen cliff, Kim Miso called out, "Taisio!" Hearing her shout, the mage responded calmly, "Got it!" Park Taisio instantly shifted into combat mode as a wave of blue energy burst from his body, enveloping him completely, and he declared with confidence that he was using his biggest trump card. Focusing his energy, he shouted a warning, "Shin, get out of the way!" Startled, Shin quickly turned his head and barely managed to dodge to the side, watching as Park Taisio unleashed his most devastating spell straight at the giant gray bear. The skill lit up the battlefield as Taisio roared, "Blue Flame Crimson Crane!" The beast, bombarded by relentless attacks, howled in agony. From a distance, Sun Yun couldn't hide his shock at the overwhelming display of power, thinking this firepower was way beyond what he expected. The impact radius was so massive that even Shin had to brace himself against the shock waves, and at this level, there was no doubt. Sure enough, the giant gray bear collapsed, defeated by the onslaught. Shin smiled with relief, thinking they had done enough damage, but suddenly, the bear's eyes snapped open. Its pupils fractured into layers of bright golden slits as something strange was happening. The energy around the giant gray bear was changing. Its fangs rapidly multiplied, becoming long and razor-sharp, and the creature let out a terrifying roar. Just as planned, Shin smirked. It had worked. He clenched his fist in satisfaction as the damage threshold had been reached. From this moment on, everything changed. The giant gray bear had entered its Devour state. Shin's grin widened with excitement, thinking just as planned, Devour state was ready for battle. Miso called out to him, "Hey, Shin!" His eyes narrowed as he realized the giant gray bear had started devouring everything around it. With its newly transformed, more savage appearance, it locked its hungry gaze straight onto Shin, and his face, now filled with visible anxiety as Shin thought to himself, "Huh? Is the Devour state always this brutal?" He couldn't help but wonder where the hell that clumsy bear from earlier had gone. Trying to stick to the plan, Shin reminded himself that the final blow was Juhi's job, but the overwhelming fear made it hard to focus on whether he could even hold out until then. Off to the side, Park Taiseo watched in horror, thinking that was really the Devour state. His thoughts were racing with panic as it had practically turned into a completely different monster. Suddenly, from above, Miso descended, her voice sharp with urgency, asking, "Taiseo, how's Juhi?" Surprised, he called out, "Miso!" And glancing toward Juhi, he quickly answered that she was still preparing. In the sky, Juhi floated steadily, as a swirl of green energy surrounded her. Her eyes glowed a deep emerald, her face calm but laser-focused in intense concentration. Seeing this, Miso hesitated, her expression worried, asking if she was going to make it in time. Pale as a ghost, Taiseo replied bluntly that now was not the time to be worrying about that. Back on the ground, Shin was still desperately dodging the beast's razor-sharp fangs, screaming in panic, "Aha!" As he sprinted for his life, his mind raced, noting that Kang Juhi was not done yet. The fear for his life crept in, thinking that, if this kept up, forget the ambush, he would be the one lying dead on the ground there. His eyes widened, completely horrified by the scene in front of him as the beast had accelerated, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Now Shin was face to face with imminent danger, and with no other options, he whipped his sword behind him, ready to defend, realizing there was no way he could dodge this one. Gritting his teeth, Shin shouted, "Damn it! If it's come to this!" He couldn't afford to play it safe any longer. Blue lightning sparked fiercely in his eyes as he declared with grim resolve that then he had no choice but to charge in head first. The next skill readied for activation. Illusion skill activated. And finally, it was time as Juhi made her move. A massive green vortex of energy erupted into existence, swirling violently under her control. Blood poured from the giant gray bear's mouth as its wide, trembling eyes stared in agony. Suddenly, it sprang to its feet from the pool of blood, gripping the rocky cliff with its claws as it let out a ferocious roar. The three of them froze, stunned by the beast's current state as it pressed a paw tightly against its previous wound. Suddenly, its eyes bulged unnaturally, and it let out a painful guttural growl. Then, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations! You have defeated the final boss, Giant Gray Bear." The blood-soaked creature collapsed, its massive weight smashing through the frozen ground, sending shards of ice flying everywhere as Shin and Miso instinctively raised their arms to shield their faces. Another notification appeared. "Congratulations! You have cleared the unidentified gate, prison table." Miso chuckled softly and said, "Nice work, Shin." He laughed and let out a deep breath, adding, "Ha ha, no big deal. I'm the one who insisted on doing this in the first place." Yet another notification flashed. level up. After all the struggles they'd endured, Shin forced a wry smile, his face a little pale, as he thought to himself that the dungeon had been seriously tough. More than that, he recalled, there were so many moments they were on the brink. From the teleportation gate, Juhi finally emerged, looking exhausted but offering genuine praise by saying, "You guys were amazing," before she awkwardly added, "Sorry I couldn't do much to help." Seeing her appear, Shin was momentarily surprised. Miso, noticing Juhi blaming herself, gently reassured her, "It's okay." And with a teasing smile, Shin added, "Nah, thanks for being part of my reckless little plan." Hearing that, Juhi sighed in defeat and said, "Thanks to you, I think I've officially found my limits." But Shin just chuckled warmly and replied, "Haha, well, I'll be counting on you again then." Deep down, though, his feelings were sincere and grateful, as he thought, "Honestly, I'm truly thankful my teammates trusted me enough to go along with such a ridiculous plan." But that didn't erase the lingering conflict within him, and still, he imagined an alternate scenario where even if no one had followed him, he would have gone ahead alone anyway. Suddenly, an image surfaced in his mind, memories from a gate he once faced. He pictured the terrified civilians running in every direction while someone's voice rang out in panic, "Over here! We need a medic!" Shin's expression darkened as he thought about the gates he faced in his previous life, and his voice dropped cold and heavy as he reflected that they always ended in tragedy. He remembered the moment his body had been badly wounded, the time when others had to care for him for a change, and the memory of someone rushing over, worried, echoing in his mind, asking, "Are you okay?" Shin's thoughts drifted to the survival rate for the gates he used to aim for, the ones with attractive rewards, which was always ridiculously low. Though he quickly added to himself that when the raid team is made up of people who actually know what they're doing, your odds of making it out alive go up significantly. He could still vividly recall being carried off, completely drained, while desperate voices shouted, "Check over here too!" His eyes darkened with helplessness. But still, in that raid, he hadn't made it. And the image of that girl's tear-streaked face haunted him as she was devastated, barely able to speak, saying, "How? How could this happen?" Shin clenched his fists as he remembered that there's always a 10% death rate, and it usually falls on the weak links in the team. But this time, his eyes sharpened with resolve as he determined that this time, that person wouldn't be him. The bitter truth loomed over him like a shadow that death lurks right beside every player, every second of every day. Returning to reality, Shin thought to himself that sure, growing stronger is important, but his expression softened slightly as a new thought emerged that if there's one more purpose he needed to chase in this life, a faint chuckle escaping him, it was to prevent the meaningless deaths of his comrades. The group was still laughing and joking among themselves when Juhi, still pale, groaned softly and said, I'm so dizzy." Immediately, both Miso and Taisio called out with worry, "Juhi!" Shin's face lit up with excitement as he approached them and said, "All right." Then, and with a playful grin, he continued, "The reward we worked so hard to earn." A brilliant crimson flame erupted before them, crackling fiercely as it burned, and Shin smirked as he spoke. "Let's see what it's got in store for us." A system notification chimed. The final reward of the gate. "First-time special reward has appeared." Surprised, Shin chuckled to himself, "Finally, I get to face it for real." The first-time special reward. The notification continued. When you place your hand on the first-time special reward, each corresponding reward will be granted. Slowly, Shin reached out his hand, but suddenly another hand gently grasped his. Startled, he turned to look. Standing beside him was the goddess of luck, who said, "You're about to witness her true power." A playful grin spread across Shin's face at the thought. Her true power? With all that dramatic flair, his hand moved toward the reward as excitement bubbled within him, thinking, "Still, I can't lie. I'm really looking forward to seeing what shows up." A new interface appeared before his eyes, making him pause in surprise as a system message popped up. Player Shin has acquired a unique grade relic. The system followed up immediately. You may choose one item from the list of relics. Shin's eyes widened in disbelief at the word unique. Behind him, the goddess of luck stood with a satisfied, smug expression. Even though he had expected this possibility, Shin couldn't help but marvel to himself that he knew it was coming. But the feeling of seeing unique grade with his own eyes really hit different, and he thought it must be because unique is considered the fourth highest tier. The goddess of luck chuckled proudly while Shin remained frozen in awe, thinking, huh? A brilliant light flashed before his eyes as a new message appeared. Thanks to the power of the goddess of luck, all unique grade or higher relics will automatically unlock and inherit their hidden effects. Shin's expression shifted to one of realization as he thought, ah, right, I totally forgot, and his thoughts raced. That was definitely written in the contract, wasn't it? Another message popped up regarding the goddess of luck. The goddess of luck requests that you sincerely call her Nuna, big sister. Hearing that, the goddess giggled in delight while Shin practically panicked and said, Nuna, goddess Nuna. A sly grin crept onto his face as he thought, I could call her that 100 times if this keeps up. Looking around, he let out a soft sigh, thinking, perfect. Looks like my teammates are all too busy checking their own rewards to notice anything. With his hand still extended toward the glowing light, his excitement returned and he said, all right, guess it's time for me to make my choice? Without hesitation, Shin thrust his hand forward, thinking, no reason to overthink it. A burst of radiant pink light erupted around him, and immediately a heavy two-handed sword materialized in the air. Shin's face lit up with excitement as he recognized it was exactly the relic he had his eyes on. The system introduced the item, War Spirit's Greatsword, a two-handed weapon classified as a heavy sword relic, and along with that, the detailed stats and offensive power of the weapon were displayed before him. Shin grinned to himself, thinking, as expected of a unique relic, these stats are insane. He slowly reached for the hilt of the sword, thinking to himself, from now on, and gripping it tightly, he chuckled with excitement, thinking, I'm counting on you. The sheer destructive power radiating from the weapon left him stunned, but as he tried to lift the great sword, his expression twisted as he thought, what the? Why is this thing so heavy? It quickly dawned on him to wonder, where's that weight reduction effect? A new message appeared. Weight reduction passive effect, always active. Suspicious, Shin squinted at the effect panel as another notification popped up. Due to the skill Relic Devour, all mana costs for your current skills have been removed. All equipped relics will feel no heavier than 100 green. However, the effects of the same relic type cannot be stacked multiple times. Seeing that, Shin couldn't help but groan in frustration, thinking, what is this? Some kind of new hidden clause? He narrowed his eyes and wondered, since when was that in the contract? Just then, Miso approached with a curious look and asked, something wrong, Shin? He froze for a brief second before laughing it off and saying, huh? Oh, no, it's nothing, haha. Looking around at the group, Shin finally noticed and said, wait, but... And seeing the beaming faces all around, he asked, looks like everyone's pretty happy with their rewards, huh? Miso nodded enthusiastically and said, absolutely. We all got relics that perfectly match our class skills. And she shot him a knowing smile, adding, and it's all thanks to you, Shin. He waved it off, a little flustered, and said, uh-huh, I didn't really do that much. But Miso stood her ground, smiling firmly, and said, there you go, being modest again. But there's no denying we couldn't have done this without you. Miso kept smiling as she added, so the team talked it over. We decided to give you all the extra loot. The boss remains, the magic stones, everything. Sound good, Shin? The words hit him like a truck, and he was completely speechless, only managing to say, what? No, seriously, you don't have to do that. But Juhi immediately cut him off with surprising resolve, saying, nope, these things need to be handled properly. We already factored everyone's contributions during the fight, so don't argue about it. Helpless, Shin could only exclaim, oh! And seeing Shin frozen in place, everyone immediately panicked. Miso called out, Shin, we said it's fine, really. Juhi looked worried and said, please don't cry. Even Taisio, clearly concerned, simply called his name Shin. But inside, Shin was overwhelmed with an emotion hard to describe, thinking, I can't believe my teammates think so highly of me. His voice cracked slightly, eyes welling up as he thought, just the monster corpse alone is worth 600 million. Add in the other materials. It's got to be over 1.5 billion. Suddenly, a sly, mischievous grin crept across his face as he muttered, This is unbelievable. Miso, watching him hang his head low, called out nervously, Shin? But inside, Shin could barely contain himself, thinking, I can't stop smiling. Later, they made their way outside the frozen prison dungeon gate, and Shin, still looking a little defeated, spoke to Miso, saying, Yeah, let's save the celebration for next time. Miso turned to him with a teasing smile and said, Oh, really? That's a shame, but I guess there's no other choice, and she added playfully, Would have been nice if you came to eat with us, though. Hearing that, excitement sparked in Shin's eyes as he thought, I can't wait to see the results of this run. With that, the three of them headed off in the opposite direction, waving goodbye and saying, See you later, Shin. Miso added, I'll text you. Okay? Shin smiled and replied, Yeah. Thanks for everything today. But it seemed Miso wasn't quite done, as she paused and said, Ah, then looked at him with a curious expression and asked, Shin, mind if I talk a little more casually with you? With a gentle smile. Slightly taken aback, Shin forced an awkward smile and said, Sure, I guess. While he chuckled inwardly, What am I going to say? How dare you speak informally to your elder? Miso's lips curled into a soft, playful smile, and beaming she chirped, Well then, get home safe. Oppa. Shin froze for a moment, completely blank, but then a faint smile crossed his face as he replied softly, Yeah, you get home safe too. Inside, a nostalgic feeling crept up on him as he thought, Oppa, how long has it been since someone called me that? Maybe, just maybe, things between them would get a little sweeter from now on. Meanwhile, Juhi and Taiseo off to the side exchanged glances, their expressions unreadable, but deep down both of them were quietly reacting to that one word, Appa. A subtle warmth lingered in the air as Juhi and Taiseo silently processed what they had just heard, sensing that something just got a little sweeter between their teammates. After a while, in a narrow alley behind Chunui Station's gate, Shin set down the massive sword before him and began channeling his mana. And immediately the system chimed in with a notification, You have absorbed Rusty Greatsword. The conditions for the effect Light and Burden have been met. The effect has been activated. As the sword slowly dissolved into fragments of light, he watched it vanish and let out a faint, awkward chuckle, thinking, Just as I thought. Since it didn't come with any bonus stats, I couldn't draw much from it. Still, considering it was my favorite spicy tuna gimbap, I guess I'm pretty happy about it. Shin then slowly lifted his hand and triggered the system once more, saying, All right then, everything's set. Now let's check the results so far. And he tapped the OK button with anticipation, his grin wide and brimming with excitement, his whole face practically glowing with the thrill of it all as the player information window popped up right away, showing his current level was now 51, that his strength stat had been boosted by 150 and his agility had climbed by 50, and that he also possessed a few skills, one of which was Knockback Burst, a technique that repelled enemies backward at the cost of 27 mana, on top of having earned the title Wise Hunter, which allowed him to recover 1 HP whenever he killed a monster by draining its life force. Surveying the fruits of his progress, Shin broke into a deeply satisfied smile, unable to believe it, thinking, Just switching over to a new sword raised my stats this much. Plus, I've picked up 2 titles and a skill. This gate really is a treasure trove. And then he had the thought, if I raise my luck stat even higher? And acting on it right away, Shin tapped the screen, prompting the system to announce, the player's luck stat has exceeded 200. Critical strike range has been recalculated, approximately 120% to 600%. Seeing those staggering numbers, the young hunter's eyes widened in disbelief as he realized, up to 600% critical damage? So if I'm lucky, I could land 6 times the normal hit. I've come so much farther than in my previous life in just 2 weeks. I've reached level 50, something that took Yun Daegun years to accomplish, and in the end, Shin could only laugh quietly to himself before stating, "All right then," and still brimming with joy. He clenched his fists and declared, "I need to keep up this pace. Just wait, Demon Sword Dukyungsu. This time I'll catch up to you." But as he reveled in his progress, an unsettling surge of mana began to creep closer from behind him, causing the system to urgently warn. The atmosphere around you is growing increasingly unsettling. Yet Shin seemed oblivious, casually muttering, "Now then, I should go track down Shin Tiri and settle that score," until mid-sentence. The crimson glow of the ominous aura flared so brightly it finally caught his attention, and the moment his eyes locked onto it, the smile froze on his face as he uttered, "What? This familiar feeling." The system's voice then rang out again, announcing, "3 new constellations are approaching you. Lion King has taken an interest in your swordsmanship. Bringer of Beauty and Flame acknowledges the ferocity of your fighting spirit. Shadowhunter questions your very existence in this world, claiming you don't belong here." And when the 3 constellations suddenly manifested before him all at once, Shin couldn't hide his shock, which was followed by another update. Goddess of Luck remarks that some rather decent constellations have shown up this time, and your Shin coins are skyrocketing. At which the hunter let out a weary groan, saying, "Where on earth did you even learn to talk like that?" And for a moment he stood frozen, staring at the newly arrived constellations, forcing a stiff smile as his heart struggled to process the surreal sight. Thinking I didn't expect the next wave of constellations to appear this quickly. It must be because my growth rate is ridiculously abnormal. The friendliness and networking of the Goddess of Luck are probably the biggest reasons. And then he internally chided, "Stop acting like you can read my thoughts already." But the thought had barely crossed his mind when the goddess beamed and gave him a thumbs up, making Shin blink in disbelief as he realized, wait, she really can read them. So he lifted his gaze and muttered, "All right, let's see who's shown up this time. The Lion King and the Bringer of Beauty and Flame," noting that both were legends, real-life heroes who had ascended into divinity, and he felt a flicker of doubt, wondering, could it be they see the makings of a warrior in me? But as he thought, but maybe the real reason is? His eyes inadvertently met those of the Lion King and the Bringer of Beauty and Flame, causing both constellations to flinch and furrow their brows, their expressions darkening in outrage almost instantly, which prompted the system to immediately follow with another notification. "Lion King scolds you for casting sidelong glances before your elders." Bringer of Beauty and Flame roars that if this were back when he was still a general, your head would already be rolling and witnessing their anger spike. The young hunter could only laugh awkwardly and offer a half-hearted apology, though inside he cursed his situation, thinking, this is exactly why former heroes are such a pain. If I were to form a contract with them, I can already imagine how much they'd nag and lecture me non-stop. And then he noted, and now one incredibly dangerous presence has appeared. And as that thought crossed his mind, Shin cautiously shifted his gaze elsewhere toward the shadow hunter, who was watching him with a mocking smile. And of all the constellations he could have run into, she was the very last one he ever wanted to meet, because she constantly monitored the dimensional strips in real time, endlessly moving from place to place in pursuit of players who had gained excessive benefits from system glitches. Being a bounty hunter specialist in taking down cheaters who had crossed the line, which suddenly made Shin recall something from his past life, remembering there was a similar incident back then. Except for rare cases like the Goddess of Luck, one ranker had signed a dual contract, and she hounded them relentlessly until they were utterly destroyed. It was terrifying. And the more he thought about those horrors, the more his fear escalated, his face draining of color as he thought, damn it, not a single constellation here is a good match for me. But the Lion King would boost my stamina, and the Bringer of Beauty and Flame would increase my strength. Of course, forming a contract with a constellation is crucial. It's a choice that can change a player's entire life. But for now, having the Goddess of Luck is enough. I think if I wait a little longer, maybe I'll be offered something even greater. And out of nowhere, his thoughts turned to the throne gods, beings so legendary that throughout history, only a handful of players had ever forged contracts with them. And while Shin wasn't the gambling type, right now he had no other option. so slowly. He lifted his eyes back to the constellations and gave his answer outright. "I'm sorry, but I don't think I'll be choosing anyone today," which left the constellations utterly stunned, prompting the system to chime in at once with, "Lion King is taken aback," declaring he has never been treated this way before. Bringer of Beauty and Flame departs, saying he may visit you 3 times more as though bound by sworn brotherhood, and Shin stood still, watching them leave one by one. And upon hearing the system's message, he could only force a wry smile, saying, "Even if you come back 3 more times, my answer won't change." But then something caught his eye and his expression shifted, his eyes widening slightly as he saw the shadow hunter stepping into the dimensional gate. And just before she disappeared completely, she turned her head back for one final look at Shin, her eyes burning with hunger, locked firmly on him, her lips curling into a sharp, predatory smile, at which moment the system announced, "Shadowhunter warns that one day she will expose the secret you are hiding." And the words paired with that piercing gaze sent a chill through Shin, leaving him momentarily shaken, with the whole ordeal leaving him exasperated as he said, "God, I'm so tired." And for a moment, the hunter looked helpless, thinking, "I really do want to stay out of trouble, but I guess there's no helping it. From now on, I'll have to be extra careful around those constellations," before he let out a long breath and said, "Well, things should be fine now, right?" And with that, Shin pulled out his phone and switched it on. And after the tense standoff with the constellations, he finally noticed the time was almost 11:30. So muttering to himself, he said, "Perfect. If I leave now, I won't be late." And glancing over the information on his phone, Shin smirked, noting, "The monsters that'll spawn in the next rift are a pack of kobolds. Just like Cerberus earlier, they'll also be influenced by the transition between day and night. I can't afford to miss this target." And with no hesitation, he slung his sword over his shoulder and left the alleyway, thinking, 3 runs in a single day, huh? It won't be easy, but let's go for it. At least until one of the throne gods takes an interest in me." And just the thought brought a grin to his face, his mood lifting with excitement. Meanwhile, over at the mission zone near Jamsil Station, inside the Rift B4 management office of the Korean Players Association, staff members were working at full tilt, and at that moment, a female staffer picked up a phone call saying, "Yes, this is the Rift Management Division of the Korean Players Association. We're listening," but whatever was said on the other end made her expression twist into horror, her eyes widening as she shouted, "What?" as the information hit her like a thunderbolt, causing her to spin around to face the others, her voice trembling in disbelief as she said, "Impossible! A rift has opened at Exit 1 of Bukyang Station. All combat personnel prepare to deploy immediately." And she quickly spoke back into the phone, saying, "Confirmed. We'll request nearby players for assistance." But before she could finish, the caller cut her off, saying, "But here, someone's already fighting," which made the staffer freeze, her voice cracking in shock as she asked, "What? What did you just say?" And the caller repeated herself, "I said there's already a player here." So the staffer snapped back to her senses, asking, "What? How did they even get there?" And the girl on the other end replied, "I don't know, but he's fighting the monsters alone," which made the staffer grow frantic, saying, "Alone? That's way too dangerous. Get him to evacuate immediately." And the girl hurried to answer, "Understood. But, her voice wavering as her eyes fell on Shin, who was tearing into the monsters with unrestrained enthusiasm. And after a brief pause, she said awkwardly, "Actually, it doesn't look all that dangerous," leaving the staffer completely thrown off as she stared at the phone in disbelief, as if she couldn't trust her own ears, asking, "What did you just say?"